Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000.
Buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan nggak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game.
Tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat menjalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss the thing. You know I'm focused. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Munta. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Aboy dan juga Sarah Jadera, tapi pikir kenapa dengan tiga pemain mereka?
Mata di luka, tapi kan kena sayang sekali dan tak kenapa di sini bisa bertempat. Apa yang pengen everybody? Outplay terjadi tapi super cannon tumbang untuk sengaja. Tapi nampaknya Eman mencoba untuk mendapatkan satu point kill dan Eman masih bertahan. Tidak ada jalan untuk Eman ditangkap dan sangat purified saja. Untuk menggunakan retribution ya.
Oke, jadi ada di bagian depan.
Oke, tapi the power of retribution telah dikeluarkan. Mega kill dapatkan Demueta. Yang mengoper for the best. Damage maksimal. Masih mendapatkan 7 kill. Looking for Minion kah? Dapatkan Fabian. What the outplay of Fabian. Shut up.
Tak Aboy dan juga Sarah Jadera, tapi pikir kenapa?
Inilah dia, hari penentuan di minggu yang ketiga, penutupan untuk pertarungan seberapa banyak perubahan di klasemen sementara di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Melihat perjuangan 9 tim di minggu yang ketiga, tentu banyak sekali yang bisa kita pelajari dan kita petik. Regenerasi menjadi topik penting di minggu ini. Bude Clara melihat banyak sekali dampak positif yang dihasilkan dari regenerasi tiap timnya. Namun beberapa tim tentu mereka masih membutuhkan banyak sekali proses dan banyak sekali yang harus mereka cari tahu bagaimana caranya untuk menang. Karena di hari ini di match pembukaan masih ada satu-satunya tim yang belum bisa menoreh satu match win. Ada Rebellion Esports yang menantikan kemenangan, menantikan untuk bisa mendapatkan kesempatan untuk menang. Dan di sisi lain kita akan melihat pula ada Alter Ego yang mereka bermain sangat apik di minggu pertama. Namun minggu yang kedua dan bahkan minggu yang ketiga ini terlihat tertatih-tatih. Banyak yang mempertanyakan apa yang terjadi di kedua tim ini. Namun kita bisa tahu bahwa regenerasi pun terjadi bukan hanya dari segi player, namun juga dari segi coaching staff. Dan dengan adanya 2 coach baru yang hadir di kedua tim ini membuat semuanya bertanya-tanya dan mencari tahu racikan apa yang harus mereka cari lagi untuk bisa mendapatkan kemenangan mereka. Kita tahu ada VAR dan juga REC. Mereka mendapatkan challenge besar di season 14 ini, khususnya di minggu-minggu ini di mana semua tim sedang berkembang. Dan perkembangan itu tentu dirasakan oleh semua super fans yang hadir di MPL Arena dan juga yang ada di rumah. Yang lagi nobar-nobar, Budi ingin berterima kasih kepada kalian semua yang terus memberikan kritikan dan dukungan positif kepada semua tim. Dan juga tentunya kepada para partner dan sponsor. Karena MPL Indonesia season 14 powered by Moonton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports Kedia, official gold partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Game, dan IndiHome. Beserta dengan supplier kita, Erigo dan juga Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI dan seluruh super fans menantikan kapan Rebellion pecah telur? Apakah hari ini? Atau minggu depan? Atau kapankah? Jadi tulis di kolom komentar siapa yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan untuk match pembukaan kita. Apakah Rebellion Esports atau Alter Ego? Dan apa yang harus kita nantikan dari racikan, dari staff dan coaching staff dan semua coach yang sedang berusaha untuk bangkit kembali untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Di sini Bude Clara dan juga kalian semua pastinya akan menjadi saksi di match pembukaan kita. Dan inilah dia Rebellion Esports dan juga Alter Ego.
The last day of week 3 is up and coming for you guys. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPL Indonesia Season 14, Week 3, Day number 3. You guys are going to be accompanied by your wonderful casters and Arashi, our wonderful analyst, obviously. Mirko, Gani, and our wonderful analyst, Arashi. How are you guys doing?
Man, I feel great. Week 1, week 2, a lot of action. Especially, I can't move on from a boys defense Geek Fam against Bigatron, against Onyx. Supposedly schedules that will make them struggle. Done. Easy dub.
Man, that spacing was truly phenomenal, right? A boy, the outplay to give Bigatron Alpha their first loss here in Season 14. L stands for learns, though, when it comes to Bigatron, right?
Whoa,
Arashi,
true.
What about you, man? Your team gets to play today. How are you feeling?
Well, I'm feeling great because, you know, when it comes to losing to Geek Fam, I just can't relate right now, right? So we're waiting on that, possibly. But for today's games, right, for today's schedule, Rebellion versus Alter Ego for match number 1. Later on is where RRQ will go up against Team Liquid ID, and they're looking quite scary. The final match, though, will once again rotate back to Mirko's team there. Bigatron Alpha against Evos. How do you feel about that?
Hey, coming back from a loss yesterday, we take learns. Bigatron Alpha should be able to learn from their big mistake, which is throwing in the game, and obviously some mishaps in the draft. Match of the day, though, folks, it is our second match. It's RRQ Hoshi taking on the new TLID with the Academy players. Aran in the jungle, we have that new Starboy Fabian, Adon Shiki in the gold lane, and you can see the instant change when Liquid's newcomers come into the stage, man. They were 9th, they were 8th place. They went 0-2 in the first week. Week 2 had an amazing week, and this week they're on track to get another 2-0 match record. That's ridiculous, is it not?
They're on a 3-win streak, right? So they're looking to add more onto that win streak. It's going to be a challenge against RRQ, but yeah, week 1, it was all the blue teams down in the bottom, the rock bottom, but now, with a change of players, it actually TLID has elevated themselves in that 4th or 5th spot. Now, Alter Ego, though, yeah, they're in a tough spot. Against Rebellion, maybe they are seeking that win.
The standings is a wheel, you know, you just spin it and you'll see who comes out on top. First week, it was the blue team suffering most of the defeats. But then in week 2, week 3, we saw the blue teams come back, and it's actually the red and black that has been losing a lot. one blue team has stayed in the bottom though, and it's Rebellion Esports, not successful in their rebuild. Not just yet.
Not just yet. We're waiting on that one moment of brilliance where we finally see everything come together. But for now, we haven't seen that so far. They're also 5-7 against Alter Ego, actually, if you look at the asset on screen right here. So for Coach Far, he's going to go up against the big brains of Coach Rect. And Coach Aldo, a man who we've talked about quite highly, has said that Coach Rect is a very smart guy. So now, with the drafts, right, becoming more and more important as the weeks go by, you have to wonder, what exactly do both these coaches have cooked up? Because, okay, having the players perform well is one thing, but securing the right draft for them to be enabled is a whole different matter.
Yeah, the puzzle to victory there is definitely something we need to talk about here, because Rebellion, their drafts have been odd, to say the least. And I think for Alter Ego, it's been even worse. It's unfortunate, you know, for the names of these players. You know, Alter Ego, they literally got wrecked. And Far is literally far from playoffs. Let's take a look at this. Rebellion with the Kufra pick. It almost seems like, in my opinion, right, Arashi, Rebellion are so used to setting up for the neutral objective back in the day when they had Vincent, that now that they have an assassin jungle on a Hayabusa almost every single game, they can't really go for the neutral objectives, but they're still playing that way. They're not setting up for Ryota.
It sure seems that way, right? Usually with a fighter, utility jungler, you have more leeway and you have more control because you're just tankier. But now with Ryota in the assassin situation, you do see that not a lot of windows are allowed for him. So even though he has damage, even though he can make plays happen, for the most part, he gets shut down before the big moment even begins, right? A lot of teams right now are getting smarter and smarter when it comes to the Lord situation. They know it does more damage. They know that the vision is a lot more important because the assassins are going to try and make their way around. So now they're scouting it out. They're just clearing the bushes. And you're seeing that without the right assistance from the teams, these assassins find it difficult to flourish in a way that's more difficult compared to playing a fighter.
And we have to talk about the new Matador here, who has been given the game plan a green light for Rebellion in the drafts. It is Coach Var, debut coach of MPL Indonesia Season 8 for Rebellion's MPL team, 11-12 and 12-14. Definitely a lot to prove here still for the young Coach Var in MPL Indonesia. But let's get into the nitty-gritties of the picks. I think for the most part, we have just seen Audi CS given heroes that he's not comfortable with. I mean, you've been a very vocal person when it comes to the Kufra of Audi CS, especially in that game against the Jawhead. We spoke about this behind the scenes, and yeah, I mean, you really want to go Kufra when you're up against a Jawhead. Gani, what do you think Audi should do?
Theoretically, it's not a winning lane, or it's not a winning head-to-head, right?
Yeah.
Kufra, you want to jump in, but can be countered with an ejector from the side of Jawhead. And we saw that multiple times, that Audi struggles to find that good playmaking abilities from that Kufra. So maybe, you know, just go for the comfort routes here. Again, Jawhead very popular here in that roamer position. So we saw a Kai pick from Dreams yesterday. Maybe that can be the solution for multiple teams or other teams that can be executed.
To highlight some of the big mistakes here, guys, we're gonna round it up for you guys. Number one, for Rebellion, I feel like, you know, the pick for Kaja that we saw without any burst damage. Usually we see the Kaja together with a Lunox, a Beatrix at least, or usually as the carry, you know, the KK combo. We didn't see that at all. And then Kufra, when you face Jawhead, not a good matchup, like Gani said. And then even the Nana pick that we saw together with the Kufra lacks a whole lot of the fundamentals of the game, and I think it's the same for Alter Ego. Actually, I said it earlier, I kind of, you know, foreshadowed it. It's even worse. They have picked, I mean, game one, if we can go back to game one, or game two rather, for Alter Ego, they went for 3 magic picks in the first phase. They continued, Evos went for 3 magic picks in the first phase, and Alter Ego decided to ban Julian for the second phase. It feels like some of these bans are definitely very, very questionable. Also in game one, the biggest facepalm for me that I had yesterday together with you guys was the fact that they went for Roger first pick, they flex it to the gold lane, up against a Hylos, you would expect. Again, Lunox, you know, at least carries someone to deal damage to the Hylos. Even an X-Borg, let's say. They went for Cho and Nolan to wrap up the draft, and they basically lost it instantly in the draft itself. So the draft against Evos also hasn't really made their star player, their main spearhead, Nile, comfortable. They put him on a Roger. That just has not been working for Nile. Don't get me wrong, Nile's great, but definitely not on a Roger. He's more of a flashy dude, needs mobility, needs to carry the team in different ways.
And we've seen him perform on those assassins too, so those decisions in the drafting phase, like we said, are becoming more and more important as some of the teams also wisen up to the potential that they can get in the drafting phase. I mean, some of these things need to be thought out already. And even if you want to go for... Now, we've seen like Kufra succeed against heroes that can kind of stop him out, like the Ruby, like the Jawhead. But it's very situational, right? You want to make sure that even if he is in a quote-unquote losing matchup in his own position in the roaming, or even EXP, if you want to talk about a different lane here, you have to ensure that overall, as a team, that weakness can kind of get covered, right? If the Kufra as a solo engager can be countered, then maybe have more engage tools, right? I think flexibility is the name of the game right here, because we've seen coaches come up with creative ways to kind of cover those weaknesses. And I mean, you have to keep mentioning Coach Keskute when he just went with the Aurora in the roaming phase, because he knows that he's going for a Fredrin in the jungle. So my point is, you want to go for something unusual, make sure that the weaknesses do get supplemented or augmented there to ensure that as a composition overall, it can work just fine.
The fundamentals, getting foundations in the draft, that's what we expect, in a lot of these drafts. And I think for Alter Ego, Rekt has been taking center stage over Aldo even, which is surprising if I have to say so myself. All-rounder though for Rekt, he is the debut coach finally for MPL Indonesia Season 14. Alter Ego's lowest hero pool in MPL Indonesia Season 14, though only 23 unique heroes. They're definitely struggling in that department. Let's take a look at the lineups though. Who do they decide to deploy here for this matchup? No changes. Still Nile as expected, the star boy in Alter Ego. Will they be able to turn this losing momentum around?
After a loss yesterday, they're currently sitting at 7th place. In the red side, ladies and gentlemen, let's see what will Alter Ego bring to the table with Rekt and Aldo in the drafts. Please welcome, it's Alter Ego.
The many faces of Alter Ego. And it seems this season, the many heads of Alter Ego still trying to find their identity. What is it? Early game aggression from the previous season, template neutral objective contest from the previous season, or is it a brand new Alter Ego? They must decide and they must commit.
Kind of contrasting situation in the strategies, but also even in the mindsets. The hype and the calmness. Today they're up against Cars Aether actually. Suelo, Odysseus, and Matt. A new face in the lineup. Can this be the solution here for Rebellion?
Let's see with Aether replacing Ryota. Will the Blue Bulls find new ways in winning? Ladies and gentlemen, it's still the Blue Bulls with a new Matador as well this season. Let's welcome Rebellion Esports.
Leave it up to Rebellion to be the ones to pick up a player from their arch rivals, the Kings. It's Aether making his debut, at least his comeback debut in MPL Indonesia Season 14. And man, we've had a lot of hate thrown at Matt. If Aether doesn't perform, I think Matt can rest easy, because Aether will definitely be the new scapegoat. If they continue this lose streak, they've yet to get a single match victory. Evos were able to break the fold, and now, like you said, Rachi, it's up to the heads of both these teams. Aldo and Rekt far together with his analyst, Vivi. How are they going to do it at this point, right? This is probably the most 50-50 matchups for both these teams. Alter Ego versus Rebellion.
It's definitely a bold move here to bring a new name, a new face out of nowhere when they're so far down. But I guess once you're on the bottom, there's only upwards to go, right? And on that note, man,
but they're both bottom. So who's going to take the...
yeah, exactly.
Take the underworld.
We have to see how this really plays out. And I don't know, big thing I'm noticing right here is the fact that in the walk-ins for Rebellion, no flashy intro.
No poses.
No poses, no gimmicks. Is this a sign? Is this a statement from them that we're done messing around, man? It's been fun, it's been entertaining, but we're here for business today.
Or is it the opposite, Arashi, Gani? The fact that they're not confident anymore, maybe with their performances. Maybe they just don't want to pose up again. We've always seen Rebellion pose up, win or lose, and they've always had good performances despite losses. Just last season, getting a few massive upset victories against the reigning champions in Onyx 2-1. It was actually a very impressive car split push. RRQ even, with the debut Bunny Cutie. They smashed Bunny Cutie all the way to a different region now. But this time, Rebellion are the ones struggling. Rebellion are the ones who just can't seem to get footing at all. Like, just feels like they've lost everything that they've built in the last few seasons that they've been here in MPL Indonesia, Rashi.
Definitely looking very, very shaky. And if the stats, I think, reflect that as well, by all means, both teams are struggling, but most noticeably the KDA and the DPM, right? More KDA for Alter Ego, more DPM for Rebellion, showing that maybe Rebellion favors these longer fights, and Alter Ego are the ones who've had the more decisive kind of finish with less damage. Whereas if you think about it, Rebellion is usually the team that kind of relies on that quick style, on the pickoff to really get ahead. So now against Alter Ego, it's kind of also changing their identity from their brawl-heavy style to something a bit more disciplined. We'll have to see again, back to the coaches, right? Do they want to stick with that strategy, or do they want to try something different? Try a different kind of strategy that can be a bit more flexible maybe, or just go directly in the opposite direction?
Okay, let's take a look at this first. The home team will be Rebellion. They will be selecting first pick. Blue side, 33% win rate though for Rebellion. This side, let's talk a bit about FAR. With Ryota, maybe they were kind of tied up, you know? Coach's hands were tied up. They can only really go for the Hayabusa. They can only really go to set up for the Hayabusa. For Rec though, I don't really see the problem because these players, though they are very young, though they are rookies, some of them, like Roundo making his debut, Owen as well. Nino, to be fair, is also a rookie in this department in the XP lane, right?
True.
But I still think they're experienced players. We've seen them play in MDL with the global ban system. They can play different heroes. Why do you think, Gani, they have only 23 unique hero picks? Because they got Aldo there too. It's not just Rect.
Exactly. That is a very interesting point because, as we know, Aldo used to coach Onyx, used to coach BTR as well, and Aldo were very vocal in the creative approach. Now, in Alter Ego, the past 2 seasons especially, it seems like his voice, or he can't really be vocal now. Even Rect has a more say, in a sense, right in the draft. So maybe there's a switch up, maybe they are still trying to find the right rhythm. But again, you need to find a good balance between Rect and Aldo, because one is an experienced coach and one is a debut coach.
Let's see if that experience can help Alter Ego today, because so far it really hasn't. Game 1, drafting phase, here we go. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and the Z Flip 6. Rebellion on the blue side, like we mentioned earlier. Alter Ego on red. Starting off strong, Fanny and Hayabusa. Usually we never see the Hayabusa banned out by Coach Far. Is his favorite pick to go for. Maybe that was his favorite pick because he's had Ryota in the lineup. What does Aether bring to this lineup, Arashi?
Probably a different hero pool by all means, or maybe a different approach altogether. We've already talked about how assassins are great, but you're not really locked hardcore into them. Teams have been able to find a different solution right here. But you're seeing for Rebellion, a lot of the early game aggression being mitigated here with the Fanny, the Hayabusa, and the Tsushin. A lot of ways for them to kind of brawl it out. For Alter Ego though, they're focusing more on the macro threats here. Chip and Ling, both very mobile, very great at moving around the map and just making it difficult to try and locate the right fight. So I guess you can say Alter Ego are looking for a more straightforward approach. They want to try and calm it down and make sure that they control that aggression, unleashing it in the right moments.
In addition, Aether, his power hero is that Ling, right? We used to saw it back in MPL, and also he showed a game or a match there in MPL that on this Ling that he is going to destroy you. And well, they're not gonna go for the Roger. Seems like Rebellion, they will pick a hero here for Sway Low, right? Being that anchor, or giving the impact. I don't want to compare, but a boy on the Zask is incredible, so maybe Sway Low can bring the same impact here.
We have to remember though, the Hylos and the Roger, Alter Ego, learning from their loss yesterday up against Evos. Game 1, it was the Hylos that gave them so many problems, and they had to actually ban it Game 2 onwards. Now they decide to pick it up against Rebellion, and it is going to be the Moskov pickup for Rebellion, trying to play with Matt on the weak side on this Moskov, and an Edith too! So, a little bit more team fight to add on to the Zask power, but let's talk a little bit about that Zask pick, right? Even a boy, a man as good as him, when he picked the Zask, it wasn't as first pick, it was still Roger. They still played with Flex. Rebellion, now they still have Flex in the Edith, but is that enough? Because Alter Ego, I feel like in the first phase, they've got the winning 3 picks.
And they have the better flex for sure, because the Roger and the Hylos can both be flexed to roam and EXP, as well as jungle and gold lane. And securing the Aurora here against the Zask is a great move from Alter Ego. You can kind of stun him up, you can kind of win in the pushing department as well. And I thought maybe the Valentina might make an appearance, but turns out Aurora is just the more stable pick. And considering the shorter range coming in from the Moskov, technically the Zask as well, if he's going with the Dominator's Descent, and the Edith as well. Like that Frigid Glacier can be a great tool right here, especially if you combo it with the Glorious Pathway. That's a very dangerous threat.
Let's talk about Aether, ladies and gentlemen. If you guys don't remember who this man is, he was an ex-player of MPL Indonesia Season 9's RRQ Hoshi, and then obviously playing for RRQ Senna for the longest time in his career. If you guys want me to refresh your memory even more, he played up against Onyx back then in Season 9. That was the only time that we actually don't get to see the main 100% win rate lineup of Season 9 RRQ Hoshi. And that was together with a few rookies, Yummy, Violence. We didn't get to see them win, unfortunately. Skylar and Clay were still doing good, but Aether really didn't. So that's the question now. Will he be able to get past his main problem, which is stage fright?
Another fun fact here with Aether, he's also a brother of Veldora.
Yes, sir. So Veldora's his little bro. And he's been the big bro on stage, Gani. He's been up there performing on Geek Fam, getting wins against Fnatic, Onyx, CC, and the Xborg. 2 picks that Alter Ego failed to pick up against the Hylos yesterday. So, hey, step in the right direction here, Arashi.
Sure, banning away all these heroes that can kind of have continuous DPS, and that's a great approach against the Hylos. The Xborg as well can be a problem if they're trying to rely on the crowd control to secure some of those pick-off plays coming in, just due to the Firaga armor. So now with Rebellion, noticing the potential here for Alter Ego to just have a very straightforward crash and bash type of play, right? Chase them down, lock them out, pick them off. Are they going to go for something else? They want to ban away maybe some more engage tools, something like a Teresa perhaps, if they really feel like this Hylos might be shifted into the roaming position.
This is why it's just so difficult to go for the drafts right now. They decided to go for the Natan, but again, Heinz has been playing a whole lot of that Roger in the gold lane. And
exactly.
We know for a fact that Alter Ego are one of the teams that love to put the Roger as just a gold lane. We saw one time Niall got the Roger yesterday, and it did not end up well. So, no Fanny, no Hayabusa, no Ling. What are the options left? I would say Nolan could be an option to go for. We saw Fabian play it with crazy finesse. Oh, there's a flashy Nolan. Have you seen a Nolan as flashy as Fabian, Rashi?
Yesterday, was it?
Because like me and Gani, we
this season especially,
it just feels like when we see Nolan, it's more of a we go up, we deal damage, we back away. Fabian's more like a Lancelot on this Nolan, you know?
A lot more mobile, a lot more creative approach for sure. I was thinking the Joy is also something that has been popping up recently due to the farming speed, the flexibility, as well as the AoE damage potential. But it is indeed the Nolan picked up by Alter Ego. So now they have a lot of early game threat here. Good push, good clear in the jungle as well. The Hylos though is still hidden from position, so Rebellion left confused here for the last pick for Alter Ego.
I mean, knowing Aether, he likes to play the Lancelot. I'm not too sure if he actually does still want to go for it. Utility jungle seems to just be tough to pull off up against this composition, right? I mean, there's going to be a lot of damage, a lot of lockdown too. Oh, they go for the Joy and the Grok. So they actually don't go for the flex on the Edith and putting it on cars still. It's a Grok Joy. A lot of mid pressure. All right, so at least they have got that under, that weakness away. But now we have to ask the question, where is this Hylos going? Is it going to the XP? Is it going to Rome? We've seen both Nino and Owen play it.
Caught me off guard here, right? Because Rebellion, I thought they want to play the mid-late game, but with the Grok and Joy pick, they want to neutralize the potential early game from Noel and Roger, because it's very clear Alter Ego, they also want to play that snowball, right? Yeah. With the Roger, with the Nolan, you want to be invasive. And, well, Rebellion, if that 2 heroes enough, and the question earlier answered technically,
or is it? It's Rome, it seems. Well, we'll see. Oh, it's on Owen. So it's not the Cho XP. I like this personally, the Cho in Rome, XP, Hylos. But Rashi takes on the draft.
Still pretty good. I think it's a pretty good choice as well. Considering that you're up against a Grok, I think that the presence of a Cho is going to equalize the mid-push differential and kind of match the impact of the Grok. And on top of that, it kind of limits the Joy here from being too aggressive, too creative, just because of the way of the Dragon threat there. So I think it's great. And more playmaking tools available for the Cho over the Hylas for sure. But later on in the fights, I feel like it's going to be on Alter Ego to find ways to try and get an engage. Whereas for Rebellion, they have more ways to kind of just wait it out and just poke down the members of Alter Ego. So I think it comes down to that. Decisive execution versus the dance, the back and forth coming in from Rebellion, which is a different style that we haven't seen from Rebellion so far.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, you heard Arashi and you saw the Franco. That's the MPL skin who's going to hook us into the game. Into the Lanadon, we go for the fight out of the Shadow Realm. And in this case, the Shadow Realm is that red zone that both these teams find themselves in. Nile on the Nolan. Let's see if he can actually replicate what Fabian has been able to do on that Nolan. Is it going to be Nylon?
Nylon, like the fabric.
Yeah, smooth. Silky smooth.
Ooh, okay. We'll have to see. Depends on how the early game goes for sure. Aether though, with a temporal rain, you have to watch out for the forward cooldown coming in after the electrifying beats. That can be something that can catch Alter Ego off guard. But 2 Purifies on the mid and gold lane, I think it's a great respect towards the potential threat. Emblem share by Indihome though, it kind of shows that for the most part, both teams aren't really concerned about survivability. They're more concerned about mobility. If you consider the Wilderness Blessing here from both the mid and the roamer for both teams, they want to make sure that the mid lane can kind of spill over to the other side lanes and impact that instead. And obviously, having more presence to kind of help out their jungle, because in an assassin matchup, that's so important to have.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of different emblems, by the way, just even on the Edith. Here, Temporal Rain, shoutouts to Aether for trying this out. We really don't see a lot of Temporal Rains in MPL, or even in our ranked games.
Oh! That's a good engage there by Nile, finding first blood. Nylon? Okay, confirmed.
So far, smooth, just like that fabric. Highs on this pick as well. But yeah, back to the point, Edith. Cars decided to go Brave Smite. We've seen a couple of differences for Edith Arashi. We saw Quantum Charge Maran, we saw Warcry from Super Luke, and now Brave Smite Cars.
Brave Smite? It's quite interesting. I personally prefer the Quantum Charge myself, the extra mobility. If you want to use your skills offensively or defensively, always is valuable, but with this threat, with even Owen doing a lot of damage to Audi, it's going to be a turtle take.
Let's see, it's going to be now still finding the turtle. Rondo, though, will not survive, never mind. He has to flicker an Alter Ego. They're really building the snowball game. They got the turtle and a kill. And yeah, Alter Ego, very good foundation that they're building.
The 3 faces of Alter Ego in this game shows us 3 winning lanes. It's not the sad faces that we are used to this season. Talent prediction by GoPay. It is all around the board. Alter Ego, just Mr. Pulong as usual, you know, going for Rebellion. Nothing surprising here, but Alter Ego really utilizing that mid control and Nolan's phenomenal clear to get that turtle out of the way quick.
Look at the highest itemization right there. He went straight for the Sky Piercer. So I think he's going to be trying to get involved in a lot of these fights to try and get some stacks, get some more impact. Because if he's planning on laning, right, you would think he would go for something that's a bit more impactful in the lane. I guess he's trying to go for potential solo kill onto Matt as well. Owen, though, is getting a lot of good information. Audio on the Grok that usually is so oppressive, so annoying for your jungler, right? Just scouting out for info, unpunishable. Really is finding it hard to deal with the extra bit of damage coming in from the Jikundos and the Shunpos.
It really has been tough for Audis. His job has only been, all right, let me just match the Cho, where usually we see the Grok being a bit more proactive, right? And I think this is one of the ways to stop the Grok. Cho has a way to be more mobile. Clear-wise, Grok still wins out, but the fact that he has Aurora gives the Cho a bit more leeway to rotate around the map. But Arashi Highs, man, you mentioned it. That's a Sky Piercer. He's an absolute spa, don't you think? A Sky Piercer abuser.
Spa, Sky Piercer abuser in the gold lane, right? Again, we haven't seen it too often, but I think there's a definite plan. Audi, though, already forced to use that wild charge so early on. That's the power of the Aurora, man. With the Cho and the Aurora, the kill threat in that mid lane is insane, which is exactly why we've seen Audi CS try and make the play somewhere else, but he's getting outmatched in mobility, and once again, Alter Ego has control here for the turtle take.
That's not good, man. No wild charge. Nino, though, soaking damage. Aether and friends, they will try to focus on Nino. Glory's back way defensively. They get the turtle away of Dragon. Aether, welcome to the jungle. It's going to be Cars take him down. Out in the bottom side. Audi will force to use that flicker. And Alter Ego, very good snowball as expected from the drafts. They want to snowball early, and they get that early game.
Nino, what a horse on that Revitalize. Just free to tank up 3 members. Actually, that might have been 4 members who couldn't have done any damage to Nino. He popped into Revitalize, he stood there, and then he popped into Glory's pathway to run. Then after that, the chain reaction of the Nolan is going into the bottom lane, getting that turret gold.
Oh boy.
And the assassination too, smooth. Nylan
sliding in there, undetected, getting out almost immediately. Sway low. Both him and Audi CS right now are getting shut down completely. Audi has had almost no impact at all right here, even using his only engage tool to get out of danger. Whereas for Swaylo, the oppressive, annoying nightmaric spawns coming in from the Zask is nowhere to be seen, man. It keeps getting boosted down by the Aurora, by the Roger as well, by the Nolan. So many ways to kind of delete it off the map immediately. And even when he plays defensive, he just gets dove on like this. There's just no solution for Rebellion right here. They're just trying to play it safe, trying to damage control. Alter Ego is the one doing everything.
Even here, Owen acting as a ward. We saw Aether try to tickle Nino, but even then he didn't tickle Nino. Nino isn't ticklish. Let's take a look at the items here again, Arashi. What are we waiting for Rebellion? Is the 3-item power spikes for Matt going to even be enough to tickle the Nino? I don't think it is, right?
At this point, it has to be that if they want to try and get some more damage, enough damage. Ooh, Owen sliding away though. I feel like aside from him, maybe Cars also getting a bit of damage will allow them to actually out DPS. I think the idea is having the Edith, the Joy, the Zask, the Moskov. These are all heroes with a healthy amount of DPS to deal with the Hylas, but that means they have to try and wait for those items. Not because they need the power spike, but for them to kind of match the base region coming in from Nino, only from the Revitalize, because we saw that he can tank up everything earlier.
See here, Nino still tanking, now finding the last turtle in the game. Turret top side will go down here as Alter Ego, will they go greedy and look for a fight? Rebellion repositioning towards their jungle, and Alter Ego, they're saying your jungle is mine. Alter Ego still very invasive here. They're looking for a fracture. Oh my lord. Nile finds a 4th kill in the game, Maleficor in hand as well. That's penetration.
Arashi, where's the Dominators? The set? Did the button disappear from the game? Swaylo's got picked up thrice. And he hasn't used the Dominators a set, not once.
Ooh. Whoa. Where Dragon finds Aether, and Aether goes down. Welcome to MPL ID, Aether.
Arashi, where's the anti-CC of Aether? Oh wait, that was patched.
Exactly, no longer available. Audi now going with the wild charge though.
Oh, the damage is disgusting. Highs, man, this gold laner is so reliable. Now Alter Ego, they're going for more structure in the bottom side. Nile, say goodbye to Matt. Dominus Descent will not find Owen, and Highs claim the structure bottom side. Again, it's 7-0. Rebellion, they can't find a kill.
They can't find anything on the map. They can't even pop the Dominator's Ascent to survive. Alter Ego are they just overwhelming Rebellion with damage? Oh my god! Oh, that's Audi! That's Audi! That's a tank, man!
Who exactly?
He has a Dreadnought armor!
Who exactly is supposed to take the front line here for Rebellion? Everyone at this point is susceptible to burst damage. You're thinking Nile, but even from Highs, he has now the Windtalker and the Endless Battle. And on top of that, that Sky Piercer he rushed as the first item. So the burst damage potential from Alter Ego is outmatching Rebellion's DPS potential, and the front lane just can't hold. There's no chance at all right here. Even Cars and Audi is struggling to find something, but Nino, again, way too tanky, but they're going for it.
Being the Centaur with the Revitalize this time will not save him. The damage is actually evident now for Rebellion, so... Is this a counterplay?
It's a sneaky tree.
Ooh. Again, Audi CS receiving damage. Oh my goodness, the stun! It actually caught Owen off guard, and Alter Ego, they're starting to crumble. Rebellion, they have the Lord here. Will they commit to more? Ether though, quite low here. They need to tank now looking to give damage onto his Audi. Flicker on towards the backside on Cars. Now can Lego! Nile finds a retribution to secure and stabilize Alter Ego. 3v5! Alter Ego didn't even need 5 faces, they used the 3 that they had! 3v5, you usually mess with the bullies, you get the horns, but Rebellion! They gave that away, they didn't fight Arashi!
They didn't use a crowd control efficiently as well on Matt.
Oh my goodness, Matt! Where'd he go? No info whatsoever. Don't face check, buddy.
Oh man, the Purifiers at this point just is worthless, man. Altrigo isn't using stuns. They're not using slows, roots. Roundel has been relatively passive this game, playing reactive, just harassing. The Breeze and the Frigid Glacier hasn't been used to try and play make. Everyone just keeps bursting them down. And now even the Lightning Truncheon, there's no way for Rebellion to really stand and take some of this poke damage because they know if they take too much, that's where Nile will just go in straight for the kill, already with a BOD. There's just so much kill potential, and Matt still isn't even close to that the 3-item power spike.
And it's the opposite for the Bulls. They've completely lost their horns here. No way to charge, no way to go for anything. I mean, Nino has the Oracle, right? So even then, his healing is going to be amplified, and mainly for Rebellion, the damage has been coming through Aether, Suelo, and Cars. Matt's not in the place where he can actually deal damage to Nino, even though Nino only has the Dominance Ice. There's no Milfic Roar just yet for Matt. They usually have the Matador. Audie's at least in the front leading the charge, but Audie's not the Matador anymore.
He's stuck trying to survive right now. And ooh, Nile is always on the hunt right here. Again, the burst damage potential and the chance for, out of nowhere, Owen to make a Way of the Dragon play and Roundel to just pop some kind of crowd control on this Aurora. The fact that the stun, the Breeze here isn't really an ultimate makes it so much more difficult for Rebellion to kind of predict the movement from Alter Ego as well.
Rebellion, they definitely need a bit more connection here. Maybe they can do it with a stable connection of IndyHome by Telkomsel. Go ahead and check it out, ladies and gentlemen. That package earlier, up to 100 Mbps. That's what Nile has with a 9,600 gold lead.
Oh boy.
Not gold lead, just player gold there by Ubez Gold. And they really can't do anything. Oh, it's another attempt. Assassination on the horse.
On the horse, they go. The backside though, Owen causing distraction. Nino still survives. Glorious pathway now. Slows a lot of members of the Audi. And Cars, good night. Now trying to go like, whoa! Way of Dragon onto his Aether. Thank God the bomb isn't there. But Zask will fall as well. 3 important members taken down.
I'm not stuck in here with you. You're all stuck in here with me. That's what the horse said. And now they might go for the end.
Let's see. A big possibility. Aether, Retribution. Ooh, Alter Ego. They will have to be satisfied with taking down the mid-baser as the Lord is actually up. So another shift to focus.
Arashi, why the horse?
Why the horse?
Why did they go on the horse?
God knows, man, at this point, he is just way too tanky. And to make things worse, they tried to go for that play, but Matt was zoned away by Owen, right? The kill threat, the crowd control threat was so high from the side of Alter Ego that Matt, only with the roamer with no follow-up, doesn't dare walk up to try and supplement that DPS. Audie and Cars looking for a chance to even enter, but Owen is just blocking everyone as Nino walks in. Might cut him off.
Oh my goodness. Nino.
The horse
finds the glorious pathway towards 3 members. Audie, lot charge defensively. And now Owen looking for an opening as well. Audie survives still though. Our Rebellion will defend this Lord with 5 members standing.
That's a 10,000 gold lead though. The Bulls aren't going to be doing any charging anytime soon. It's Alter Ego who's taken the persona of RBL's Raging Bull. And they might be charging with this Lord in the mid lane. Rebellion, they gotta take care of their head and shoulders because it might just be cut off.
Let's see. Alter Ego, can they do it? Mats dealing damage towards the horse. But Alter Ego, they are still on the offense here, maintaining pressure, top lane taken down. And that is it.
That's another shoulder, I would say, taken off right the head in the mid lane. That base turret, Nile trying to go for the Nightmare Spawn, I believe there. But Alter Ego staying disciplined, not letting that passive get in their way. You know, the typical A passive.
The A passive? Well, they're playing it very disciplined right here. The fact that they didn't go for anything more, just focusing more on the turrets right here. But look at this. Glorious pathway proc so early on. Look at the response though.
Let's see Nile and Owen backing away. Aether actually has some killing pressure on towards Nile. But of course, Aether will not be able to finish the job.
Where's the damage?
No.
Arashi, does the Joy not have the item power spikes yet? Nile he used everything already. He tanked it. He has a rose gold, but what?
Even with the Holy Crystal right there, Nile is just able to match it out. He has the Rose Gold, that's about it though. And I guess the Endless Battle, Tough Boots, is able to kind of get a bit more sustain right there. And I feel like maybe he could, Aether could have secured that kill, but Alter Ego, they're just waiting in the wings. Now Rebellion, even when they do spot a great opportunity, a great shutdown, they're just concerned really about how much danger is lurking behind. Looking at the map right here, if you can relate to Rebellion for a little bit, the map is completely dark. Because once again, ODCS can't really do anything. The damage is way too much. He went for the Anti-QS as his first item. Now he went for the Radiant Armor as well. So still not tanky enough, especially for Nile and Highs beating on him together. I feel like that's way too much damage for him to take. And with the Great Dragon Spear, there's a chase potential as well.
The Wave Dragon now gets damage. Nile says that's an assassin. And Aether gets taken down. 10k goal lead here. Alter Ego, they can do whatever they want.
1 second, you see Aether. You thought maybe he was part of Alter Ego because he has AE in front of him. But no. Trying to get into his own jungle, but Alter Ego take him out. He was an imposter.
Exactly, I was about to say, imposter alert, and they immediately take him out again and again. And you're seeing this Cho pick just being more annoying than the Grok usually. And that mobility, man, is something that they can't deal with. Rebellion with the limited engage tools can't do anything, can't dare move forward because they're concerned about the way of the Dragon play. It's gonna be a free Lord taken by Alter Ego, but they're waiting on it.
Matt with the desperation play, looking for a steal, and he gets punished.
Whoa.
Okay, Matt Arashi.
YOLO, bro. At that point, seeing how patiently Alter Ego is playing, I guess that was the risky play that he thought could work out. The fact that it didn't, though, is definitely a massive mental blow to the side of Rebellion. Alter Ego now looking to make a move. 10 seconds until Matt is up. He will be available for the Lord defense. And he still kept his Purify in that situation. Let's see now, Alter Ego with all the engage tools in the world, with all the battle spells available, except for Owen. Are they going to go for a fight, or are they going to go straight for the base and end this game outright?
Now looking for an angle. Owen as well does not find it. He has the immortality though. Lord is still very much healthy. Let's see, Alter Ego will take the lasso. Standing, a horse. My kingdom for a horse. And Eno will open things up. Highs picks up the double. Mats and Suelo, can they do it? Alter Ego says no. They get game one. A completely different Alter Ego. We get to see Alter Ego's Alter Ego in this game. No longer the three sad faces, it is the three angry, ferocious faces. And it's Nile back on track with a hero that he's comfortable with. Alter Ego though. You're looking different. I'm more confused about that play from Matt than I am impressed over Alter Ego's performance. That's definitely a way to end the game there. Mad Matt making a moment there. Definitely is one of the moments of all time. But Alter Ego, they're playing it disciplined. The draft is looking solid. And even seeing in that final sequence there, they're able to actually be more flexible when it comes to the execution. They're not only engaging with the dragon, they're not only engaging with the glorious pathway either. Nile is confident going in solo, and even Rando on the Aurora made a massive play that we might see later in the highlights. This might be it right here. They're just waiting around. They're concerned about the Cho. They're concerned about the Hylos. And it's just a plain two-skill combo coming in for that Frigid Glacier. And that basically sealed the deal, man. That's way too much damage. But the Lord not dealt with everyone alive from Alter Ego. That was GG.
Truly was GG. Man. That was a stomp all the way from the start of the game, and it was just through the fundamentals. We thought they forgot the fundamentals yesterday. That was the main criticism for Alter Ego. But here today, they stuck with it. They got the mid prio, they got a faster clearing jungle, with Nile obviously pathing as he usually did back in Geek Fam too. Pathing a bit faster over and getting a level lead at the start of the game. Owen playing like he did in Onyx Prodigy. Gotta give a shout out to Owen there on the Cho, delaying a lot of the clear speed in the jungle of Rebellion. Aether, who is already pressured by making the debut when the team's 0 and hasn't gotten the win at all. That debut did not go well, man.
Unfortunately, no for Aether. But yeah, what a very, I guess, solid performance, right, from the side of Alter Ego. They know their game plan. You know what? We're gonna need to win the early game. They did, and it snowballed from there. Didn't lose momentum, tempo once. Yeah, I mean, it's Rebellion. They were struggling to find that window to turn the game around.
And now it begs, I have to ask this question as we hear the drums of war still. No, Alter Ego fans right behind us. But Rashi, Aether coming in. We thought at least maybe we'll see more stability, maybe like a Bane, maybe not the Assassins, but turns out it's just Ryota, but a bit different, It's like, what's this change?
Maybe it's just an individual performance type of decision. But man, I mean, to be fair, Aether, there wasn't a lot he could do right there, right? If you talk about his jungling presence, yeah, he was kind of outmatched, but at the same time, that's due to the draft, right? The mid lane was absolutely brutal, man. With the player of the game here, Nile, presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6. Then Nolan was just insane, man. The Nylon, as we called him earlier, all the way from the early game, level 4 immediately gets a pick off. And I feel like for Alter Ego, they immediately located the weak positions here, the weak links available, the opportunities they can go for solo kills. Because again, the roamer usually kind of mitigates moments like this where it's just an immediate dive. But when you have a Grok, what is he gonna do level 2, right? Is he gonna stun you with a power of nature? It's just not possible. And that early game weakness, without crowd control, without playmaking tools, you can see that they're relying on damage and DPS. But the problem is, even when they try and rely on that to try and get an advantage, Nino walks up with the Revitalize. And in the early game, it's just so much healing that they can't really do any much. So they can't really win in the playmaking, they can't win in the damage output, and in the pick-off game, that crowd control is just disgusting, man. The coordination as well, for Roundo to flicker forwards there, you can definitely see that they are in tune, in sync when in regards to what they're trying to do in the Land of Dawn. And you can see that Rebellion, despite really falling behind, they somehow felt like they needed to try and go for some of these fights. Matt, if he didn't come in here with the Spear of Destruction, could have taken the tower on top side. But he came in to try and match the early game pressure, because I guess Rebellion thought that they had enough to try and make that happen. This was an ambitious play by Matt. And I mean, if it worked, right?
You see how he's just laughing? Oh, man.
This is the official, the highlights of the Gold Partner UBS Gold, where you're seeing all these moments play out. And even here, Roundo, man, reacted the whole game. The one time he went and started the fight, it's an immediate nuke to the whole team of Rebellion. I don't know, man, the play from Matt, if it worked, if it worked, it would be a whole different look.
I feel like
it's a massive if, though.
We could say, if it worked, we could say, we understood what he was doing, but in MPL, really, what are the chances of that working? Even if that was Kelra, he wouldn't go for it, right? Come on, brother, man. We'll see about, what they'll have to do, adjustments, because Saiz was laughing at him, man. The Sky Pierce abuser, who was already stomping on him in lane, he decides to do some emotional damage. He didn't get to kill him, but he just laughed at him.
I mean, that's a lot of emotional damage, man. You remember, like, moments like that get clipped, man. People talk about those moments. And if you're looking at the stats, people are going to talk about this as well.
Wow.
0 Lords, 0 Turtles. Alter Ego with the full control. And even early on, the fact that only 3 purple buffs were given to Aether, man. That is just insane pressure coming through. Like we said, if you're trying to judge Aether off this game, what exactly is it supposed to do when the whole roster of Alter Ego are just completely intent on using that early game presence? We talked about the 3-face mask winning all 3 lanes. And from there, where can that pressure go to except the jungle, right? Eventually, it seeps into the jungle, and you're seeing Aether struggle heavily, man. 100% kill participations for 4 members of Rebellion, but that is not what they're looking for sure.
I'm struggling to find ways that Rebellion could have actually taken that game with the Joy pick as well. That's why I was kind of confused when they went for the Joy and Grok, right? Maybe I thought they needed a bit more damage. Because what I actually thought was going to happen is they might go for Aether, Lancelot, which isn't a good pick either, right? But I thought Lancelot and Terizla, so at least they would have a little bit more base damage. They would have a way to just force an initiation to the first turtle fight and maybe ignore the high-lows, just go dive together. In the end, we just saw them lose out on the setups, lose out on the lane itself, and they weren't able to do anything. They were pinned down from the start. the 3 faces meant 3 winning lanes in this game. Rebellion, oh man, so much to do back there in backstage, actually. They have to flip this game around. Or, if they don't, they might just get folded by Alter Ego. You guys can flip and fold as much as you want with the Samsung Galaxy Z series, man.
How about this?
We're talking about that. We're talking about a little bit of that in the front and a little bit of the gold flip. Gani, he's actually been using the fold, Raji, so let's ask him for some thoughts, testimony.
I mean, here's the thing, right? You want to level up your life, you also want to level up your gaming experience. And with the Galaxy Z Fold 6 there, Arashi's hand, you can just experience lag-free. And of course, experience a more massive refresh rate as well. And 7.6 inch, that's wide, all right? Definition of wild. And of course, the new King of Selfie is obviously very high as well, with 50 megapixel for the camera. Photo sharper, cooler. Of course, you can check it out. Where? Samsung.com/ID. Yo,
let's take a selfie real quick with that amazing quality. You guys can buy now and get a free memory upgrade from 256 gigabytes to 512 gigabytes if you guys need extra storage for those beautiful selfies. Additionally, enjoy cashbacks. Get some good deals here totaling up to IDR 2.5 million. And a 1-year Samsung Care Plus protection to up to IDR 2.3 million too. Check out Samsung.com/ID. If you guys are too lazy to type that in, we got you covered. Just go and scan the QR code. Or if you have a Samsung phone, just ask the Galaxy AI to open up the Samsung store.
You can do that?
You can do that, yeah.
Wow. I mean, look at that selfie though. That is crisp, clean, man.
Dude, you can see...
I can see my pores, dude.
I think they should be... Show it. Just proof, right? Because a lot of you guys probably think...
I wish you can kind of zoom in on it, but
that's fake. You didn't take a selfie? Well, there you go. Proof. If you can zoom in on your Samsung phone with, you know, your resolutions, you can probably see it. But if you don't have a Samsung phone, I'm sorry, brother. You're not going to be able to zoom in there. But maybe you can zoom in to pay attention to the game, because that's what we're going to be doing here, Gani.
Very...
What do you think about the Grok?
You know what? Again, usually Grok and Cho, very strong pre-turtle, right? You got the Grok that can move, clear wave, also being invasive. Cho as well.
Cho.
It's very mobile, can clear lanes as well. Very strong in that early. You don't need to level. You don't really need level 4 to create pressure. But difference is Grok is busy screening Cho in the early game, all right? Sure, great idea defensively, but you want to create the same amount of pressure towards Nolan, who is, quote-unquote, I want to say, vulnerable as well, level 4, right? So you want to clear with your mid, and then just be invasive, right? Who gets it right first? So we didn't really see that. And thus, after 4, what happens, Wave Dragon is more single lock. And then it's just easier.
Not a lot of ways, right?
Not a lot of ways for Grok.
And it's the opposite for Kadia. There's so many ways for you to access it. Now we play at Kadia Gaming. Go ahead and scan the QR code or use the fandx.io/Kadia to join in to our Discord. Drop in, guys, and look forward to the esports destination.
Get that community going, man. But again, for Rebellion, it's almost like they need a bit of that community, that synergy. Because you saw that, again, we talked about the potential mid-clearing, the wave clearing, the pressure they can exert with the Grok. But first of all, I do feel like in the drafts, it's really so difficult because if you use the power of nature to clear the waves, you get immediately punished by the Aurora, right? We saw that happen in the mid lane in the early game. That kind of deters Audi from doing so. Afterwards, though, you saw that, like you said, Goni, the Grok was matching the Cho, and that's just not the way you want to have it, right? The Cho can move so much faster and can be so much more active than the Grok. It's almost like you feel like the Grok should kind of be... They should kind of decide which lane they want to try and get ahead, you know, pick their strong side, their weak side, and at least have one side of the map available to try and make plays with. But what they did was send the Grok back and forth, left and right, and eventually Audi just looks kind of passive in the whole game. And that is just not what you want, right? Audi CS, well known for being the enabler, for being the pick-off, the active roamer. I don't think Grok really suits him in that situation.
I agree. And if you guys don't want to be like Audi CS's Grok in that game, you know, looking back and forth, left and right, in the MPL Arena when you come in, hey, just get a Galaxy phone and you guys can sit in the Galaxy Zone and you guys can sit next to these ladies who have the Head and Shoulders hair. Look at that hair cam by Head and Shoulders. Is that Sheffin? Sheffin, get out of here. You're not casting today.
Where is he?
But, I mean,
man's quick.
Easier to appreciate the hair, right?
Always.
Head and Shoulders, ladies and gentlemen, for boys and girls as well. Check it out. personally like the Thai grill one, but the gatot kacha, you know, I don't
It's
mind
alright.
it. It's lemon.
You don't like
It's
lemon?
fresh lemon.
They're both
You don't
great.
like lemon?
I do like lemon.
No, we know somebody that doesn't, Chef, and shout out to you, brother. Anyways, Arashi.
He doesn't like lemons?
Oh, no, oh yeah, that's what I mean. Yes, 100%. Just, you know, the fruits.
The fruits, indeed. Well, all right. After the great head and shoulders cam there, you know, maybe for Rebellion, they require more of that Thai grill mid sensation, man, because they need all the processing power they can have. They have to cool down the heads to try and figure out a winning solution here. A lot of problems were there in game number 1. The bright side, I guess, the silver lining from the situation is that there are a lot of solutions possible to explore for Rebellion. But again, they can't get too greedy. They have to try and keep their eyes on the prize and decide, right? Be realistic about it and just figure out how you want to do this, right? Where exactly do you want that prio? Is it going to be the mid lane? Is it going to be the gold lane? Because if you're trying to win on all fronts, you have to remember that you're up against the mad scientist, the architect. We haven't seen him with great, insane drafts in a long, long time, but you have to remember, he still has that potential within him.
Now I have to ask you the question, right? Gani, Arashi, because they're still underperforming here, the people you see on your screen. Recovering from game 2. Though I understand, you wanna try to accept the fact that, you know, you've lost all these matches, you've lost all these games, you want to move on, but still seeing them smile, still seeing them laugh. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Because normally we would say, good, it's reset, but they are not in a position where I feel like they gotta start focusing on the games, you know what I mean? I'm not trying to hate them for smiling, but what do you think? Because they are still smiling, but clearly their confidence is at an all-time low. They didn't even pose up on stage. That's weird for Rebellion.
True.
What's the mental state at right now for Rebellion?
I feel like it's hard to gauge because it's a case-by-case thing,
exactly.
right? Some teams that really require, that need that confidence, I feel like it's good to be able to regulate their emotions that way.
Agreed.
But for some teams that maybe tend to slip up a bit, you do feel like, man, they gotta kind of take it a bit more seriously, focus up a bit more. I guess, in the grand scheme of things, Rebellion is a team that likes to make a show, right? They like to go with the entrance. They like to kind of, especially ODCS, likes to talk on the stage and make those confident, surprising plays. So I feel like the confidence can be beneficial here, right? But again, it's only if it's used properly, and that is a team effort. Not just the players, the coaches as well. They need to be synergized here, because I don't think it's fair to just blame only the players or only the coaches. At this point, both need to work together.
I mean, you touch on the coaches here. I think we need to also talk about the initial topic, right? The coaches. Again, we talked about Rect, we also talked about Far, but Rect here, he has Aldo. They can balance the inexperience for coaching. But for Far, he has Vivi. Sure, Vivi, a long time in a Rebellion, but he's an analyst. And I think that is the loophole of Rebellion. They need a coach. After the departure of Chico, I think they're still trying to find their jam here in their coaching staff.
That's a good point to make. That exit definitely left a big hole in Rebellion strategies, and they decided to go for the same route. They're still on the blue side.
Oh man,
there's no change at all except the ban on the Hylos, but they do leave open the Juicin. That in the end, Alter Ego decides to ban, and the Ruby is also up, so they can decide to go for the Roger plus the Ruby. I believe the Ruby has been working a whole lot as well for Owen. Can be flexed onto Nino too. He knows how to play it. And fun facts, it's one of the only picks that can actually be flexed on in three different roles. Gold, XP, Roam. That's a Roger, that's a Ruby, that's the RR combo. And now it's up to Rebellion. Do they want to go for the same? Moskov and Edith.
Oh man, if they go for the same picks here, I think it's a bold situation.
Moskov,
that's for sure. Okay, they are going for the same. What? Are they thinking it's just a difference in execution? I feel like maybe at least the roamer needs to be changed, right? Because otherwise, Alter Ego can do the same thing. Go for the Aurora here, get an assassin, and they can punish the Zask the exact same way. I feel like the roamer needs to be the big factor here that's considered. It's a bold move by Rebellion though to really go for the exact same picks yet again. Even though there's no Hylas, technically they can still go for, you can replace the Hylas with something like a Terizla, and it would kind of serve the same purpose, sort of. Not the same exact way, but similar enough to actually pose a threat to kind of shut down the whole game plan from Rebellion.
I gotta say here, yeah, I do agree that, yeah, the 3 heroes that were picked up first, no problem at all. I don't have a problem with Edith, Zask, or even Moskov. I have problems with Joy and Grok though. So Rebellion, hopefully they change their approach on that second phase. Alter Ego, yeah, don't mind them. They caught the right draft, 3 picks, and Aurora now, they locked it in. It's going to be very, very scary though, now with the Ruby in play as well. Again, it's all about the read, right? And Rebellion, they should have known this already, but Alter Ego, they almost never put the Roger into Niall's hands, right? It's always on high. So we gotta question that second phase draft. Like you said, Gani, the Grok and the Joy pick, but mostly for me, the problem has got to be the bans. They banned out the Harith and the Natan. Yes, it could be scary. But if your plan is to shut down Niall, which is your plan, it seems, for the first phase, go and commit onto that, right? At least commit onto that. You gave him the Nolan into a composition that, the Nolan works into. So now you can ban out the Nolan. I feel that would be a good way to do it. You ban out the Joy too if you really want to stop him. And then you go on Bane. You go on, a pick that maybe we haven't seen before from Ryota that Aether could pull off.
And you keep talking about the Bane, Mirko, and I feel like there is potential there for sure, especially if they want to go for a full-on front-to-back. At this point, at least, with the Aurora, with the Ruby, there's a lot of crowd control and damage, but if they go for something like a Bane, then they can kind of have a chance at matching that, right? At kind of stopping the initial rush coming in from Alter Ego. And maybe there is where the tools like the Spear of Destruction can finally shine, right? In the in and out that the Moskov can do. But with Alter Ego banning with the Minotaur, though, that's an interesting approach. I guess they're assuming that Audi is going to go for something more protected to ensure that Sway Low doesn't really get punished as hard, and they still have to consider the wave clear. So right now for Rebellion, it's about the wave clear, it's about the defensive prowess. That really seems to be what Alter Ego are concerned about, and Tigreal follows suit in the second phase here.
So they're still setting up for an assassin jungle, right? Alter Ego. I think the reason they ban out the Minotaur is because they want to set up for a Terizla pick too. I think they're going to be confident in going for full dive. Maybe this might be a Terizla and Alpha as well. They might want to just dive in towards Rebellion's front-to-back composition right now. So Rebellion, they have a chance to actually take away the Alpha. But that will leave the Joy open, and that will give a lot of dimensions to be played with. They go for the Herod instead, so again, still trying to stop a possible flex for this Roger. Let's see if Alter Ego decides to go for it. I think they can actually go for the Terizla, because even though we don't like Niall on the Roger, they can still make it work. Getting Terizla here will already, enable that, and they can still go for last pick assassin or that Alpha if they really want to.
Man, you know what I really want to see? What? I want to see a Phoveus, man. That hero is just so fun in recent times, and there's so many ways to try and utilize him, especially
for Rebellion, or
I feel like right here it might really benefit Alter Ego a bit more. And technically, big sustain, a lot of ways to dive in. It kind of serves the same purpose, but overall, I just feel like it's a fun pick. But Alter Ego, they go for that Cho first.
They want to flex the Roger here, seems like they... Technically, it's not set in stone as well, where the Ruby is going or where the Cho is going, but seeing Owen perform on that Cho game 1, it's 85% this Cho. 85%? The hands of Owen. Let's see the Rebellion. What will they go for here? I don't want to... it's tough. It's tough.
Just don't look at the draft pick recap from game 1, right? Because you don't like the Grok and Joy. And they might actually go for the Grok and Joy again here, Gani. It's the exact same draft. It's just maybe their idea is, as long as we get rid of the Nolan and the Hylos, those picks will work. And they go for the Jawhead and the Julian in the end.
Okay, interesting. All right, so the wave clear isn't really helped out, but they're actually moving that mid clear to jungle clear, right? The Jawhead can really supplement the clearing coming in from for the jungler, and the Julian is a pretty fast clearer himself. So they're trying to outmatch Niall in the jungle without really considering the mid lane, which I do think it's a dangerous approach though, right? This means that Roundel and Owen can really be a lot more active around the map if they're not careful.
Okay. Oh, it's a Claude. Pick up the so it is going to be the Roger in the jungle there. Oh, yeah, it is. Okay, it's just going to be strong. So I wonder if... Oh, it's Nino on Cho. It's going to be Cho XP and the Ruby in the mid roam. So I personally like this, by the way. Up against this composition against the Jawhead, you would probably want the Ruby around your team a bit more to stop that kill pressure from happening. You have ways to stop the momentum. It's great against these initiate or even brawly type roamers. But once again, Arashi, we're going to ask for your opinion before we get into the game. Who has the winning draft here?
I have to say I prefer all three goals a lot more. When it comes down to the early skirmishes, 1v1s, 2v2s, there's a chance for Rebellion to kind of do something to try and get ahead with the jawhead, right, with the damage potential. But when they can't do that, if all three can play safe enough to do that, which they have a lot of tools to do so with the Aurora, with the Ruby, with the Cho, so much protection, so many ways to disengage, I feel like they can just play it safe and coast into a very dominant mid lane, mid-game, the same way they did in game number 1.
Let's go into the Lanadon. Let's see if Rebellion, the Blue Bulls, can adjust and can come back in game 2 as the MPL Franco skin hooks us again into the Lanadon Alter Ego. That flex, always confusing, I think especially for Rebellion. It's Nino on the Ruby at the end of the day, still Owen on that Cho. And like you said, Arashi, this is going to be tough for Sway Low. With Owen constantly in the mid lane, pressuring. He was pressuring the jungle, but now that he knows that there's a jawhead, he feels like, yeah, no need, you know? I'm just gonna help the mid lane. Roundel gets a lot of pressure, and because of that, Rebellion's jungle clear, that fast advantage, isn't even gonna be utilized that much.
Ooh, alright. Great steal for Rebellion. They take a lot of damage to do so, but usually you see the jawhead kind of help with the clear in his own, on your own jungler side, but now Rebellion is using it to try and get more invades almost into the jungle of Nile. Looking at the Emblems by IndieHome, Permanence and Festival of Blood for Nino on the Ruby, so sustain and tankiness. It's trying to be the main front line for the team, I think. So it allows Owen to be a lot more active. With the Wilderness Blessing, him and Roundel have the same idea, clear and rotate around. Whereas for Rebellion, the Emblems say so, but they're actually putting a lot of pressure on the jungler right here. Alter Ego, despite having the mid-clear advantage, haven't really been able to really match the movement coming in from Rebellion.
And you can see the instant adjustment here. Good on Matt, despite, you know, the mistake he made. Still went for the Master Assassin, still very confident in this matchup up against Highs on the Claw. This is a winning matchup, so it's already very different. But the audience prediction presented to you by GoPay is still in favor of Alter Ego. 85% now. I think it has risen compared to last game. And hey, after that performance, really no questions about it. Turtle, Audie's gonna spawn camp that thing.
See here, Rebellion still in favor of getting the first turtle. Try to cancel here with the 2 crowd control of Alter Ego, but now again, he finds the turtle now. They want to collapse and fight. But Rebellion says no. Cars, though, might be the target here. Zoan moves on towards him. Way of Dragon wrong side, though. And Alter Ego will take the kill and the turtle.
Both junglers couldn't move, but in the end, Nile was able to just find that one spot where he gets out of the CC, spams the retreat, and actually gets it, despite Cars' great timing on the flicker onward.
I think it's a difference in the range there that really made or broke that moment. For Alter Ego, the fact that Nile is on a Roger means that he's a lot more safe, a lot more secure compared to Aether on the Julian. Rondo's going to be forced to flicker out there, not really running the Purify. But yeah, exactly. He's a lot safer. And you saw Aether getting really pressured by the crowd control, by the damage. But now he's still moving in aggressively, trying to keep stealing the side camps from Nile.
Oh man. Tried to predict that Owen would actually walk up. And he used the chain there to try to go for the immobilization. Feels like Rebellion are thinking ahead of themselves now. Nile.
Good retribution. Ejector connects on towards Nile. At this time, it will be Nile taken down by Aether.
The pickoff by Rebellion. That shows you, at least for Rebellion, they still have that kill pressure to play with that Jawhead. The Raging Bull. Is he back? Is the Matador back? That's not what a bull makes.
That's a very interesting bull, Gani. I haven't heard one just quite like that. But looking at the items here, Highs with the corrosion side. He's relatively left alone, but Nino won't be.
3v1.
Whoa!
Good cancellation with the I'm offended. That's a delay. Aether. Now he's in trouble. Nile will execute him. And that is a Nino showing experience in the bottom side of the map.
That's why you want him on the fighters. The guy who says, patience, patience. He has the patience to make a play happen, but only on the fighters. And man, what an outplay.
Rebellion yelling out, no! It didn't go how they wanted it, but look at Cars getting kicked.
We're dragging on towards Cars. That's Nile again, picking up a kill now. Nino trying to control the fights. Audie now with this sprint ejector. Will find the ejector on towards Nile, which allows Aether to find the turtle. They will disengage though. That's a Cars. That's Cars for the turtle.
At least they get equalization on that front, Arashi, despite the outplay. Rebellion, how do they do it?
They just went for the usual play, use the crowd control, use their damage to zone out. The fact that Alter spent so much trying to take out the EXP later, they take cars out of the picture, but they were still focusing on going for the 50-50. I feel like if they went for a fight instead, maybe they could have gotten out. Because technically, when it comes to damage output, they have a lot more flexibility compared to Rebellion that has to go all in with the Domination Descent and all that. But look at his damage!
Well, it's a 1-for-1. Both roamers taken down, but that will be all.
Let's talk about this game fact by Gopay. Niall's performance in Game 1 made him the fastest level 15 farmer.
Under 10 minutes?
It was 950. Kyrie had that record, 955. He's been farming gold, you would say. And you guys can go and farm gold yourself in real life with Ube S Gold. Trust in gold, go ahead and get yourself that katana or that mythic warrior ring.
So technically, the junglers of Onyx have the record. Remember now, it's alone, not a buy.
That's true.
Okay,
Is
got it.
Owen a buy or is he alone? Do you know, No? Okay.
Okay.
Let's take a look at the items here, Rashi, right? For Alter Ego. What stands out? Does anything stand out to you?
Well, Niall went for the Wind Talker, so damage output is a lot more important right here. Doesn't seem like they're confident in going for the pickoffs, but Nino forces Matt to use the Purify 20 seconds before the big fight.
Yeah.
There's a chance for Alter Ego to take advantage of that, but I feel like they should still maybe focus more on Ether, right? Make sure that he can't really get movements, or even before that, maybe go for a fight.
Oh, that's a good flicker. Earth Shatter there for Roundel. Flickers out twice now from Roundel. So composed, and that flicker so important. Let's see here. The last turtle of the game, Alter Ego. A little bit late on the rotations, but will they find the win? Or Rebellion not in a hurry here. Owen looking for an engage on towards Aether. Reposition, but now in the turtle. But Nino, crowd control, but now he's safe. Max finds that structure. Niall again finds the turtle. Owen will go down. Blazing duets by Highs. Claims Audi. Looking for Sway low. That's a cancellation. Primal Wrath mode from Cars. Looking for a kill, but that will be Alter Ego still. Getting the trade very low for Cars there.
Even in what looks to be a win, Rebellion struggle to get the turtle. They struggle to get that retreat down. Was it because Alter Ego CC'd Aether, or did he just whiff?
I feel like Rebellion just weren't ready for it. Cars made the flicker play onto Roundel. Taking out the Aurora before a team fight would have been such a valuable moment. But unfortunately, Rebellion failed to capitalize. It seems like Cars was making the play solo. And afterwards, they go in and they get comboed, man. The AoE coming in from Alter Ego is just way too much for Rebellion. And to make things worse, by the way, Nino went for the War Axe and he's going for a full sustain type of playstyle, so it's a lot tankier.
Oh, that's unaffected. Flicker. Ejected though by Audi. Now Nino quite low. Will have no fall damage though, but Roundel actually connected that Spear of Destruction. Now Roundel will be the target. He goes down as Alter Ego finally losing a trade.
There you go. Still 50-50 it seems, despite the turtles going in favor of Alter Ego. Rebellion are going to try to go for the siege in the bottom lane this time around. They should be able to get it. Rebellion, if they get their item power specs in the mid game, can they actually take the snowball, take control of the game? They got 2 turrets in the bottom lane. Alter Ego didn't respond. Owen.
Let's see here, Owen will disengage. Rebellion will not be greedy here for that fight. They got the 2 structures. They will reset.
I think Rebellion is a lot more dangerous in the mid game with this composition. They still have a lot of DPS tools for sure, but they have an extra amount of crowd control from Audi, from Aether as well. And Aether can still go with the enhanced sight if he wants to go for burst damage. So pick-off potential is very much available for Rebellion. So for Alter Ego, the fact that they don't have a Hylas, they have a Ruby that is by all means sustainable as of right now with the War Axe. If Nino starts falling behind, he's gonna look more and more vulnerable as time goes on, which means that Rebellion will be able to go for more punishes before neutral objectives, and that could be their win condition. 1k gold lead as of right now, and Alter Ego, they're losing because of the macro play from Matt on the Moskov as well.
Oh, we're dragging on towards Cars now. The collapse. It's gonna be Nino taken down. Gonna be Blazing Duet hit by Highs, but the damage will not be enough as Cars gets the double. Looking for the triple with the help of Matt, but Cars finds the 3k. Cars with the 4k as well. Ladies and gentlemen,
Cars to town. What an absolute monster. The machine back at work. Cars turning the fight around for Rebellion. And just in a snap, they take control in the mid-game.
Alter Ego overestimate their damage. I guess they were used to it from game number 1. They thought they can go in. They can focus down the EXP lane, the tankiest member in the team at that point. But Cars survives, and he's a fighter, man. Comes back in with the Primal Wrath, and that's just way too much damage. We saw an inkling of that Primal Wrath danger in the mid-game earlier. But there, you see it in full blast, man. The fact that he was surviving on such a small amount of HP. Alter Ego, the targeting and the focusing in the midst of a team fight need to be improved right there, because otherwise, Rebellion can take this.
That's a big power spike for Aether. A Holy Crystal. Oh boy, built up for him. Alter Ego back on the defense, and talking about clear, I don't think this is a composition that does well in the clears. You know, this is a team fight comp. They have highs at Nile. But Rebellion have so many ways to poke, and honestly, Cars can initiate under the turret, it seems.
Especially with Rondo. Maybe Rondo can clear even better, but you can always look out for Cars to make some kind of big play happen. Look at the conceal though.
Yep, supple force committed as well. That's ejector. Good crowd control, but on goes down now. In trouble, very low, but he will fall in the hands of Quelo. They need to scare the Lord here as Rebellion. They will not force on towards the main base. They will, though, shift their focus on towards the mid, which Owen is taking care of that wave. Now, Alter Ego, they will re-stabilize here. They will, though, lose a turret and Nile. Deja vu to game 1 only. The opposite is happening. Now the Bulls have found their identity. The Raging Bulls in the skirmishes. They were 50-50 all these fights, and it hasn't paid off, but then that one big gamble of a fight they won. And now look at the map. It was all red, now it's back to blue.
Taking over now. Only 2 turrets standing for Alter Ego, and Rebellion, they don't want to waste that moment. They go straight for the jungle. They want to put Nile back in his place. Revenge for game number 1, as Aether is the one, level 15, denying everything as possible, and Cars is just doing a great job of being the frontliner, but also a pick-off threat in his own right. That's allowing ODCS to have so much more time here to go around and make some of these creative plays. Alter Ego, you have to wonder if Nile just isn't as comfortable on the Roger as he is on the Assassins, man. He really isn't as decisive as he used to be. And he's going with the Thunderbolt, Windtalker, and the War Axe, so he has a lot of brawling potential, but he's really falling behind. And if Alter Ego isn't really snowballing, now they are 6k gold behind. The shoe's on the other foot. The DPS always favors Rebellion. Alter Ego needs to find some kind of pickoff, and at that point, they have to have the patience to go and get a pickoff and back away, knowing that if they continue the fight, if they go for a prolonged team fight, Rebellion still has the edge.
And for Alter Ego here, they're also, as much as possible, they win in the long fights, Rebellion, but if in the long fight, Alter Ego can actually take it. They still have the Roger with the quad. They need to bait out a lot of abilities though, right? They gotta bait out the Primal Wrath and the Dominator's Descent. If those 2 abilities aren't ready, then yes, Alter Ego can go for it. Owen looking for an angle here. Hines needs to reposition now with the flicker. Oh, that's huge! Alter Ego now might fall. Now with the Blazing Duet with a crown. Crownville finds the shutdown though. Hines goes down. Now take a look at Matt. Take a look at Matt. He's in the base. Owen recalls. Now the base is going to be safe. That's a clear by the minions. Now Alter Ego. Okay, 4 members taken down, and Matt is the sole survivor.
Oh no! The sole survivor right here as the Lord is low. Matt might make the risky play once more. Members of Alter Ego are low. He can make this happen, and Nile sees him. Recognizes the danger, but Owen is in position.
Owen. He has the Purify, will trigger that, and that will be the delay. Alter Ego, they will not be able to find the Lord cleanly. Wow. I mean, yeah, fair play, Rebellion. They tried to go for the end there, it didn't work out. I don't think Matt would have been able to end anyways, right? But he did hit the minions a few times. I'm just gonna have to say that. Now they have control. 2 base turrets down, mid lane, bottom lane. Alter Ego, can they respond to this? Rebellion are pushing it. Oh no, Alter Ego. A little bit late there on the back foot. Aether securing the Lord.
This is looking kind of dangerous for Alter Ego. We saw that they struggled to deal with the Lord and Rebellion at the same time. Right before this, now with an even stronger Lord, maybe the gold swing will be enough for Altrigo to clear it. Highs definitely has damage, but he's kind of tunneling in on the idea of going into the Blazing Duet and then calling it a day, right? Getting taken out afterwards. He might have to try and adjust and kite back a bit more and make sure that he is alive to keep outputting that damage. Even though he doesn't really get a massive Blazing Duet, he can still be a continuous factor in these fights.
And this is the reason, Claude isn't picked up as much as we saw back in last season. Now Claude very vulnerable whenever you go in. Let's see, enhanced lower to mid lane. Rebellion have a lot of tools.
For game 3, Rebellion. Can they pull it off? That's a flicker play. On towards Dino. Deleted instantly. Now Altrigo defends with 4. Make sure it last standing will fall. Nice. Winter Crown placing Duet. Combo will try to clear waves, but now with the way of Dragon, they find one. Aether and Nile gets taken down. Now they're locking down Turret and members. Ladies and gentlemen, we got game 3.
The Raging Bulls come back in game 2, fixing what was the problem in the draft, that Hylos, the Nolan that was giving them so many problems. And in the end, Rebellion forced that Roger to be the hands of the very man Altrigo are always forced to give it to, and they've always lost with Nile on the Roger. Cars though, we gotta give a massive shout out to the man in the XP.
He got a 4K, man.
That game.
He got a 4K as the main frontliner. Altrigo. In game number 1, they were snowballing. Whoever they jumped on gets taken out. They had an assassin. They had an abundance of burst damage. Game number 2, we saw that with a DPS tool like the Roger, the damage isn't as reliable, and they falter. They keep targeting the same tanky members they expect to be able to take out. And Rebellion find ways to delay the fight, to make it long, to win out in the DPS fight, and Cars with the 4K was able to turn everything around. Altrigo, they had potential, but unfortunately, we're back to a best of 1.
Nino getting caught. Altrigo having a very squishy comp. That was the main problem, I feel, for Altrigo when in game 1 it was the Hylos, and we already addressed this issue as well for Altrigo, right? This is a big gamble that they were playing. If they got a snowball early, they would have been able to take control of the game. But if not, that Hylos presence, that tanky presence in the comp isn't there, and that was the big problem. We said maybe the Terizla could be an option to go for if they still wanted to go for, an assassin in the jungle, or even the Roger in the jungle. They decided to go for Cho. We expected Terizla, we got Cho, and the Cho this game, early on it was doing good, but then later on, with Zask and Moscow both having Purify, and with an Edith in the lineup, it's just tough to pick him up.
I feel like at that point, right, the Cho kind of loses value a little bit, right? In the grand scheme of things, it was picked second to last for Altrigo, so by all means, they weren't really prepared, I guess, for the Julian, technically, right? But I feel like it's really not as flexible of a pick, and if you really want to go for the Cho, then I feel like the Ruby kind of loses some value there, because both of them are maneuverable, and they have shielding and spell lifesteal, so sustain, but they're not really full-blown tanks that can stand in the front and take all that damage. Usually, they are best paired with something like a Hylos, something like a Terizla, which is why we were kind of making that assumption in the first place. So I feel like that is definitely something that could have been changed up a little bit. And Nino plays the Terizla, right? We've seen him perform well on it. That really could have been an option, but I guess they're really intent on trying to go for something a bit more aggressive, something a bit more dynamic.
Yeah, I mean, I think in the placement of the heroes as well, there was a possible flex for the Cho to go to XP, and I feel like the Cho actually should be able to outdo Cars in on that Edith, right? I mean, Edith, you clear up, you rotate. Cho does that, but even faster. I thought for sure it's going to be the Cho, and obviously for the Ruby, you get so much more value just playing around your team rather than staying in the bottom lane. Nino wasn't active in the map for so long. And because of that, Cars was able to out-rotate Nino, was able to have much more of a bigger impact in these fights. The man who got the Maniac, the machine.
I mean, he is brute force as always, man. Player of the game, Cars, presented by your official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold and Z Flip 6. When you give this guy a window to make a play, he goes through the wall, man. Cars on the Edith, trying to have this kind of impact in game number 1, right? Going for these insane playmaking attempts, but unfortunately, the Hylas is in his way. Now with everyone technically still quite vulnerable, you can see the difference in plays. Even in the final moments there, which we might see in the player of the game highlights, you're gonna see that Nino got picked off from his play. It was an Earth Shatter flicker, but it all begins in the early game right here. The official gold partner highlights by Ube's gold. You can see that initially there's just so much crowd control thrown around, and Altrico were able to actually get an advantage from there. But afterwards, after there, once the ultimates were ready, once everyone was level 4, it's a whole different game plan. And you can see that Nino was trying his best to try and make plays, try and focus on Ether. But overall, they're kind of forced to kind of move in too far deep into enemy lines. And their composition really isn't made for that.
Exactly. Initially, it looked like they wanted to just fully dive into it, right? We predicted maybe Terizla Alpha. That would have been the right play if they actually had that comp. And then here, going for Cars a lot of times, giving him an opportunity to escape and giving the rest of the team so many more ways to outplay. I think the targeting for Ultra Ego was definitely sus as well. And Cars, you give him a window, like you said, he'll take that window, he'll smash that window, and then he'll say hello from that broken glass window.
And you can see there, even here, going for big engagements on Audi and Cars. And the big problem mainly is the fact that Cars just takes so much effort, right? Even in the previous fight, the fact that he survived there means that for Alter Ego, they're kind of split apart right here, right? Who are they gonna target? Who are they trying to look for? This fight was only really won because there was a split focus coming in from Rebellion. Matt wasn't really in the picture. And here, look at that. Earth Shatter flicker play from Cars to ensure that Nino, the squishier Nino, that was going for that sustain, not going for the full tank build, gets taken out. And again, the Claw that you mentioned, Mirko, is just so vulnerable.
Yeah.
Even with the Winter Crown, you're just so limited when it comes to your impact, your presence in the fights. I think that's something that Alter Ego needs to keep in mind right here if they really want to go for this. Because we did mention there were options available to flex into the jungle that Roger could still very well go to the gold lane for game number 2.
Man, just, you know, the Claude in this meta, I wouldn't even say in this meta, in this game, it was so ambitious. You know, High is always very high on ambition. It was literally an Edith, Zask, and Jawhead. And Julian, we saw the whole comp before we saw the Claude pick.
Yes,
right.
it was
And
the
they
last
said,
pick.
nah, I'd Claude.
Well, he certainly clawed all over the place.
Did he go Sky Pier? No, he didn't.
It's just
the same, you know?
It's just not enough, bro. That's the problem here. The fact that Matt, you know, we talked about Matt's performance, right? When he's a bit too gun-shy, a bit too hesitant to move forward. Heiss is like the exact opposite almost, right? Like he just goes in all the time. And the fact that Matt is able to get, in a way, more presence, more highlights in this game kind of shows you how difficult it was to try and make the Claude work. Because if there's any matchup that's a bit more contrasting than this, you know, you'll be pressed to find a matchup this contrasted, right? Aggression and, you know, passiveness-wise from the two gold laners. And still, Matt was the one that had moments in this game.
15 minutes and 25 seconds. They were able to get this game under their belt. It was still, I think, a bit too 50-50 for Rebellion standards, though. Usually when they get the early game win, they are absolute monsters. And we'll see that improvement, I feel, for Rebellion as we go on in this series. And now, it's back again to that puzzle that we've been talking about. Game 1, Alter Ego with the winning draft. Game 2, Alter Ego overthinking their drafts. You know, going for the Claude, when they could have gone for fundamentals here.
A little too flashy from that draft. A little too, yeah. I see why they force it. I see the vision, but unfortunately, again, the 3 picks right from the side of Rebellion, it's not a weak picks, right? You got the Zas, you got the Edith, you got the Moskov. Those are strong, very popular heroes as well. And if you let them get their mid power spike, late game power spike, you see what can they do. And of course, I want to say here, I want to give a special shout out to Mr. Wijaya, the daddy or the father of Cars.
Daddy.
Game number 2. That game was for you.
Yes, sir. Whoa. Definitely it is, you know, Cars with a performance. Now we're going to throw it over to Budukara Monster with an interview with some of the fans.
Hai.
Halo Bude.
Apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah baik.
Kemari sedang apa?
Tengah tengok MPL Bude. MPL Indo belajar sini.
Oh, belajar. Karena bentar lagi mulai juga ya untuk
Bentar
MPL
lagi mulai,
Malaysia.
2 minggu lagi.
Yes, coach dari JP Niners yang season lalu berada di sini tapi sekarang sudah berada di Malaysia. Dan menarik sekali pastinya tengok MPL, ini memang kebetulan pas sekali untuk sekalian mendukung mantan tim kah?
Iya benar, karena kebetulan RBL juga main, ya udah gitu nonton. Sekalian ketemu mereka juga anak-anak. Ada player aku yang dulu masih soalnya.
Yes, beberapa masih stay juga, tapi pasti kita tahu Chico dan pasti tahu juga bahwa untuk early regular season Rebellion ini lagi berat banget Chico.
Iya, aduh Bude.
Apa yang kalau menurut sudut pandang Chico gitu ya, ini lagi kenapa nih Rebellion?
Menurutku Rebellion yang sekarang sampai week 3 ini tuh mereka belum nemuin karakternya mereka, karakter gameplaynya mereka seperti apa. Terus juga kalau yang aku lihat nih selama ini match ke-5-nya Rebellion ya. Kayak mereka tuh game pertama tuh selalu kebuang sia-sia gitu, kayak kalah gampang lah kayak kasarnya ya sama musuh. Menurut aku dari preparationnya juga harus dibenahin sih, kayak ada masalah berarti di situ menurut aku, karena sayang gitu tiap game. Mereka tuh baru mulai game 2 tuh baru ada perlawanan kah atau baru bisa menang gitu mungkin. Baru panas, baru bisa adaptasi lah gitu di masuk game 2. Nah dari preparationnya lah menurut aku harus dibenahin juga.
Tapi jadi satu-satunya tim yang belum pecah telur loh Rebellion.
Mudah-mudahan hari ini.
Mudah-mudahan hari ini. Tapi
iya kali, siapa tahu.
Iya kali iya. Tapi jadi penasaran kan di sini banyak anak-anak yang sebelumnya juga Chico asuh saat menjadi coach. Masih sering kontak-kontakan gak sih Chico?
Kalau kontak-kontakan jarang sih, mungkin karena mereka juga sibuk latihan kan, training kayak. Ya mungkin kalau ketemu kayak gini aja mungkin sapa-sapaan sama Kars, mungkin sama Swilo, masih kayak kalau ketemu aja gitu Bude.
Oke, lagi temen aja gitu ya.
Gitu.
Tapi ngelihat mereka seperti ini, kayak apalagi ini di momen penentuan mereka bisa pecah telur atau enggak, sebenarnya apa sih yang bisa dilakuin nih untuk mungkin memecahkan telur mereka sekarang?
Menurut aku mereka tuh harus manfaatin PowerPoint-nya mereka gitu. Mereka tuh tahu mereka unggulnya di mana, ya mainin di situ terus drag musuhnya ke arah situ gitu.
Tapi kalau dari Hero gimana? Kemarin tuh Nana sempat muncul. Apakah mereka harus ngeluarin cistrat lagi?
Waduh, kalau itu aku kurang tahu ya, karena mereka tuh yang sekarang nggak tahu suka apa enggak sama cistrat. Cuman itu sih kayak kenalin timnya sendiri dulu aja gitu. Kayak mereka tuh kuatnya di mana sih? Kayak ini kan menurut aku kayak Kars nih bisa dieksploitasi lebih lagi gitu. Kayak dia aja barusan pakai edit hero tank yang punya damage sedikit.
Maniac!
Udah lumayan, udah bagus gitu udah. Apalagi dia pakai, gitulah Bude.
Tapi ini belum full potential dari Rebellion dong dengan line up ini.
Iya sih, mungkin belum keluar ya potensial penuhnya itu.
Oke, jadi mungkin bisa ini maksimalin dari segi Karsnya. Lalu apa lagi nih kalau ketika melawan alter ego yang kayaknya panas juga nih, mereka habis lustrik juga.
Mungkin skirmish mereka yang dulu kan mereka galak tuh Bude. Kayak kalau ada skirmish di awal tuh mereka suka menang gitu. Nah itu coba munculin lagi deh, pengen lihat gitu.
Coba dikeluarin lagi ya.
Buat Swilo tuh sama Audi kan mereka galak di river dulu tuh.
Berarti kamu melihat di season ini Rebellion nggak segalak season lalu?
Ya bahkan bisa dibilang kayak ya itulah mereka kalah terus sekarang Swilo. Kenapa lu kalah terus di mid sekarang?
Hei kenapa Swilo? Mana Swilo yang dulu? Tapi ngelihat ini apakah karena dari patch-nya?
Mungkin juga Bude, karena sekarang kan main banyak banget jungle-nya apalagi kan ke assassin gitu. Jadi hero-hero mid tuh lebih riskan lah kayak gitu.
Lebih riskan dan menurutmu sendiri masih lama nggak nih untuk Rebellion bisa beradaptasi dengan patch, dengan MPL season 14?
Ya kalau lihat sampai sejauh ini lumayan cukup panjang ya kayaknya, prosesnya masih lama kayaknya.
Biar bisa nge-sprint gimana nih?
Nah itu menurut aku kenali timnya sendiri dulu, bangun karakter gameplaynya, kayak ya yang penting tahu powernya di mana gitu. Timnya tuh kuatnya di mana sih gitu.
Karakter Rebellion yang season lalu sama season sekarang, apakah masih sama?
Oh beda tentunya Bude.
Beda?
Beda, kalau season lalu karena mungkin dari patch juga ya. Tapi season lalu tuh kan Rebellion kan terkenal dengan pick off-nya itu kan. Dan Audi juga memang bagus main pick off. Mungkin sekarang entahlah nggak cocok, entahlah apalah ya. Aku kurang tahu juga untuk mereka. Cuman mungkin ya itu harus dicari sih, harus punya karakter lah intinya.
Jadi kita merindukan Audi juga yang pick off-nya ini ya. Swelo, Audi, nih berdua coba kasih tahu sesuatu dong Chico nih. Mereka kayaknya kepengen disapa kamu.
mereka nggak mau kayak begitu.
Mereka nggak mau makanya umpetan ya.
Umpet mereka. Menang dulu nanti sapa.
Nanti disapa. Tapi mungkin sebagai teman lama juga, ada nggak sih yang mungkin kamu ingin sampaikan kepada teman-temanmu yang masih berada di panggung MPL ini, Ciko?
Ini aja sih, mungkin kalian sekarang lagi struggle lah. Tapi jangan nyerah dulu di sini gitu. Kalian harus tetap tetap temuin lah api semangat kalian, terus juga terus improve gitu. Adaptasinya jangan kelamaan kalau bisa. Udah 0-4 soalnya kan. Masuk leg 2 supaya lebih gampang lah, nggak terlalu susah. Kalau leg 1 kalah semua kan susah nanti.
Cengap-cengep ya.
Iya.
Oke, tapi itulah dia, dan kita juga ingin wishing good luck buat Ciko di Malaysia nanti.
Terima kasih.
Semoga lancar-lancar di sana, membawa nama Indonesia, salah. Dan pokoknya good luck untuk Ciko, dan thank you banget udah berada di sini karena kedua tim sudah bersiap untuk melanjutkan pertarungan di game yang ketiga. Jadi, monggo caster.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the caster desk here. It's still Mirko and Gani and Arashi. And what you just watched was Budiklara Mongstar interviewing the old daddy of Rebellion Esports. That was Coach Chico.
Exactly.
Who's here at MPLID? Wow, I didn't know he was here. That's a lie. I saw him back. We met him, we spoke actually.
Well, we saw him, but we didn't know he was going to go up for an interview.
That's true. We had conversations with him. I asked him if he was going to be staying up until match 2. He has a flight to catch. If you guys don't know, he's the coach of JP Niners now. With Antagonist. Shout out to Ancha. And Max, twin brother of Matt, who's going to be playing in JP Niners. And Rossi, a player from Alter Ego, who's going to be playing Rossi. Not you, Arashi. Rossi. Okay, not everything revolves around you.
Exactly. I didn't say that though.
It's Arasi without the H.
Off camera.
Exactly, with a Y.
Which is hilarious.
Off broadcast, Arashi is such an MC, you know?
Man, he gets free skins all the time. It gets like the purchase of the limited edition Benedetta, Electo Katana, and the Mythic Warrior. Hey, wait, you guys can do it too. UBS Gold X MLBB, MPLID Season 14, UBSLifestyle.com, UBS Lifestyle e-commerce. Go ahead and check it out right now to get some value. And Alter Ego, they definitely need a lesson on value. Because the Cho was not value, but we can let it slide. The Claude. That was in Minecraft, whenever you get hit, there's always a sound like right? And that was a big punch. When the Claude was picked, it was and you died. Because what the heck, man? The Claude Arashi against the Zask, Edith, Muskov, Jawhead, and Julian. Is that the best choice?
Honestly, I'm trying to think what's the idea, right? Is it big AoE ability that can just kill everyone? Is that the idea? You know, because he seems to be very intent on going in with the Winter Crown, with the Blazing Duet combo. I don't know, man. You have to wonder if there's a better alternative. A marksman that has good AoE, Mirko, that can kind of go from long range. Would the Ixia kind of serve the same purpose? I don't know.
Honestly,
something like that.
I think there's a bit too much
too ambitious
that can go in, like dive. Lane-wise, it's great. Like against Moskov, it can actually ensure that the Ixia is safe.
Yeah, but with an Aurora to cover, you know, with
and the
if
Ruby
you have the
too.
Cho, I guess, you know, the Ruby. I feel like there is. I'm not saying it's the best option, but compared to the Claude, you know, I feel like I would much prefer the Ixia personally.
Especially if they got Terizla, right? Because then they would actually have more dive. That could
man, that would be so insane, actually.
The Ixia. So there were two ways. I think the safe one
side laners
is Alpha. Right? Terizla Alpha, we kind of mentioned that. But yeah, Ixia is a strange choice. Do you have another choice in mind, Gani, for that composition?
Let me think, all right?
Okay. How about you, Mirko, as a gold main? Well, we're waiting for Gani's answer.
Oh, man, I would have gone Melissa, man, you know? Like,
Oh,
no, I'm joking. No, you don't go Melissa. That's a bad comp to go Melissa. It's a joke.
You heard it here first, boys. Clip it. Clip.
Hey, someone's back,
Is Brody that bad this patch?
Yeah, I think it is quite bad because you're just so vulnerable. I think anyone who can't bring the Purify finds themselves in odd spots. But I have to agree with you. The Rhodey could have worked in the lane, especially because you're up against the Moskov. Moskov's #1, you know, bully is probably the Rhodey. But they're thinking
a Purify marksman.
Big game, right? Like, what's gonna happen if I go for the Brody? The Jawhead's probably gonna flicker ejector on me, and now the score is tied.
How about Natan, Mirko?
Natan.
It was banned by Rebellion in game #1. Could it have been a better option for game #2?
Natan is.
I think it would have actually been
viable option.
Yeah, so you can bring the Purify. The only problem is they needed a Terizla. If they wanted to go Natan, the Cho is more of a, you know, skirmish man.
True,
he wants
true.
to go for fights. I think if you wanted to go Natan, you need more of a tanky frontliner, and that was what they were lacking.
Yeah, I feel like the tanky frontliner would have benefited regardless, right? I think
Exactly.
it's a factor regardless of what gold laner gets selected.
So
again,
Terizla is prio, you know?
as much as Rebellion has a lot of things they can fix up, Alter Ego also has a lot of things they can kind of, I don't know, consider to try and get this final game right here. But now, Rebellion actually will be picking second pick. So for once in these 3 games, Alter Ego will be first pick.
Yeah, so Alter Ego actually choosing the blue side, right? Because obviously they just lost last game. Let's see if the blue side can actually get them a win. Ladies and gentlemen, the final draft of match number 1. To swap in sides, Ruby. Super prioritized here. Alter Ego don't want the Ruby smoke.
Okay, Ruby, good flex. But for Rebellion, I'm going to see a repeat of the bans of game number 1. Guess not. The Zask ban away early already. Coach Aldo not really going for it. Not really liking the Zask pick, I guess. Rebellion though with the Ling ban, are they going to ban something like a chip as well? Is it the macro they are fearing? Or is it the presence of Nile on an assassin? It does seem like it's going to be the Ling and the chip. For Alter Ego, it was actually the Ruby in the Ruby or the Tsushin for game 1 and 2. We'll see what Rebellion goes for in game 3 here.
Yeah, a big option that can be left open. The fact that Rebellion finally are not on blue side means that the Fanny and the Hayabusa might be left open. Alter Ego can go for it. We know for a fact Nile can play the Hayabusa. Let's see if his Fanny is still on par with, you know, the top of the league, because it has been banned like every single game against him. Maybe he has those jitters on the Fanny. We'll see. Alter Ego, looking at their bans, they are always the ones to ban the chip and Ling. So finally now they find themselves on blue side, but they still decide to ban the Juicin.
Wow.
I thought for sure they would actually try to leave that open and give it over to Rondo, who has been a great utility player. And there you go. Rebellion, they opt for the Hayabusa ban instead. High loss first pick.
Wow. I mean, it's great. We talked about the necessity for a strong frontliner. Alter Ego immediately secures it. And the Zask and Tsushin ban, I believe I noticed it yesterday as well when Alter Ego was playing. Seems like Coach Aldo really dislikes picking or letting go both of these mages. I think in yesterday's match he also banned away both these heroes that are usually kind of exchanged.
Aldo is wordist. He just doesn't like specific letters. He's a letterist, right? No Z. Zask, Juicin. Yeah, obviously from a man with A as his initial. So obviously he's gonna hate Z. Rebellion. Blue side, no longer. What do they go for? Roger Edith?
I don't mind that. I don't mind Roger Edith, but it's gonna be Jawhead and Moskov, so neither. Right, to get a Roger still on the board here as well as the Fanny. But against the Moskov, against the Jawhead, yikes.
And now I think the Edith could actually be picked up by Alter Ego. It has worked in favor of Alter Ego for the longest time, but if they do go for it, High Loss and Edith could be good flex.
Could be, or they can still go for... I don't think the Cho is necessary this early on, right? So for Rebellion, I don't know, they go for the Moskov, so I think that's a comfort pick for Matt, if anything. And the Jawhead, I'm wondering if they really want this Jawhead, or if they are thinking that they don't want to show anything else, so they might as well show the Jawhead. That can be used kind of more flexibly, right? You can use it defensively, you can use it for early game aggression, or you can use it to assist with your junglers farming. So that might be the idea, but the Loyi Nolan, oh boy!
Okay.
Aggressive early game.
Very aggressive early game. With the high-lows too. Man, they've already covered the book, covered the weakness point of at least, the variety of damage. Loyi plus the Nolan. Oh man, Rebellion. At this point, they're just gonna have to look to dive before Alter Ego can go for it. They already have a Jawhead, so they're kind of fixed into playing that early to mid, right? There's no way they can actually just, swap or change their plans now. What do they go for? The Edith becomes a good choice if they still want to utilize at least some flex into the second phase. But then they would leave Sway Low to be completely banned out in the second phase, and usually that doesn't really give him a good time. So yeah, they end up going for the Valentina. That is the safe route, at least for the side of Rebellion. I think Cars has more choices to go for compared to Sway Low, who's a bit, more narrow, his hero pool.
Well, to be fair, he was also the guy who brought out weird things like the Terizla mid. technically, and he did go. He was kind of known for having quite the insane flexibility, but that's more on the cheese side, right? Instead of just the overall flexibility. So I guess putting cars in that situation is even better. But Rebellion, they're respecting the Cho right here. Are they hinting at an assassin pick of their own? If that's the case,
I expect a Grok ban here from the side of Rebellion. Because again, the early game, right? Luoyi, you don't need level 4 kills. You don't need level 4s to farm kills and poke. So they need a good roamer that is also strong level 3, 4. So maybe a Grok here, Grok ban can come through for side of Rebellion alongside that Cho. And I expect Alter Ego. You know what? It's a good hero, but it's not really meta. Selena for Alter Ego. For Alter Ego. Doubling down on more pickups. They already have a tanky member, a very tanky member in the high-low, so maybe they could go for like a glass cannon type of build for the rest of the team.
Well, but again, there's no way to really combo with the Abyssal Arrow. And to top it off, they also have already an assassin in the jungle. If they want to go for that, it's possible. I don't think it's impossible, especially for Coach Aldo. But it's going to be risky against a Jawhead and Valentina. There are a lot of ways for Rebellion to punish that possibility. But they've been with the Kaja. So they're really concerned about a playmaking hero for Owen. No Cho, no Kaja. Not really familiar with his hero pool, but in the meta at least, there's still quite a few heroes available. For Alter Ego, they can even switch it up and go for something like a Mathilda, and I think it has still good potential.
Still though, it's going to be the setup for the high-lows. It's the Exborg and the CC. Showing us that maybe the high-lows is just going to be in the XP, not the roam. So it's still a pick for Owen that we are waiting for. I was expecting if the high-lows can actually go to roam instead, they could go for, what was it? Oh, Arlen. There you go. Arlen. I was thinking about the Arlen for Alter Ego. Could be a way to utilize the diversion too. That's a combo we've seen a lot from teams that go Luoyi. Rebellion though, they have the first pick on the red side now. The Valentina, Moskov, and the Jawhead. No flex whatsoever. So only the XP in the jungle left to fill in. They can go Julian. That has been working for them, at least in game 2.
Edith as well?
Edith still be a good choice. They go Charizla. Okay, there you go. Some beefy boys to go for the initiations, and now it's Alter Ego that are forced to respond. Edith, I think, is the best choice, but they give away a big ult. Primal Wrath into the Valentina.
Top it off, what kind of gold leaner will be put in the hands of Hides against the Moskov? We talk about how he's comfortable on the Roger. Harith could still work. Looks fine just here, and the Harith is open indeed. They go for that though. They really have Nolan secured for that physical damage, and there's not a lot of beefy members they have to try and really melt down technically. It's gonna be a Roger and Tigreal.
That's another choice that does really well with the Luoyi. And it will definitely give Rebellion some problems if they still decide to go for an assassin. But this is another big ult that the Charizla can use to punish the Nolan. Okay, the Valentina can use to punish the Nolan.
Right.
Last pick, Rebellion. It's just down to the jungle. Julian, Fanny, Lancelot, Alpha maybe against his comp. What is it going to be?
Aether's hero pool. I feel like he might really be gravitating more towards the assassin right here. But even if he goes for that, there's not a lot of good targets available on the side of Alter Ego. So the Julian comes through yet again. An assassin, but also a fighter.
Yep.
Great balance for, flexibility.
From the heroes you mentioned, only 2 can really deal with, HP percentage damage. And it's the Alpha for tankiness. You get true damage too. And the Julian with the enhanced Scythe. So they decide to go for the Julian here. They already have the Moskov and the Charizla as physical. Technically the Jawhead too. Here it is. Final game of the series. Alter Ego with more emphasis on just attacking from different angles.
Well, the lineup rating favors Alter Ego. I am really concerned about Rebellion's damage output in the early game though, because they're going to be relying on the Valentina, they're going to be relying on the Julian, and the Hylas likes to rush the Oracle. So that situation might kind of swing the early game in favor of Alter Ego until later on, where Matt on the Moskov might be able to try and do something more in those fights.
They're going to have crisp, clean targeting if they want to take the high-lows down. It's time to get into game number 3, the Raging Bulls, who found momentum back again from a comeback win in game 2 up against the 3 faces of Alter Ego. This time with that dreaded horse in the XP back again on the hands of Nino.
Land of Dawn, let's see here, ladies and gentlemen, for the win. Will Rebellion find the reverse sweep, or will Alter Ego actually bounce back after suffering a loss in that second game?
Once again, Audi just helping with the clear, making Aether kind of outmatch a Nolan when it comes to the clear speed, which is very, very impressive. Gonna be a lethal fight early on, and I feel like Rebellion, technically, if Roundel isn't in the picture, can still win it out. Emblems by IndieHome though, we're seeing that Inspire in the hands of Swalo, more cooldown, more spells. Wilderness Blessing, of course, for the roam and mid lane for both teams. And in the... Ooh, that's going to be a Master Assassin for Highs, and it's going to be Tenacity for Matt. So Matt is expecting a lot of attention on him in this game. And for Cars, he's going for the agility, so he's going to be trying to match the impact. He's trying to roam around and try and make something happen. We'll see if that's even possible though, because of the oppressive nature of this Hylos.
Back again though for the first turtle. Like you mentioned, the Hylos is going to be tough, but this time Rebellion, they have a way to actually ignore the Hylos. They can actually just dive towards the Nolan or even the Lo Yi. They have a Terizla. Remember, that was one of the main tools that we were talking about that could have worked for Alter Ego. Now it's in the hands of Rebellion. Let's see if they can utilize it here. Early pressure up top towards the Hylos.
Ooh, interesting. That could be a play to try and shut down the Hylos, right? Get him behind in the lane, let Cars kind of get a bit of an advantage, and that way you can kind of mitigate the tankiness by shutting him down. But here we go, Turtle Dance.
No level 4 just yet for Owen, not for Audi. Turtle in control of Nile. See here, Nino.
Wow, actually Zone Aether down, and now finds the Turtle comfortably. He also soaking a lot of damage with the Revitalize. It's going to be Cars opening things up with the penalty zone now with the diversion. Nino will not be able to be rescued as First Blood goes to the Blue Bulls.
Ooh, wait, this is a creative approach right here. Nile did not use a Retribution, first of all, in the Turtle, because Nino was able to solo Zone Aether away. Afterwards, though, they kind of committed to an all-in technically, and to try and put Aether behind by stealing away his purple buff. I feel like Alter Ego could have won the fight, actually, with the Lo Yi, with the Hylos, with Nile on the Nolan as well. But I guess this is what Alter Ego is going for. Payback for the previous game where it was Aether stealing away camps from Alter Ego.
Especially because Rebellion there, they were actually quite scattered. Their targeting wasn't crisp clean. Like we said, they needed it to actually take Nino down. In the end, they still were able to do it, but yeah, they used all of their resources. And because it was just such a delayed kill, you can see that the rest of the team were able to actually get leads across the map. Highs obviously in this winning matchup, but mainly Nael on the Nolan, stealing the purple buff away. That will give Aether a tough time, because again, Niall's already a level ahead. We've seen this before. He was able to get level 15 9 minutes and 50 seconds in game 1, beating the record of Kyrie, 9 minutes and 55 seconds it was. But they're gonna stay active and nice!
Stoppable force here by Audi with the ejector as well. This might be the opening, but Owen will find the explosion on towards 1 now. The cover is there, the damage is there, Roundel with the flanks. Now it's gonna be Alter Ego collapsing on towards Rebellion as Nail finds that triple kill.
Nyland strikes again, smooth criminal! Coming in at the very last second to snatch those kills for himself. But it was set up by Highs and Owen.
Even going for the purple buff as Cars tries to clear the wave desperately, and Nile will be able to take it away. One more camp even, for a good measure. It will be secured by Nile. What a great play. This is what they're expecting, right? With the Nolan, with the Hylos, with the Lo Yi. That was a decisive team fight when Owen already used the implosion on a single member, on a single person. And yet, Alter Ego is still able to get a decisive victory right there. It's going to be the same story again and again if Rebellion don't get creative in how they approach these fights.
I gotta give props to Highs for his itemization this game though. First item, Thunderbelt. Despite being in a winning side, he decides to go for a bit more utility, and that actually enabled him to not use the Purify, bait out Rebellion, and ultimately get Alter Ego to a spot where they can punish Rebellion. So, I don't know, from Owen shoving Audi.
Whoa, my God, committed the implosion as well. Owen calmly will find the flicker, but Highs there will have damage. Taking 2 members down again, and Rebellion, they are looking lost.
Swalo tried to salvage the situation, but you hate to see it, man. It did not pay off. Alter Ego taking the bottom side, taking the advantage. 3,000 gold ahead already, and particularly in that jungle position. 3 levels behind, now 2 levels. But man, Alter Ego are doing a great job leveraging all the advantage they have right here. And even though they have a Jawhead, Rebellion are at a loss on how they want to try and get these fights. If they go on highs, he has to Purify. Roundel is the only real easy target, but I feel like he might go for a Winter Crown soon enough.
And it just goes to show you how uncomfortable. Oh my god, that is just a jump, by the way. He just went on his Lycan form into the tank. That was actually ridiculous damage just for the jump. Audi forced to run away. That's usually where the Jawhead shines, waiting in the bush for someone to jump on him and then ejecting, but I guess we don't see it here in this game. 3.4k gold lead. And you can see from the items here, that's a bod rush for Niall. He knows that no one is going to be tanky enough to soak in damage. Usually you see Melfic Roar and second for Niall.
No, he wants to go for the hardcore snowball. He knows it's possible, and there are targets available on the side of Rebellion. That's more important than anything. Now with the turtle coming up, you can see Owen already in position, being very aggressive with his implosions right here. This means that Nino is the one that can be pesky, but look at Audi.
Oh, good juke there, Audi. Unstoppable force, and he will fall to the hands of Roundel. Alter Ego, they are still looking for a fight here. Sway Low might be a potential target here. Remember, it is on Nino, but the damage isn't really evident, as Nino is such an annoying and tanky horse.
And we talked about this. Oracle already completed by this fight. Cars though gets jumped on. Owen.
Good flicker. All right. Now Sway Low receives a lot of damage. Owen though will try to sandbag this. Good juke, Cars. Penalty zone committed, but does not find the connection. Nino again showing the information. Alter Ego. They're winning all cylinders.
And Rebellion are gun shy. Cars literally baited out. Flickers, ults away. And Rebellion don't decide to punish at all. They have all their resources still available earlier. And just letting go of these good Lycan pounds to escape from the immobilization of that chain to their gun-shy Rebellion. They're losing confidence by the second here, Arashi, but the composition needs to get ahead at this moment. It's a 4,000 gold deficit with a Jawhead.
They want to use ODCS to try and get something here. Not Nino though, there's no way this is going to work out. If anything, you can see that with Sway Low outputting everything, he can barely get Nino low enough. So they have to try and go around him, right? We talked about the possibilities. If you can't delete the Hylas, try and find ways to get behind him. That's a diversion play though.
Sway Low taking minutes. Sway Low immune, but now with the implosion story will not find anything now. Nails him down. It's gonna be Nino again, looking for the Cars. Looking for Cars. Base turret still stands, but that mid outer will fall. Two important members here.
Nino
will fall. Max will juke. Good juke there, but now with the cover, let's see here. It's Highs stunned. This might be it. Highs falls. As Cars now looking for an opening as well with Audi. Ejector perhaps. This seems like a Rebellion. They have found, finally, Highs.
Wow. That was overconfident from Alter Ego, man. They walk in straight towards Matt, and Nino just walked under the turret straight at him. It's a great play with the Spear of Destruction to kind of kite back around, change things up. Off that play, Rebellion get a turret, get pressure on the far side. When the Lord is up, Alter Ego, they have been dominating, but they have to be careful, man. The comebacks are always possible.
Definitely. Still, with the Valentina, the Julian, and the Moskov, you can't take it out of Rebellion to come back in this game, especially considering right now Alter Ego are deciding to just go for the Lord. That is the first Lord traded in for... Oh no, Matt doesn't go for the tier 2, respects the diversion. They go back away. Owen! Conceal. Oh, they want him.
Has a good fight off. Let's see here, will they be able to hunt Matt down? Now, reinforcements from Cars as well. The slow though. Owen on the flanks, finds two! That's just a distraction. Sway Low very low now. And the backside. Roundel and Nile looking for the flanks here, but that will be Sway Low taken down for the 4th time in this game.
Sway Low once again taking the brunt of the punishment from the side of Alter Ego, unfortunately. Man, that was a huge chase by Alter Ego though. They wanted to make sure that they get something at least from losing the turret on the bot side. Now with the Lord available, Aether is available to try and clear some of these waves, but they're always on the edge because they know Owen is just so decisive with those engages, and the Lord isn't even here yet. Alter Ego is just pressuring.
Oh! He came in to Luoi's damage.
I wasn't ready for that. I wasn't ready for that at all.
Surprise! What the heck? Matt's HP bar just got deleted from the game. What was that burst, my guy? Man, I was about to say Suelo is unfortunate that when he got caught by Owen with an implosion, his Purify was just off by 1 second. Glorious pathway. My goodness. Oh, implosion on towards 1 now on. He will fall from the fracture. Nyland is going crazy again. Alter Ego now, they're looking for the base turret. His Rebellion, they will try to clear this one out, but they will not be able to. As Rebellion, they will lose 2 base turrets.
Such a tough situation to be in, man. The Jawhead always denied, and even Cars, the shining star of game number 2, is completely denied, man. We haven't seen a single massive penalty zone from him. I think we saw 1 or 2 that really caught our eye. But for now, it's still just a waiting game. Rebellion are just so far behind right now. And you saw earlier, a single misstep and you're gone.
It's not just a misstep, right? I mean, it was just like, he was just standing behind a base turret, man. That's normal, you know? It's more of a, wow, Roundel, how did you get that vacuum in? 8.5k gold lead. Again, the swing in favor towards Alter Ego. This game has been back and forth, but Rebellion, despite them getting the wins, they were so hesitant to go for turrets, to go for the punishes, even the bottom lane earlier. Yes, respect to the diversion, but in the end, it caught them anyway, right? So if they had gone and stayed more decisive, maybe that tier 2 would have fallen. Would have changed the impact of the game? Maybe not, but item-wise, Matt, has he reached that power spike?
He has reached a 3-item power spike, but now his issue is survivability, right? And with the great mix of damage coming in from Alter Ego, is he going to be worried about getting a win of nature, or does he want to get a rose gold? Because we saw earlier, he just got completely nuked by magic damage, but if he gets over concerned about that, Nile and Highs can still do an insane amount. So he has damage potential, but he does not have the survivability or the maneuverability. As the Lord comes through here, can Rebellion find something?
They gotta try at this point. Nino,
again, finding 3, right? With the zone. It's an implosion inflicted by Suelo. This might be what Rebellion needs. Now they'll shut Smack down, and backside is going to be Highs securing a kill on towards Aether. Alter Ego, they were tested, but they neutralized Rebellion on the turnaround. Audi now receives a lot of damage as Highs. Ooh, it's a full moon tonight because the werewolf is online.
And they leave the Lord up right here. They go straight for the base turrets. They know they have damage. Actually, they can go for the end even.
Cena with the fracture, trying to find a kill. Let's see Nino, glorious pathway to zone out and isolate Cars. Suelo, no damage whatsoever. Cars are still a little bit too tanky. Rebellion sends with 4, and Alter Ego says, let's go for the Lord.
It was a desperate fight by Rebellion. It was a great desperate fight for their lives, but unfortunately, they're so far behind that it was just in vain, right? It was such a massive play by Suelo, getting the implosion on Roundel too. Wrecked seems to be kind of confused there about the game. So don't worry, they're still winning. 6,000 goalie for Alter Ego. They're going to go on the Lord, and it's free. Wrecked still seems confused. Nino doesn't want to go. Okay, respect. You know, as Nino would say, Sabar. Patience. Calm down, guys. You know, we got the Lord. Let's play with it.
All right. Things are looking good for Alter Ego, though. The base turret on the top side is just a hair's damage away from falling down. But Wrecked with shades of Anthony is showing his concern, showing how serious he is about this game and its outcomes. For Alter Ego, though, it's on to the next fight. You've seen that they can kind of hold their own. And even with the best plays from Rebellion, with the respectable implosion by Suelo, it's just not enough. It's almost a bit too little too late for them. Can they still try and find something now that they are somewhat caught up in some gold? With the Lord in the positions of Alter Ego, it's going to be a tough one.
See here, the final push of the series potentially. Bluff on the diversion here, Cars, penalty zone, 3 men, but he falls deleted. Lord quite healthy, Matt's trying to clear the wave as well. It's going to be true. Alter Ego still not locking down the turret. The main base now finally damaged, and ladies and gentlemen, Alter Ego, after a long hefty fight, they found their rhythm in this match.
The puzzle was in the draft. Wrecked versus Far ends with Wrecked getting the victory here for Alter Ego. With a stellar draft in Game 3 and Game 1, and just a little bit of a fall off in Game 2. But still overall, a solid performance here for Alter Ego. With again, Nile on the Nolan. It's Nylan who is continuously just shine whenever he gets the assassins over the Roger. You know, maybe that could be a lesson. Don't give him Roger. Give him these hyper carries.
That can be a solution for other teams that will end up going up against Alter Ego. But for now, for today, they can celebrate a victory and a great showing here. A great adjustment from the mistakes that caused in game number 2 to the decisive performance for game number 1 and 3. You can see the development, you can see the adjustment, and in the drafting phase, you can definitely see the gears turning around for them. And man, when they have what they need to really get a victory, they just find a great way to execute. Alter Ego.
Go.
Is this a season they've been waiting for?
Alter Ego, go. With Rectinaldo at the helms of the draft. Nile on the assassin. You enable him and you get a victory. Here, let's take a look at that final moment again. Cars really tried, but man, overloaded, overwhelmed by damage. It's really too much for him to handle. And in the end, it really didn't matter if they were able to fully delay it because the base was wide open. And we're gonna throw it over to get an interview with Alter Ego after that win. Let's throw it over to Bude Clara Mongstar.
Alter Champs akhirnya bisa melihat Alter Ego di atas panggung. Setelah kemenangan pertama, puasa cukup lama, hari ini akhirnya kalian ngedapetin kemenangan. Hari ini banget nih. Harus hari ini. Kenapa baru hari ini?
Kenapa no?
Kenapa nih?
Kenapa ya? Gak tahu sih
ya?
Bude, kenapa? Kurang jago kayaknya aku.
Hoki Bude.
Hah?
Hoki Bude.
Hari ini hoki?
Ya, hoki.
Oke. Apakah ada sesuatu yang kalian perbuat untuk hari ini?
Ada.
Apa?
Banyakin ngobrol aja sih sama rekan satu tim. Kayak latihan juga nggak cukup lah. Kita harus banyak ngobrol aja sih. Lebih tepatnya.
Ngobrol?
Ya, entah ngobrolin apa. Yang penting ngobrol aja.
Oke, pasti ada dong ngobrolin tentang lawan. Hari ini
Nggak
Rebellion.
ada sih. Justru ngobrol tuh bukan bahas lawan ya. Ngobrol tuh bahas diri kita aja sama bahas ada lah yang lain. Yang bikin kayak nggak tahu sih, takut aku ngomongnya.
Lah. Nggak, tapi udah penasaran nih ya kan. Lawanmu hari ini bahkan kamu melawan EXP baru, kamu kan EXP sebagai EXP laner baru nih.
Yeah.
Berhadapan dengan EXP lane dari Rebellion, apa yang kamu pikirkan tadi? Gimana sih biar bisa match up melawan Kars tadi untuk Nino nih, EXP baru?
Kuda adalah kunci sih Bude. Kuda adalah kunci. Buat lawan orang-orang jago tuh kuda adalah kunci. Soalnya Kars jago banget kan. Hylos tuh megangin gitu kan. Ya udah pegangin Kars aja. Dari dulu Kars emang jago sih gendong Rebellion sih. Semenjak ada Hylos Kars lah yang gendong.
Oh, oke.
Nino tadi request sih Bude.
Apa request apa tuh? Kasih tau dong.
Request mau high loss.
Iya yang request.
Iya.
Ya, makanya sampai first pick itu buat Nino doang.
Emang mahal Nino mahal.
El Kuda.
Tapi jadi satu player yang memang paling kalian lihat di Rebellion adalah Kars ya?
Ya jelas Kars. Soalnya tuh bukan dari season ini doang sih Bude. Dari gua main Godland juga dia ngeselin gitu loh. Dia jago lah, dia ngeselin banget.
Oke, dan game 3 mungkin itu jawaban kalian tadi.
Iya.
Pegangin terus, jangan
terus.
kasih.
Iya.
Oh well, tapi sesuai yang Nino bilang, sebelum ini adalah Hais yang menggendong. Sekarang Hais di tempat kalian.
Iya.
Bagaimana Hais sekarang kamu ngegendong Alter Ego? Berat nggak?
Aduh, kadang ada gerakan tambahannya sih emang. Tapi aman kok.
Aman? Jadi overextend itu sudah bisa kalian atasi untuk hari ini?
Perlahan-lahan bisa lah ya.
Perlahan-lahan bisa. Tapi Hais, melawan mantan timmu sendiri di match hari ini, bagaimana kamu melihat performa dari Rebellion yang sampai detik ini mereka belum bisa ngedapetin kemenangan?
Ya, mungkin mereka butuh improve lebih kan dari segi game-nya. Tapi tadi mereka udah cukup keren kok, tadi ada maniak kan si Kars.
Betul.
Ya, keren.
Keren. Dari Karsnya dan juga Rebellion untuk saat ini dirasa sudah improve. Namun kamu melawan Matt dengan Moskovnya. Bagaimana kamu melihat itu?
Dia-
Dan dia menempati posisimu nih dahulu.
Moskove cukup pakem sih dia. Dia tadi hampir steal Lord juga kan di game ke-1.
Hampir.
Iya, hampir itu si Nail agak panik dikit itu, hampir dapet dia.
Deg-degan semua ya?
Iya, dia Moskov pemberani lah, hebat.
Moskov pemberani.
Jago.
Oke, tapi di sini Nael, kita kan kemenangan kalian itu dinantikan banget Nael. Kamu bermain dengan sangat apik sebenarnya. Tapi kenapa kok kemarin-kemarin susah banget Alter Ego untuk menang? Next-nya, apa yang ingin kamu lakukan untuk next-nya buat Alter Ego?
Next ya. Kayaknya udah aman sih, harusnya kemarin tuh kurang chemistry doang.
Kurang chemistry aja.
Moga aja nih kekalahan terakhir lah.
Kekalahan terakhir, tapi kita juga pengen dengar dari Owen nih, Owen. Menghadapi Audi hari ini, bagaimana?
Jago sih Bre, cuma udah nggak tengil kayak dulu lagi aja.
Kamu merindukan Audi yang tengil dulu atau yang sekarang?
Mending tengil kayak dulu sih, lebih berani main aja dia.
Di gameplaynya lebih berani?
Kalau sekarang jago.
Oke, tapi kata-kata terakhir dong boleh nih dari Roundel untuk Alter Champs.
Ya buat Alter Champs tetap dukung kita lah, kayak mau gimana pun kita di MPL ya budayakan tonton AE sampai akhir aja deh.
Tonton AE sampai akhir. Dan inilah ada akhirnya. Sekarang kita rayakan dulu dong, kita foto dulu ya. Kita foto bersama untuk kemenangan yang dinantikan oleh Alter Champs. Alter Ego, let's go! Yeay, Bude udah dapat fotonya guys. Keren banget. Jadi Bude mau foto-foto lagi. Kita balik ke caster dulu ya. Caster monggo. Bude mau foto-foto nih. Alter Ego jarang-jarang di panggung.
That's true, Bude. That's true. But Bruno, man, yeah, they very rarely make it on stage for an interview with you.
We're gonna translate.
Huh?
We're gonna translate. That was an Indonesian.
Oh yeah, that's basically what Bude says. Like, oh guys, cheer for Alter Ego. They're rarely on stage.
No, just like let's take a bit more selfies because we don't see you here very often.
Hey man, you know, Bude with a shade a bit, but it's also motivation
Slight
for the
roast.
team, right? Because they wanna take more selfies there. They don't want this to be one of the only times. Ooh, it's okay though. Against Rebellion though, Rebellion has not gotten a single chance to actually walk up on stage and pose at Bude. I feel for them. And it seems even Alter Ego feel for them because Nino was very, very vocal about saying, you know, Cars is so good. He was struggling in the XP lane against him, and even when he was in the gold lane, this guy is just so annoying in the game. So respect from Nino towards his opponent. Even Owen giving respects to ODCS.
There's a lot of camaraderie there. Everyone's saying like, you know, we won, but they're good, right? There were moments there. You know, Matt almost stole the Lord, allegedly, right? I mean,
positive.
There was an attempt, and they were being very positive, and we were expecting a bit more of a heated Alter Ego, but a wholesome Alter Ego shows up instead. A pleasant surprise, but what's not so pleasant, at least for Rebellion, is the player of the match, Nile, on the Nyland, presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6 and Z Flip 6. Man, Game 1 and Game 2, was he 0 deaths as well in Game number 1? He was just so elusive.
I think it was 908 in Game 1.
Wow.
And that was a 950 level 15 moment.
Well, here's a player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold. Early on, this was that Nino moment. This is where I thought they were gonna just go for the fight, right? Because what's left? They already outputted everything onto Nino. They almost got Ether, but they decided to back out of it, just for now at least. And you're seeing there's so many attempts to try and make the plays happen, but Alter Ego, when Rebellion makes so few attempts, it's almost very easy to react to it, because you know when they spend a flicker, when they spend an ultimate, you know that the engage is coming. No mind games here, no real threats. Whereas for Alter Ego, we've seen them just pop the Glorious Pathway and not go for it. We've seen Owen make crazy moments, and see Suelo here trying to make a play happen. But
look at how unfortunate the timing is for the Purify, right? 1 second away!
1 or 2 seconds away for Suelo's Purify. Unfortunately, he gets taken out there. Credit to Owen as well, though. Every single time he feels like a play is available, you already know the flicker, the implosion, everything, and the kitchen sink. This was the play by Suelo, though, comboed by Cars. This really was the moment, right? If they were gonna win the game, and stage a comeback. This was it. Unfortunately, they were too far behind, and even then, Nile was able to just completely demolish Matt, so it just was not meant to be.
And then, obviously, this final moment is just Sampai Alter Ego going for the end, having the base wide open. But I'm curious about the communication for Alter Ego. Is it clean or is it chaotic?
Gosyo boleh nggak? Boleh lah ya.
Konsil, gue mau diajar nih. Nih, konsil ke kanan.
Sabar. Roger kita ngaco,
Itu tebel guys.
Ini tebel.
Moskop debat. Targetingnya itu Nino aman banget, Con. Nino aman banget.
Edit.
Rata. Lihat Jaki. Go guys, Joya.
Jaki dulu. Try. Ada lord 10 detik. Ayo try. Boleh lagi pede banget ya. Nunggu lordnya dulu.
Tetep hancur sih.
Gue TP panik-panikin doang ya. Guys.
Sini guys.
Konsil. Mati nih.
Lihat gue guys, depan pukul. Pukul depan. Gue pegangin. Gue pegangin swallow.
Ini kena dua.
Gua turret.
Ya udah tahu. Iya, po.
Hey, that was the golden moment by Ube as gold, and it is relatively calm for Alter Ego standards. All right, for Alter Ego standards, that was silent actually. You know, so hey, they're improving on that department. They're no longer just yelling on. They're trying to out yell each other in these comms. It's great to hear. And even, the strategies, Lo Yi, Roundo was like, guys, I'm going to do the TP, I'm going to TP, and it's just going to distraction, right? It's a panic TP. I'm going to make them panic. Then we see the diversion come up. Then they panic.
You gotta love the emphasis and the repetition, because Nino, in the last fight, I got Suelo. Yeah,
in case the team didn't hear it the first 5 times,
I got Suelo.
There's a 6th time to remind them, and then maybe a 7th if the game went on for longer.
Exactly. I feel like it's cool. You're seeing a bit more of a development. They're still somewhat chaotic. I mean, there's still a lot of talking from everyone at the same time. But they were able to actually plan out. They're able to actually target better. And we did say that the targeting really wasn't as good in game number 2. I think with this kind of communication, kind of helps out for game number 3 here as well. Because every time they went on someone, it seems like they know exactly how to go, who to go for. And Nile, man, what a monster. Not a single neutral objective given to the side of Rebellion. Technically, it's also due to Nino just walking up. I think Aether was just completely denied completely, dude.
This is his request, by the way. We heard that in the interview as well. He's like, I want the Hylos. They were all snitching on Nino, saying Nino wanted the horse. He wanted it.
I mean, he delivered, right? With the Hylos both games as well.
Look at his face. The horse noises here, 1 to 4,000.
El Horsey.
El Horsey, man.
Yeah, that's what he called him. El Kuda. El Horsey. Oh, man. The new L's,
Is that his new nickname? Because for the most part, the rookie monster, the best Benedetta, the horse.
And now El Sabara first, and then 1, 2, 3
El
gold
Sabara
later.
as well.
The 1, 2, 3 gold later, don't forget that. And then now we have El Horse.
Gold later.
El Ney.
Have you heard the 3-1-2?
3-1. Oh, yeah, I have. Baloyski, right?
Baloyski.
3-1. He has an odd way of counting, but it worked. He got Sans. Maybe that's why he got him. Usually people count normally, right? And Sans can sense that. Yeah. But if you count it in a different way, instead of 3-2-1, you say 3-1-2. He's confused. What is 2? What? When is this? The timing is off, and then he gets caught by the I'm offended. That's just BBB for you. If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, watch the golden moment of Fnatic Onyx versus GeekFam game number 3. That's 3-1-2. And also, while you're doing that, it's good to snack, have a snack while you're watching that, while you're going through MPL games, and Campina is the best snack you can get while you're waiting. Arashi here is very impatient. We have a whole fridge.
You can see it.
Yeah, a whole fridge in the talent room, and in the morning we actually lock it because some people go for it. It was still locked, and he was already trying to get in. I know it's good,
Arashi,
no. But don't worry,
I got it unlocked though.
He got it unlocked. All right, well, tell us how good it is then.
Oh, it's delicious, man. The double crunch coming in. The Tropicana double crunch is what it's called. It's the ice cream for gamers because you can double your energy to god levels, man. I had one this morning, just why I'm kind of hyper. And the caramel ice cream with a double chocolate as well, making it twice as crunchy. And ice cream with texture. It's a whole different ball game, man. Experience the excitement of mabar. Usually it's main bareng, but now it's makan bareng, which is eating together. And with Tropicana Double Crunch, hurry, get it at the Campina booth over here in the MPL Arena. Or get the double crunchy one, because it's god level, dude.
You can honestly level, man. GOD level. You can honestly find this anywhere, right? I mean, you can obviously find it in the booth in MPL ID, but anywhere you go, any convenience store, just walk up, say, I want Campina.
I want Campina, and we will deliver.
we will deliver personally to your doorstep,
Arashi
ladies and
will
gentlemen.
deliver.
Arashi.
On bicycles.
I don't know if you can do it for the international viewers
Can
on
you
bike,
ride
man.
bicycles? Oh, right.
If they order from the Philippines, you gotta go to the Philippines.
We need a
On a
diversion.
bike?
We need a low-Yi diversion.
You're
here to
already
just
hated
get
there, you
all
know?
the way there.
Oh,
What?
yeah. No,
Well,
I mean,
if I bring Campina, they'll love me.
okay, there you go. You know, that's true. You know, ice cream is always, especially Campina, is a way to their hearts.
It's a way of living, man.
A way of living. Oh, we're really stepping up our game here. First, he wants to deliver it back.
Can
you
you
know,
one-up me? No.
man. You know
Probably
what?
not.
We're gonna probably get some Campina cool off because we have the match of the day coming your way. It is RRQ versus TLID, the Cavalry versus the Kings. Mirko, Gani, Arashi will be back for the match of the day.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Bapak akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan gak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Nature Boy. What's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow. Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy, level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL.
Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moontalk. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this. The Battle of the New Pillars, our match of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, Araki Hoshi walking up today with Edok and Rins, together with their main head coach and their analyst, Heskute and NMM. This has been the journey to rebuild the kingdom, and so far it's been doing great. Only losing one match against the Red Robots, the former team of Coach Keskute and analyst NMM. But here today, they're up against a very, very interesting foe. A foe that has just been rebuilt as well. Someone facing the same trials and errors as RRQ Hoshi. Aaron Shiki, Witty, and Fabian in the lineup of TLID, the cavalry, looking as strong as ever to challenge their idols. Once they saw them, Skylar is an idol. But now after hard work and dedication, they've made it to MPL. They've made it to see their idols as they are their rivals. The Battle of the New Pillars continues here as TLID walk up. No longer to be seen with the old pillars. No Yaoi, no Gugun in the main lineup. It is Facehugger and Saint Lucas's master plan, utilizing literally the members of TL Academy. Even Aran came from this team just a few seasons ago, played with this team, and maybe that's why he has been chosen over James. It all comes down to the cavalry versus the Kings. Ladies and gentlemen, usually the Kings would take command over the cavalry, but not today. The cavalry have their own mind, have their own general. And to back them up are these new youngsters. It seems like a story we've seen before, no, Gani? Arashi? TLPH, back when they were called Echo. They had a few pillars come back in, you know, some young talent that was able to bring them to second place and then ultimately to win the M4 World Championships. Will we see that kind of arc from TLID? Is that wishful thinking? Is that too ambitious?
Oof. Hopefully, for TLID's sake. And yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the match of the day. The second match of week 3, day number 3.
RRQ Hoshi takes on TLID. So, you know, you saw the clap earlier. You saw the hype from my left side, you know, overwhelming smiles and aura from the man you see on your screen. Yes, I'm talking about you, Mr. Rashi. How are you feeling for this matchup, man?
Actually, a lot of people are telling me like, oh, you probably feel so confident. Not really, man. Season 14 has been very unpredictable. And like you said, both teams have been rebuilding, and RRQ has shown great promise, but so has Team Liquid, right? With their confidence coming in, especially on the mic as well, that definitely grabbed a lot of attention from the audience. But I think in the Land of Dawn, it's going to be quite dangerous, man. We've seen great strategy and great execution, more importantly, from Team Liquid. And I feel like if RRQ take this match lightly, I wouldn't be too surprised if they get taken out. So they got to tune in, you know? Every single team right now can pose a real threat.
Definitely, you know, despite RRQ Hoshi's absolutely monstrous run so far in the regular season, they are faced off against a cavalry team that looked defeatable, looked to have weaknesses, at least in their first week of playing. But then this week, all of a sudden, we saw them utilize this controlled chaos strategy that we have seen from Liquid, from Aura for the longest time. It was Season 9, if you guys remember, with Kabuki Godiva as well. But hey, we got some special information for you back at home. Thank you guys so much for helping to vote MLBB to get an award. And this is a really prestigious award. This is an award that we've all been waiting for the longest time. Gani, what is it?
It's of course MLBB, ladies and gentlemen. They are the winner of the esports mobile game of the year.
Woo!
Thank you so much for everyone who participated, who influenced and involved this prestigious award. And let's continue on the work. Make MLBB win the same award back to back next year.
To back. Maybe they can pull off a Fnatic Onic at the Esports Awards, right? 4P. Thank you again to the Esports Awards for, again, you know, nominating, and then obviously now we have the chance to actually win it. It's a real good time for MLBB right now. And while we're on that point, you know, you guys probably are seeing the headline there down below. Arcadia thoughts about MPL ID Season 14.
Hey.
Well, why is Arcadia there? He's in MPL Malaysia, right? He's in SRG. Right. He just won MSC. No, ladies and gentlemen, he will be joining our... No, I'm joking. We're going to be inviting him over here to talk to us. You know, the former coach of RRQ, Hoshi, left, unfortunately, but rebuilt his new crazy. What dominant team. I don't know what to call them. They're no longer invincibles, but they're still very, very impressive. Probably still the best team in the world. Hello,
hey,
Arcadia.
Hello, everyone.
Arcadia, how are you doing, man?
Baik.
Oh, okay. There you go. Okay. So he's brought in a few lessons as well still, right? I mean, from Indonesia to Malaysia. How's it been in Malaysia, Coach? I mean, I know you just got, the MSC trophy, but how's it been just, the last few weeks of preparation for MPL Malaysia?
So basically, we just came back from practice, I think, 2 weeks ago. So it was pretty fun last 2 weeks because we also had our team building and we're just going back to practice. So everyone is motivated, everyone is eager to get this back-to-back championship and hopefully qualify to M6. So it was a very fun 2 weeks.
Yeah, it really has been a very fun 2 weeks here in MPL Indonesia as well, Coach. So I got a question for you, right? I mean, have you been watching the last 2 weeks of MPL ID?
Yeah, sure. I always like to watch MPL Indo because I believe that this league is very entertaining. Yeah.
Have you caught anything? Has anything piqued your interest here for the last 2 weeks of MPL Indo?
Yes, definitely. So basically, this past few weeks, right, there were huge upsets like the 4P champion losing to RRQ, and there are also rising teams such as Team Liquid. So it was a very interesting 2 weeks, and there's also some teams that were kind of surprised that suddenly struggling, like deja vu of EVOS. So it's very entertaining.
Well, let us ask you this question again, Coach. Do you think that the new teams rebuilding, bringing in the new players, are doing that much better? Or are the dominant teams of MPL ID that everyone kind of considers the favorites kind of declining? What is your take on that situation? Because there's been a lot of theories over in Indonesia.
To be honest, for me, it's too early to tell. Because if you would look at the last season, right, there were teams that also performed well in the first 2 weeks or the first half of the season, but suddenly did not perform well during the second half. So I would say it's too early to tell, but looking at the players who had some rebuilding, it looks promising. As long as they can keep up that pace, then I believe they're going to good battles.
Well, Gunny, I feel like I'm going to ask you another question here to kind of broaden that topic. Is Indonesia still one of the top regions? That's definitely got to be one of my main questions to you here, considering MSC, our abysmal performance. Both of our representatives did get grouped, Onyx and EVO's Glory. What do you think, Coach?
I would say definitely. I think definitely it's still one of the strong region. If you would exclude the performance of MSC, then and just looking at how the other teams perform in the MPL League, I would say they are still strong.
Oh. Well, what about this, right? I want to ask you for your POV, Arcadia, because at MSC, obviously, we did see the two teams, drop out of groups. What do you think was the main issue for the two Indonesian representatives?
I think this topic has been one of the hot topics as of late, right? Yeah. And also, in my opinion, I want to answer it on an outsider perspective, right? Because for sure, as an outsider, I mean, meaning not part of the Onyx, not part of the EVOS, we don't know what's happening inside the team, right? And there are a lot of factors that could affect a team's performance on a certain tournament. So maybe there would be times that maybe there are internal problems, maybe there is misunderstandings. So these kind of things, for sure, as an outsider, we cannot know, right?
Yeah.
So I'll just give my thoughts based on an outsider perspective. So looking back at the MSC, unfortunately, the two Indo teams fell out of group stage, right? And I feel the main dilemma that they had as a representative was, for me, there were two focus on beating PH team. There were two tunneled on fighting PH team. Because if you would look at their performance, they did not meet the expectations against certain regions like For example, Evo's losing to Farflux, and then having a hard time against Nip Flash, and then Onyx losing to See You Soon, which really led them to a very hard situation. So those kind of things, I believe that going to the MSC, they were too focused on we're gonna defeat PH, we're gonna win this MSC, to the point that they forgot that there's a step-by-step process that they need to do. That's true. We cannot ever underestimate any region in global competition.
Right.
Even Myanmar, they can fight. Every region can fight. So for me, I think that was the biggest hurdle that they had in the MSC. That's why they were not able to go to the playoffs.
So you think, well, I mean, Indonesia, yeah, there were two tunnel vision on beating the PH team. So now, Coach Art, we would like to ask you, what do you think is the next step for ID teams here? What's the solution locally and also globally?
All right. Maybe let's talk about locally first, right? We know Onyx is dominating the local scene, right? Four pit champions. And maybe some people are thinking, should we have new representatives for us to be better in the global stage? Maybe there's a point to it, but it would still goes down to, can these teams outperform Onyx in a playoff stage? Because what we see in the local scene of MPL Indo, you see the first season that Onyx champion, they were strong, but we still got close to them, right, when I was there. And then next season, they were dominant. They were dominant after that season. But third and fourth season, they actually had losses in regular season. But the problem is, other teams besides Onyx Indo, they cannot translate their regular season performance to playoffs. That's why the next question is, if you would look at playoffs, are teams besides Onyx Indo underperforming, or Onyx Indo is just overperforming during playoffs? I think that's a question that teams need to figure out in the local scene. Yeah.
That was a great point, right? I mean, I agree with you. I think it's not really an Onyx problem that MPLID is suffering, but it's an 8-team problem where all the other teams haven't been performing to actually meet Onyx level, or like you said, they've just been so much better than the rest of the competition. But now I gotta ask you about Indo right now, right? Because you were a coach in Indo as well, and you've managed, or you've coached RRQ Hoshi. Now they find themselves finding new pillars, regeneration. We see with Kescute and NMM bringing up Idok and Rins from MDL, and even in TLID we're seeing Fabian, Widdy, Aaron Shiki, so many new rookies. What are your thoughts on the regeneration of MPL Indo teams?
Looking at the RRQ's lineup, I believe their lineup is more on nurturing local talents, right? And they have no imports anymore. I would say that looking at their current lineup, their play style is not that limited anymore. Because if you would look at them last season, most of the time you would see their gameplay is mostly on relying on Skylar. They will pick W utility and Skylar just gonna gendong, okay? That's what they wanted to do, yeah. But now they have these two players like Rins and Idok. I believe they're kinda more on aggressive type of gameplay. So now RRQ has more gameplay, draft things that they can do because they have players that can also play with this kind of play style. So maybe it's the coach or maybe it's the players who want these heroes. And like for the Team Liquid, for Team Liquid, actually this one, I got surprised the first time I saw their announcement that they're gonna demote players like Gugun going to MDL, because me, I like Gugun.
Same.
He was the I like Gugun, right? He was the rookie of the season last last season, right? So I was surprised. Oh, this one is a bold move. But suddenly, when I saw this new jungler play, Fabian, I saw that, okay. So this is the reason why they promoted this guy, and his hero pool is actually deep. He can play Joy in a hard situation. So it was a very daring move, but it was props to them that they were able to execute it out.
I think you have a question,
I
Gani?
mean, you mentioned about aggressivity, right? On the side of, especially from Edok and RRQ. So do you think like the trio mid of RRQ is stronger than TLID? Or do you think otherwise? Who do you think is more aggressive in this current situation?
That's an interesting question. I think both of them are kind of aggressive, but I would compare both of their junglers. I see Fabian as a jungler who's very aggressive as well. Same with Sutsujin. This guy actually played for MPL Malaysia, right?
Yep.
And he had a good run in Indo before going to Malaysia, and I was actually surprised about this guy, why he suddenly, not played in MPL Indo after his stint. So I think Susujin is a promising guy, same with Fabian. But when it comes to aggressiveness, I think they're just both equal.
Yeah, I think we've seen that as well from KSQ, the trust towards Sutsujin, right? I mean, they have Hazel as well in the lineup, but they've deployed Sutsujin in all of their matches. So now I have a question for you, Arcadia. For the longest time, I think since Season 10, this is the first time ever that we actually see teams start to trust the process, start to trust the Indonesian rookies, because again, since Season 10, we've only been relying on imports for the most part, right? That's usually the case. But for the longest time, that's been what the community have been wanting as well. A lot of the viewers have said, yeah, I mean, our regeneration is just not good. How would you try to tackle this issue, right? Because you got 2 imports in your team, but you also trust the process in the Malaysian players there in SRG. What's the mindset that you need to have when you're rebuilding a team?
I think this one is a good topic to discuss because it has been a back and forth conversation about should Indo import, or they should just trust their local players. For me, my take on this is Indonesia have a lot of good players. It's just not a lot of teams are recognizing them, and sometimes teams are investing on wrong players. If teams in Indo can identify those players that are really good, and if they invest in their growth, I think that they have enough talent pool that they can get in their region. And they don't really necessarily have to import unless it's a one-of-a-kind player. For example, best example will be Onyx Indo. Kyrie is a one-of-a-kind. You can never find someone who's Kyrie. Kyrie is different breed. So unless you get someone like that, maybe Kerra, a gold standard, that one you can just freely import. But if you want to just build a team that can really help you with the success of your club, I always feel Indo has a great talent pool, because you would look at Suns. They came from MDL, right? One of the highest buyout Suns, right? And then you see Kiboy, he came from MDL also. So you just need to look at the right places and find the right people and develop them. Yeah.
Well, on that case, on that note, Coach Ark, you have to ask you as well. Do you think right now, a lot of people say that mechanically at least, Indonesia has been showing great potential too. It's just in the factors outside the game, right? The teamwork, the synergy, the communication. How much do you think Indonesia needs to work on the things outside of the game? Or do you feel like even in-game, they need some improvements there as well?
When it comes to the in-game, I always believe that how you perform in-game is always connected to how you bond out-game. If they really want to fix the macro and see other perspective from others regions, that's the best time to import. Like import a really great coach, and then that's the time that you can collaborate your ideas. Because for me, that's the safest thing that you can do if you want to strengthen your gameplay.
All right, so I mean, I'm at this point, Coach. You know, we've asked so many different questions. I gotta ask a spicy question, right? I mean, this is for the Clippers out there who are already watching and are ready to clip. So, Coach Ark, we know what you did. You know, we know your success at SRG, and obviously SRG, from everything, their management, it probably has been, fully supporting you. I've heard the stories of Coach Vecchi as well. You know, trying to get you in, almost getting a pay cut to get you in, but all that, you were able to find a lot of success. What stopped you at RRQ Hoshi?
Oh, no. I don't know. Maybe sometimes, universe just doesn't work the way that you want it to work. And maybe it was not yet our time that moment.
Right.
So, but I still love my experience, and I was still thankful on my experience in RRQ, and I love the players. They had a good, bonding with me. We had good connection, but it was just not our time that time. Yeah.
See.
Understandable. By the way, congratulations, right? I mean, after the departure, you went on SRG, find a success on an international as well. So, again, great bounce back, great clap back as well, Coach Ark. But also, I want to ask you this, right? Who do you think will go to M6?
Ooh, okay. Dropping the big questions here, Goni. You want to ask him Indo, Malaysia, and PH, or just Indo?
Just Indo.
Okay.
Indo, right?
Yeah.
I think it would still be Onyx. Maybe Onyx and BTR.
Oh.
Yeah.
I like it, Coach. You know.
But I feel RRQ also have a good chance this season. So let's see. But looking at BTR, they look kind of strong, just like our last season. But just need to translate to playoffs. Then for sure they're gonna qualify to M6. But yeah, like what said, RRQ looks promising as well.
All right. You said RRQ, you said Bigatron. Thank you so much for these predictions, But now, the prediction for the match that we have up on stage here, the up-and-coming match. TLID or RRQ Hoshi? What's it going to be, Coach?
Oh.
On the spot.
Okay, I'm going to be biased. Let's go Kingdom.
Okay, let's go Kingdom. What about the score, Coach? Is it going to be 2-0 or 2-1?
Oh, I feel this one is a close match, 2-1. Because both teams have momentum.
That's true.
I don't think there's going to be a 2-0.
3 point.
All right, so we're going to see all 3 games according to Coach Arcadia. We'll see if that happens, Coach. And thank you so much, Coach, by the way, for stepping in and MPL Indonesia Season 14 for taking this interview. Do you have any last statements, Coach, to send to the Indonesian fans or the international fans watching you right now?
All right. To everyone who's watching the MPL Indonesia, to the MPL Indonesia community, I just want to say, keep supporting your teams. I know the crowd there, they're very supportive when it comes to their respective teams, especially our Q Kingdom. Keep supporting your team. And also to all the fans, actually there's still Kingdom that supporting me even though I have left the MPL Indo community already. So I'm really thankful to those fans, and I hope that every one of us make it to M6, and I hope to see you soon. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, Coach Arcadia, Mirko, Arashi, and Gani. We thank you so much at MPL Indonesia as well. Good luck in MPL Malaysia, and hope to see you at M6.
All right.
Bye. Bye, Coach. Wow. Man, what a great guy,
What an amazing guy.
Wow. Well-spoken, PR trained, it seems, Doesn't get trapped by the questions we're asking here about what happened.
He's too slick with it.
He's too slick with it. He's too clean with it. Elusive, as Arashi would put it. But, hey, Arashi, he thinks that your team is going to win here against TLID. But it is going to be 2-1. And it is a scary lineup that we see here. Still decided to play witty. Still the same lineup. Trust the process. The cavalry charging on stage to try to prove that prediction wrong. To try to stop the rebuilding of the kingdom. The foundation is done for RRQ. Now they must go up.
They're trying to make themselves the strong foundation. Ladies and gentlemen, the young Academy kids now stepping on towards the big stage. Let's welcome Team Liquid.
ID coming in with the academy players, coming in with a new generation, up against a team with an equal focus on development. They've been able to find great success. They've shown they can get it going, but when the going gets tough, can they persevere? That is what we're gonna prove today. They are up against Dairon, Sutsujin, Rins, Edok, and Skylar.
And you can hear the crowd. The kingdom is here to support the rebuilding of the kingdom. And with Skylar, Sutsujin, and Dairon, together with some young pillars from RRQ Senna, Edok, and Rins.
Will the young players create the same impact? Ladies and gentlemen, let's see the duet of Rins and Edok once again. Will the kingdom be able to defeat the cavalry? Let's welcome Rex Regum Kaon.
Will they be able to take control of this cavalry? That's usually what the king can do. Take control, be proactive, rule. But the cavalry this time are a bit naughty, I would say, you know, don't want to listen to the king's orders, but they will listen to St. Lucas together with Facehugger, and for the kingdom, they must entrust their drafts, their game plan to the very man you see on your screen, Keskute and NMM.
Keskute and NMM, you can see Lucas and Facehugger, both very creative, but so far Keskute has been able to get the better of a lot of teams that he's been up against. But Team Liquid, at least recently, in the past couple of matches we've seen them in, have improved greatly in the drafting phase as well. This is the big question today, man. What is a king without the cavalry? Or will that royal authority reign supreme even without an army at their command? This is the big showdown, finally, the match of the day. And looking at the rival showdown, facing the idol, Iron Shiki, who used to idolize Skylar, actually is getting quite close up there. When it comes to average kills, he's actually above Skylar. And when it comes to GPM, top 5 is definitely still respectable. And with his prowess on the mic and in the Land of Dawn, there's going to be pressure here for RRQ as well. They know that if they fall to today, big words, spicy words, is gonna make it out on the stage.
Added pressure definitely for both the teams. But man, there's this saying, you gotta work hard enough till your idols become your rivals. And that is true today. Aaron Shiki, I think this has only happened in his dreams, and finally he gets to go head to head against the king himself. I don't think we can call him the prince anymore. The man has taken the mantle of king with all the previous kings stepping out. No R7, no Vin. The old dogs are no longer here, and now they rely on the young king himself, Skylar, with new infantrymen. How do you beat a cavalry with an army, right? You gotta get those spears. They've been fighting with swords against their opponents. Now they get to get those spears, try to outrange them, try to poke them down as they try to charge.
Exactly. Foreshadowing an appearance of a Mincetar. Foreshadowing from Mirko.
It is the King's Calling, his ultimate.
Oh, dude. The storyline thickens here, but for RRQ, that's a fair statement, Mirko. They've been able to do what they're supposed to do, play textbook and get success. But possibly right now, against a team that's so similar, that's so dynamic, the usual textbook approach might not be enough. They might have to dig deep and come up with something new, something different from the arsenal. And they're gonna have to come up with it quick, on the fly, against Team Liquid that has shown that in the midst of a tough game, they're still thinking, they're still evolving as time goes on. Dangerous.
And you can see the instant strategy here, the battle strategy up against the cavalry for the generals of RRQ, Keskute and NMM choosing red side away from TLID. You guys want to know a fun fact? TLID won both their games against Dewa on red side. It seems to be their comfort side. They always try to pick it up. And RRQ, it seems they have also found a whole lot of success on red side. It just seems like red side, this patch, this season, has been much more successful compared to the blue side, which, man, you saw it from Liquid, 20% win rate on the blue side.
And you can see why, right? Because that last pick can be that value used on in the Land of Dawn. Seeing the 5 heroes that will deploy on your opponent's side can definitely show that secret weapon for that last pick.
So we in on this for a bit. Is it because the meta is different and the last pick is so much more impactful? Or are the coaches right now in MPL ID rising up to the potential of the flex picks, of the mind games, of the final pick that can ruin the whole strategy of their opponents? Because I feel like when it comes to the drafting phase, a lot of the teams have shown insane improvement. We're no longer relying on power picks, on pocket picks, signature heroes. A lot more flexibility and mind games are being displayed here in Season 14.
And I think right now, we got to talk about the play styles of both these teams, you know? Let's get into the drafting phase. Liquid, they're playing towards, you know, their strengths and their moniker, the cavalry. They're trying to attack from different angles, flanking and going for these team fights. That has been the way to get these wins in the games. And RRQ, mainly, they've stuck to the foundation, the fundamentals, and then having a little bit of a crazy pick towards the end. You know, the flex pick of the Aurora we saw against Vinifern Alpha that got them a win. But here it is, TLID on the blue side, RRQ on the red side. Ruby taken away. You don't want to give that over to Edoc, Roger, and Edith as well. Fanny Chip with the link. Banned out.
Very interesting, right? Team Liquid already a different approach here. Banning out the Roger, and Zushin is up and available. Don't forget about the Zask as well here. Perhaps Team Liquid, they're trying to play around more on towards the mid. They will let go of the Zushin, and they will take up the Zask. Now, RRQ, no Roger, no Ruby as well. No Edith.
No Edith, but they do have the Aurora. Great solution for the Zask, and somehow, some way, is a flex pick in the hands of RRQ, but no, they want that Hylas, they want that Harith. Great source of damage, great tankiness, the Horseman, once again gracing us with his presence in the Land of Dawn. Expect insane tankiness. Now for TLID, what's the solution here? Where do they want to get that DPS source to take on the Hylas?
That has been the main problem up against the Hylos. I think Alter Ego and just earlier Rebellion fell for the Hylos counter. Or, not the counter rather, but the Hylos prio. You try to counter it, usually we see the bans coming in very late. CC and Xborg. Now technically they have a chance to pick up something like a CC here, but this is the thing that makes RRQ or the Hylos pick in general really, really good. It's flex. You go for the CC here, and then the Hylos would just be flex into roam. Then the CC is gonna have a tough time because RRQ will have ways to try to, you know, counter that matchup. They'll stick to the team fighting that they've been able to rely on all this time. Nolan, signature for Fabian, and Terizla for Aran.
Great picks for Team Liquid. Great teamfight potential, but even more of a threatening presence in the jungle. Although we haven't seen the roamer just yet. This Nolan pick is great. It can farm, it can fight, but it needs to be enabled, especially if you're trying to go aggressive all the way from the early game to try and shut down your opponent. For RRQ, they go with the flex play, man. Hylos and Arlet, where do they go? Where can they go? What can they try and secure right here to try and deal with the Nolan though? The Harriet already is a great solution for an assassin. More tanky, more mobile than most other gold laners right now. And they're actually going to ban with the Mathilda here.
Yeah, I mean, you saw the performance from Moody on the Mathilda as well yesterday. And it's so annoying that the mobility, right? The guiding winds potentially that
against the Hylos.
Against the Hylos, against an Olive as well, and of course the Herod, it's going to really supplement the mobility. Let's see though, TLID, they won't try to target that mid, alright? Sure, you got Arlet, you got Hylos with flex, let's target the short thing here. Let's eliminate the utility mage here because I want to kill and we don't want to take on the Aurora.
The Aurora definitely a problem. It was picked up by Edoc and Rins, the two players that have been mentioned by Arcadia, the MSC champion. Let's take a look at his comment. Last season, RQ depended on Skylar, but now Edoc and Rins has brought a new style to RQ, a very aggressive style. Rins flickering forward on the Eve always just, you know, blows my mind, and it actually almost worked. Moscow banned out as well, setting up for the Herod to just dominate this lane, and so that TLID won't have ways to play the macro game as well.
Iron Shiki going up against Skylar's Harith in their first meetup right here. Definitely a daunting task, and you have to wonder what Coach St. DeLucas has in store for him, right? Do they want to go for the usual type of gold laners, or do they want to go for something a bit more mage-oriented? Because we haven't seen Aaron Shiki flex those possibilities just yet, and they banned the Hayabusa, so still very aware of the potential of a assassin coming in from RRQ.
Let's Let's see, the pick is going to be the juice in very late into this draft. I think this is the first time ever that it's been completely ignored in the first phase, but they will end up picking it up. Now, for TLID, 3 picks come to mind for the gold lane. Natan, carry to deal with the high lows. Natan scales up a bit late, but also, I think Lunox could be a good answer. They have already the Nolan to dish out physical, the Turizla as well. Lunox in lane against the Harith. It's a counter matchup later on in the game, and it could be good against the high lows too. Double value?
Why not, right? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. And maybe right for the roam here. Okay, Matilda is out on the board. Honestly, I don't mind the choke from Witty, but it's gonna be the carry here. A hero that has high DPS as well. Alongside it, why not Kaja?
Possible. They want to go for that kind of aggressive play. It's going to be the Jawhead though, so less decisive, but a lot more flexible for RRQ. But they have a Sushin with very much pressure in the mid-range. They go for the Lancelot out of nowhere. Wow. Great mix of styles, great mix of possibilities here. The Sushin, by the way, can lift up the Nightmare Spawn and toss it away out of effective range. There's so many ways that RRQ can play this, and you have to wonder, what's the idea? Which lane do they really want to prioritize right here? Because Team Liquid have solid laners of their own.
It's such a good mix for both these drafts, man. TLID and RRQ Hoshi. And we asked for a prediction. Though Arcadia said RRQ because he's a part of the kingdom, he says it's going to be close. Both teams have been amazing, and I think it does reflect that in the draft itself. Arashi, is it 50-50?
Ooh, man. 50-50 potentially, but considering the aggressive nature of both these teams, the fact that Team Liquid might require a bit more time to scale, I feel like RRQ has a bit of an edge here.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's time. You see the Garuda wings of MPL Indo. You see the Franco as he hooks us back into the land of Dawn for our match of the day. The Kings up against the Cavalry were trying to take down the Reaper's Kingdom that they have worked so hard to build back the last 2 seasons. It is time. RRQ Hoshi takes on TLID.
To see how this plays out, especially in the roaming position. The fact that Edok is now on a Hylas, it's strong, it's tanky, but it's not really as dynamic as the Ruby that he is now quite notorious for. Looking at the battle spells, no Purifies on the side of Team Liquid, so it's very, very interesting, very confident for RRQ. In Pure Rage on Tsuzujin means that he can do percentage max HP damage as well and maintain a bit more of a good mana pool. So in the prolonged fights, RRQ might have a bit more of an edge here compared to Fabian.
My question right now with the Impure Rage is, are we going to see the Tsuzujin Lancelot tank, you know, the hybrid build, maybe Thunderbelt War Axe, as we've seen a lot of different players go for that, even on the Rogers. TLID very aggressively invading towards the other side of the jungle.
See here, Fabian dealing damage on towards Edok. And RRQ here, they will stabilize, especially in that gold lane here.
Again, the emblems by IndieHome, 4 tenacities for the set of RRQ. They are gearing up for a scramble, and they are playing it pretty safely as well. Even Skylar going in for the Inspire gives him more damage, but also more sustainability. The fact that there's a Chushin in the mid lane, though, means that RRQ can be a bit more safe. Look at Jawhead play, though.
Wow. It's an ejector there. On towards one member, Tsuzujin will Phantom Execution out the way. That's Fabian picking up the first blood. The Cavalry drew first blood.
Wow, Aaron Shiki's laning has been impressive. Actually going head-to-head against the Harith, who on paper, theoretically, should have the edge.
The Harith pick definitely dangerous, but Carry is one of those weird marksmen that can kind of make it work. Iron Shiki is playing it well, though, but with the level 4 Zaman Force available, seems like he will respect that potential. But the turtle is up right now, and RRQ are on the back foot after losing their mid laner. The Sushin is a great option to try and go against assassins, because you can itemize a lot more flexibly if you want to go for something a bit more tanky, because you don't really need the damage in order to be useful, right? It's about the damage over time. It's about spending time here, lifting people up with the Lantern Flare, and look at that, Rin's already making full use of it.
The delayed turtle take here. The Kings and the Cavalry don't want to charge just yet. Fabian has been busy though. More busy than Tsuzujin on the Nolan. Is an advantage that we expect from Nolan. Ejector Unstoppable Force.
On towards one. And the backside is actually a run now, receiving a lot of damage. Oh, good penalty zone, as Fabian will not be able to execute member. Really goes down a run as well as Lance finds a kill. And now Fabian looking for a trade. But it seems like now RRQ, they're controlling the turtle pit. The Newt is theirs.
The Kings aren't playing like Kings, they're playing like assassins. 1v1, the duelists. Fabian, I don't think he can steal this. RRQ Hoshi with a big win at the start of the game. 2 kills, traded for 1, and a big neutral objective.
There was some fancy movement coming in with Syzygy on the Lancelot. Of course, we haven't seen Lancelot in so long, so it might not be as fair. But looking at the talent prediction, it's also unfair because everyone's actually, no, it's actually quite fair.
It's 3-3.
3-3, Gani.
Gani says 2-0-2, man. A whole lot of confidence here for the new lineup of TLID.
Is that personal, Gani? That's the real question.
It's not personal. What? The world does not revolve around you, Rosh.
Wow!
It's Aaron Shiki, man. He is Iron Man.
He's him. Oh! Is he him, Gani? Is he Aaron Man? Is he gonna snap his fingers
of course,
and beat the
man.
Kings? Hey!
Whoa,
Shout
whoa.
out to Mr. Dead from Bogor! Ladies and gentlemen, who's restreaming here. MPL X streamer, he's gonna notice in a bit. There you go. Let's see his face. Oh! Shout out to the winning pose from Dead from Bogor. And shout out to him, man. You guys can go and check him out. Restreaming, winning.
Good ejector, but only on towards the Horsey. The irony is, they're the cavalry taking on the Horsey.
The horse is just way too tanky, and that is what RRQ has as an edge here. They can keep opening up the maps because they know, at least for now, there isn't really enough damage. Even later on, when you know you have a carry to try and lock down, to try and melt down this Hylas, there's no way to stop him from just running off with the glorious pathway. So the Jawhead will have to be forced to use most of the card control tools on the Hylas, and if they do that, Syzygy can definitely take full control over the game. He's gonna get jumped on right now, though.
Ooh, gets out. Syzygy, he's a mercenary, it feels, you know? He's been bought by so many different teams, played for so many different teams, started his way in EVOS, and then moving to KGE in Malaysia, and now the mercenary for hire has been hired by the Kings. Fabian zoned away in the mid lane. Man, this prio has been ridiculous, and finally Skylar getting that advantage in the bottom lane.
Ooh, that was Aaron Shiki with the lemon sticker as well. Now, the neutral objective take again. Will be RRQ controlling that side. So, penalties don't flicker though. Might run. No ball damage here as Syzygy only finds the turtle. Here it's going to be an Iron joining the fight as well. 2 members of RRQ deleted. They're down.
Wow, 2-4-0 RRQ. They play that perfectly. They know exactly how they want to do this. They want to play defensive, reactive, so they don't spend much. But look, Syzygy and Fabian 1v1.
It's a 1v1, Fabian! Volume 1 of Jungler. TLID wins this one. Oh, it's going to be Darwin. Will he find it engaged? Yeah, he will find a payback at all. Fabian technically getting 2 kills.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that does end up being worth it for Fabian. And man, if we talk about Fabian, this guy is no newcomer when it comes to usurping a king. He usurped the position of King Gugun, and now he might be trying to usurp the rebuild of the kingdom.
Looking at the items though, Starliam and Thunderbolt completed for RRQ, for Syzygy, sorry, for Dyron and for Skylar. So the burst damage is definitely something that Team Liquid has to be careful about. Whereas on the side, you can see Rins go for the Clock of Destiny, so it's still a mage build, potentially going in for the glowing one as well. So he won't be going for the more defensive style as Weedy gets jumped on.
He has a ejector, he did not expect the reinforcement there. Thankfully, he has the flicker to get out.
Look at this movement from RRQ though. They're rotating a lot more efficiently compared to Team Liquid because they have control, right? This mid game with the Tsushin is just so dangerous for RRQ, and they have the Hylas as well to open up the map in the way that Team Liquid cannot. So Team Liquid is forced to take different routes all across, and Iron Shiki gets jumped on.
Yep, with the flicker as well. Pops now, good ejected onto it. Zero under the turret, but the damage from Skylar is huge and massive. Iron Shiki finds a kill as well. Oh my goodness, that's a joke! That's an outplay by Iron Man! And in the front side as well, it's gonna be Rinse taken down. Team Liquid, they're collapsing. Iron and Skylar, can they do it? Iran taking damage. Repositioning as well, but TLID finally finding a great trade.
The cavalry strikes back, and again, it's through the flanks, it's through attacking from different angles, and it's through protecting Mr. Aaron.
Hey,
Sir Aaron, the knight for the cavalry. What a play!
It's almost like a misplay coming in from Syzygy diving in there, 1v1. Weedy once again gets jumped on. RRQ going aggressive, even though there's only 2 of them right there. They're just showing dominance, and Team Liquid will respect it. They're backing away right now, and RRQ has a chance to try again. Oh, Rinse!
See Rins though, trying to make a play on towards Aaron. Not scores. Bad play. Oh, the damage comes through. Aaron stuck, and Skylar punishes. Rins goes down. It's mid for gold. Ron now engages with a penalty zone now with a dominant descent as well. Skylar, good night. And now take a look at Weedy. We see a lot of damage. Sutsujin though will not be able to finish the job as Fabian finds the kill. Now it's an all-out war. 4v2 Edok running for the hills with the revitalize. Dyron and Edok, can they make something as Weedy is low? Dyron finds assassination. Iran and Dyron. But yes, kill Fabian looking for an angle here to find assassination for the payback. Whoa! It seems like with the glorious pathway, Edok saves the day.
Divine intervention. I remember the moment he defended against GeekFam in Season 12. And you said he made a deal with the devil. It seems he might be making the same deal for this game, Gani.
There's a close fight, but RRQ definitely fell short there. Sutsujin seems to be struggling to try and find the impact when he's being zapped by the Nightmare Spawn, while Aran is just in his face. Skylar and Sutsujin both are just getting zoned by this Terizla pick, and now they're going to lose a turret on the top side as well. Team Liquid don't have control over the Lord Pit, but they definitely have control over the map at large, as Sutsujin shows on the top side. It's a signal for Team Liquid to get going.
The gold lead is gone. It was pretty big for the Kings, but now the Cavalry have been able to take it back. Sutsujin.
Oh, good stun. That's Sutsujin here trying to get space. RQ though, they will take their time. Both teams will take their time here, waiting for info.
Playing their cards right at this point, you know, going for the farm. And by the way, Fabian, the Usurper, has been busy. Just clearing out the jungle, getting this level lead. These small wins for TLID, for Fabian, it has played a massive role in a lot of their successes in the team fights. And now, the composition can really strike fear into the Kings. They can go for fights.
Oh, that's a good attack to Dyron. Breaks the down. 5v4, penalty zone. Edok to the backside, trying to hold on. Aran though will not be able to sustain the damage. RIQ even fights 4v4 Lord, 8,000 HP. Can they commit? No. Both teams will concede on the Lord, but Fabian is actually now moving. Skill secures it. RRQ, they will defend this Lord.
A battle of Sutsujin and Fabian, and Yehezkiel, the X Factor, takes it away. Skylar takes away the purple, but actually it's Sutsujin who gets it. Didn't have the red tree there, but the Lord did go to TLID. It's still 50-50 at this point of the game, 10 minutes in. RQ should be able to defend this. And Sutsujin.
Promptly done by Sutsujin with the flicker as well. Weedy wasted that flicker, and RQ, they got info.
Happy feed from Sutsujin, but man, what a play from Team Liquid to just go and straight up clear up that Lord after RRQ was trying to reset it. Now it's back to the waiting game, and Team Liquid, no flicker on Witty, but they still have engage tools available. Gonna be a clear in the bottom side as Aran looks for a chance to try and start something, but the wave will be cleared before, and Team Liquid, in the grand scheme of things, they're not really using this Lord to its full potential.
Definitely not. But again, it's a bit tough knowing RRQ Hoshi still have a lot of the pressure around the map. They've been dealing with the waves one by one, slowly but surely. So TLID need to also hold off from going all in now. They just gotta go for the scraps. They got the tier 2 up top. Now they've destroyed another structure in the Kingdom's castle. Now back again, 300 gold lead. It's literally, there's no lead in this game.
Margins.
Small margins that they're playing with. Fabian, level 15 already. So traded
behind. Oh, what? The damage is almost incalculable, and that fracture, Rince didn't even have time to use his flicker.
Leave it to the Usurper Fabian to get a kill on one of the Kingdom's new members, Rins. This is why they didn't ban the juice in. They knew they could beat him.
Rins also has to be a bit more careful with this. You know, the flicker is there, but also his ultimate. Both are gap closers, and Rins did not get to react at all. He has a chance to itemize defensively as well, but it looks like he's gonna go for even more damage. That is something that he might come to regret, considering the impact that Fabian has in the game right now.
And now it's back to a reset for RQ Hoshi. All they can do is really just wait for Rins to respawn back again. Now he has, but even then, he's actually ahead of Yehezkiel despite, already dying 4 times. Still though, he is very vulnerable. We have a game fact by our new application GoPay in MPL Indonesia Season 9. Arlet became the most picked hero for Dairon with 7 picks and an 86% win rate. That's why we've been seeing Dairon make those plays happen, surviving just barely, playing with those fine margins, those thin margins to look for the outplay. Ooh, but the outplay might just be overshadowed by that big bond, man. You can only survive for so long. That's going to be a lot more burst for Fabian. Look at his positioning.
All right, Aron walks in.
He's checking. Seems like we'll be able to hold on. Fabian though. Oh my goodness, Tyron caught Yeskiel with the kill there to secure a member of the Kings of Kings.
This is a terrible stuff for RRQ. They have Edok as one of the main frontliners on the Hylas, but for the most part, he's actually been playing on the back, trying to use that Glorious Pathway as utility to boost the movement speed, or at least slow Team Liquid down. As a result, Dairon just gets completely jumped on, and considering he's going for a Kriras and the Thunderbelt, he's just not tanky enough to withstand the kind of damage right now.
Witty, no window. Unstoppable force though on the horsey. Revitalized, Sutsujin jumps in, looking for something. Edok gets taken down first. Now the damage will come through towards Sutsujin as Aaron Shiki's Shuriken will claim the double. Looking for the triple. Skylar looking for the trade. It's a 2-for-1 now. Dairon, massive ground control, but can it finish the job? This new gold laner of TLID, Aaron Shiki. No, he's Aaron Targaryen. Aaron Targaryen, he can counter whatever he wants. And he can do whatever he wants, it seems, flickering forward and still not getting punished.
I mean, you said it, Mirko. He is the usurper.
That's Fabian.
Is he? Oh, it's Fabian.
Maybe Aaron could be the conqueror.
Man, though, 3,000 gold lead. RRQ, the front lines are dealt with. Sutsujin, with all the mechanics, with all the happy feet maneuvers he's been able to make, is dealt with. Even Skylar, with his damage output, can't really match up to Team Liquid right now. Execution-wise, they're doing an insane game. Now it's at the base, though. This is where it gets dangerous.
This is where the charge is at its strengths. The cavalry. We'll see if they can actually utilize this momentum in towards the base, cracking this formation for RRQ Hoshi that needs to be a front to back. But also, they haven't really been able to go front to back. Edok's been picked off. These members have just been falling to the ejectors. Up top, base turret taken down already, and they're gonna start sieging with even more resources here, another wave. Unless they decide to take the discipline route. Slow it down. Again, just freeze up the waves. Fabian was waiting in that bush. Good read from Rins. Putting Lantern down to open up some vision.
Ooh. Fracture for style points right there. When it comes to scouting, both the Zask and the Tsushin can do really, really well. But Rins definitely feeling the pressure here. Again and again, the plays happen so fast that he is unable to react. So we have to wait and see. And if you look at the items, he went for the Blood Wings too now, so more survivability. But I don't know if that's enough to withstand the full burst coming in from Fabian. 7-1 and 2. The longer the game goes, technically, RRQ can catch up. It comes execution based, but that is where Team Liquid has been able to get the advantage in that execution, in the pickoff by Witty, and in Iron Shiki just out-damaging all the members of RRQ. If they want to win, they have to find ways to be a threat to the backline, and before that, get past Witty and Aran, the Giant and the Terizla in the front line.
A big problem as well for the Kings, right? Rins!
Halfway. Oh my goodness, look at the damage! Oh, now with a run, flickering penalty zone. Skylar now looking for a fight to the backside. Finds Sutsujin. It's gonna be Fabian taken down. Now the fight to Edok very low. Will not be able to survive, but Skylar finds the double.
Wow! The battle of Aaron and Skylar. Aaron went in a 2v1, and it seems Skylar found himself in a similar position as well. Both came out on top. But it's a 3-for-2 at the end of the day, still in favor of the cavalry. Arashi, RRQ were against the clock. They needed to look for a snowball with this composition. But here at the 17 minutes, somehow they were able to get a fight that they could have actually won.
That was so close from RRQ. I believe there was a moment there where the final slash from Dairon actually pushed Iron Shiki out of the danger zone from Skylar, I believe. That was very, very unfortunate. But again, this is how close and competitive this game is. With the Lord back up, Dairon is really scouting for information, and so is Rins. But again, the main front line can't be the two of them. They're just way too vulnerable, way too squishy to be shredded down by Iron Shiki. And now look at Team Liquid making their move already as Fabian gets spotted.
Let's see here. That's a good stun. Winter Crown though, with ejector, glorious pathway. Fabian looking for an escape route. Oh, pull back. Now he loses immortality. Will get taken down. Skylar pre-hitting in the 7-4 domain. Aaron Shiki, the rookie, gets taken out. Abort, abort. Mission abort.
The King's orders. Now Tyrant, whoa! So aggressive. Still not letting them recall RQ Hoshi. Wait a minute. They don't care about the Lord. That is going to be involved. 3 members down. Only Heskia left to defend. They know there's no Dominators to send RQ. The Kings are taking a gamble.
Let's see, will they be able to crack the main base doors pathway invested? Now Weedy still has immortality, but Heskia figuring out. The minions cleared. Oh no, not yet. One more minions and RQ. They exploit that, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1 goes to the Kingdom. Wow. Team Liquid. The Cavalry had the aggression, had the team fighting prowess. But RQ Hoshi, they were playing the King's Gambit in that game. What a phenomenal decision to make to end the game. The safe route would have been to go for the Lord. Any team maybe would have gone for the Lord. The Kings are different this season though. They have rebuilt their foundations and they go straight for the end. RQ Hoshi leads this series against the Cavalry 1-0.
Oh boy, that was way too close for comfort. And the fact that they had the peace of mind, the calmness to decide at that moment, hey, look at the waves. Look at the vision, the possibilities, and they completely just end that game. When we least expected, it was just a fight where they finally were able to locate Fabian. And once the core members were found...
Look at Skylar, by the way.
Look at Skylar's damage, man. And look at Rins, finding the right lifts at the right time. It's a whole group effort to come out on top right there. And come on top they did.
Wow, Skylar. We were talking about how, you know, this composition for TL might have actually outscaled RQ. They were fighting against the clock, but no. Skylar's Harith doesn't get outscaled. Skylar's Harith does really well still in the later portions of the game. It's all because he was just waiting for those item power spikes. And in the end, they were able to do it. The Lord dancing. Fabian, for the first time, making a mistake. Overstepping in that bush and getting read out by Rins. We gotta give props over to Rins. He was picked off so many times, assassinated by the Usurper 6 times in total, I think, right? And yet he still had the confidence to make that play. Still had the confidence to use the Crimson Beacon to Fabian to catch him off guard.
Again, it's a team effort as well, because he actually didn't have the Ice Queen's wand until after that fight. It was still just a glowing wand. And he had the guts to just go against Fabian, of all people, on the Nolan and not go for any defensive tools. No Winter Crown. Some people, like myself, would go for the Cuirass, but Rins built different. Not cut from that kind of cloth. Just go straight for all that damage, and he has that presence, and he was able to find the right lifts, man, onto Aaron Shiki as well after he got Fabian. And at that point, at that moment, with the game going that far into the late game, that was just the end of it. The death timers were at like 30 to 40 seconds, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it was the 18th minute of the game. RQ could have made the decision to go for the Lord, and that would definitely be the safe route. But hey, they saw an angle to end the game. They saw an angle to close it out, and they took it. Shoutouts to TLID still, though, because that was a phenomenal game by TLID, able to react and win out in most of the skirmishes. I think they were winning up until this very moment.
I dare say the same thing as well. Diamond, of course, helped out there, right, to try and catch the right members. And Aaron Shiki, a lot of damage, but if there's no one there to tank up the damage for you, you just can't stand like that, man. Against a Harith, we've seen it happen before, right? 2 shots.
I mean, it's just a fight for RQ, right? Shaman Force popped and very clumped as well. Let's see here who will take MVP. It's gonna be Dyron.
5, 3, and 4, our player of the game. Dyron, all the way in the early game, is playing it safe, right? And utilizing his final slashes, out-sustaining and staying alive in a lot of these skirmishes that ended in a way where TL could have wiped them out. The fact that him and Edok, they stayed alive for so long in one of the skirmishes up top around the orange buff, that was really what created ways for them to come back, as Dyron didn't fall far behind.
Let's look at the player of the game highlights here by our official gold partner, Ube as Gold. Of course, Edok always opens up the glorious pathway. And there's some moments here where you can see RRQ definitely has the burst damage potential. But afterwards, when they get forced into a fight afterwards, when there's no cooldowns, no Zaman Force, no Final Slash available, it's just a whole different story. And Susujin was trying his best to try and have the same kind of flashy plays that he would need to have to make this game work, but it just wasn't enough. And this was that insane mechanical duel almost, 2v2 there. But in the end, it was kind of a stalemate. And even in the Lord Dance situation, Witty on the Jawhead was so good at making it difficult. Susujin, I think, was attempting to go for somewhat of a steal. And against a carry, this is a problem, man. That fadeaway is so dangerous. Kind of nullifies almost the mobility of the Lancelot.
Wow.
But yes, this was that moment where Skylar still has a lot of damage. Unfortunately, they were unable to get Aaron Shiki. Here we go. Fabian using his spells onto Dairon of all people. And Dairon with the quick thinking to ensure that it does not go unpunished. Everyone follows up, and like Goni mentioned, in the Zaman Force, in the Glorious Pathway, in the Revitalize even. That's the kind of fight, that's the exact kind of fight that RRQ need to really come out on top.
Yahezkiel here in the moment, and with that, I mean, Witty did a good job up until the very end there, trying to hold off the minions, but Yahezkiel could only just wait for the Dominator's descent at that point. He could not have walked forward. 18 minutes, 53 seconds. You could even see that RRQ Hoshi were actually trailing behind in kills, 15-18.
And the crazy part is they have 0 Lords. So 2 Lords taken by Team Liquid, but RRQ are the ones who won it out. That's the kind of game we're expecting here. Nothing really goes the way it's supposed to when both these teams are just squeezing every ounce of competitive effort out of them right now. Looking at the items, Skylar on the Harith, not even the boots, right? All for damage, all for sustainability, and I think it absolutely paid off in the end right there. And Rince on the Sushin, like we mentioned, no Ice Queen's wand right before that fight. He was that far behind, but then he goes for it, and that actually was one of the things that allowed them to really get decisive catches onto Witty and Yahezkiel when they're trying to cut the waves, they kind of slow down the game as much as possible.
It almost looked like, you know, Team Liquid should have been able to take that late game. Was that purely from one mistake from Fabian? Was that a mistake from Fabian trying to go for Dairon? I think it is, but honestly, wow. Also, Rich Guy, Skylar, all the way to the very end.
Dang.
It didn't look like he was farming a lot, and on the Harith, you don't tend to have a lot of, you know, ways to just stay in the side lane to farm, but he's still the GPM guy, he's still the rich man himself, the king.
And you have to actually give him a shout out as well, because it's not just the farming. He was farming efficiently when there is time, which there was very little of in this kind of game with high tempo. But even when RRQ lost the fight earlier, if you noticed, he actually walked into the Team Liquid side jungle near the Lord, just to ensure he gets a bit of that information. And it's moments like that that kind of allows RRQ to find small windows. That's why it's just never over until it's really over. I think you can say the same thing for Team Liquid too, though. They had a very respectable fight here, and they were able to actually kind of crack the code on how to actually deal with this composition from RRQ Hoshi that got the Sushin, that got the Arlet, the Harith, and the Hylas. All very contested picks in the current meta.
Man, what an exciting game number one, you know, both from the draft 50-50 into the game 50-50. Some mistakes, a lot of mistakes from Rins early on, but then a mistake from Fabian that ended up with the Kings. Taking a risky call, a gamble to end the game. That was similar to yesterday. Also up against a Zask. Bigatron tried doing that, but they were up against a boy who played like a god, man. But here, Yahezkiel wasn't able to do so. Witty tried his best. This sets up for an amazing 2-game series. I'm expecting a 3-game series. Goni! So your prediction is already off, right?
Yeah.
You think they can get it done 2-1 though?
Hopefully it's 2-1. Yeah. Right?
But do you think TL can beat RRQ 2-1? Reverse
Very
sweep?
much so. Did you not watch game 1?
I think I did.
Did you cast? Or did you watch or cast and watch?
I casted, I watched, you know, I was so fresh.
Watch.
Because I was also watching my hair. It seems Fabian ate on Shiki. You can see that hair for them. They're dancing around as well.
New emote.
New emo. Okay, so they're not just, they don't have an idle animation, like one idle animation. Now it's 2. They should definitely grab the head and shoulders here as well to keep the hair of theirs, you know, at Okay, they're really just liking this dance, man. Is it the hair
That's
dance?
the new-
Head and shoulders
the new
now?
emotes, man.
Go check it out, guys. The Gatot Kacha version with Lemon. That's also the emote that Aaron Shiki used up against Galar.
Well, we're seeing a lot of moves here coming in from these two players, out and in of the game as well. So they seem confident, and how can they not be? Like Goni mentioned, that early game was in their hands, right? They were able to outmatch the members of RRQ, but hang on a minute. What's this? Shevin's in the building with her hair cam by Head and Shoulder.
I think
There we
this
go.
is you, Arashi.
This is Arashi? I don't think so.
Quite different.
Oh, but it is.
I believe it's RRQ's no.
Exactly. That's why Arashi. Head and shoulders.
Head and
That's why it's
Shoulders.
you, bro. That's why it's you.
That's why it's
Alright,
you.
man.
Because you're a part of the kingdom, right? She is also part of the
Am
kingdom.
I part of the kingdom?
Seems so. I mean,
I feel like it's not official.
You're
Not
like
officially part of the kingdom, but
you're like the spokesperson of the kingdom, right? You're the delegate. You're the kingdom
man.
delegate.
the PR guy.
The PR guy. Hey, Galaxy Zone, if you guys want to come over to watch some of the big matches here, or any of the matches, and you don't want to sit at the back, no problem. Bring your Galaxy phones. It could be the Z Flip, it could be the S Series, it could be the A Series, or a Fold too.
Whoa.
Okay, brother. Way to flex on us here on the desk. I only have a Flip. I'll get there. I'll get there one day.
Manyala RRQ is what he's flashing there.
RQ
On fire.
on fire.
It's my dream, man. It's one of my goals.
One of your goals to get the fold and fold
fold,
it in the
man.
Galaxy Zone, or would you
Or?
rather just have a flip and take a selfie with the
Alright.
flip? I don't think that's how you take a selfie with the flip, right? Because
Hey,
Old
fun
habits
fact,
die hard,
Fun
bro.
fact, hey.
Huh?
Open the
Old
camera.
habits die hard.
Old
It's hard to
habits
get
die
used to
hard.
such convenience.
Open the camera, dude.
exactly, just open the camera. We'll give you a tutorial, lady, because we take a whole lot of selfies with the crazy selfie machine. Because Donnie,
Open the camera.
You swipe it, buddy.
you swipe it.
there we go.
Here.
We're
See?
not on cam though, so they
I
don't
know.
see it. But what is this?
Why are you not in the picture?
Yeah, Donnie just, I guess, doesn't want to be in the picture. He's a photographer for us, Arashi. And
Exactly,
Then why didn't you
man.
just take the picture normally?
You gotta use the features, Arashi. You gotta
Okay.
use the features. Now for TLID, what adjustments do they need to make? Was it just the
get
Fabian
overhyped,
mistake?
man.
Was it the usurper overstepping his boundaries, trying to take the throne before the kings were dealt with?
Don't get overhyped, I feel, right?
Don't get overhyped.
They need to control the tempo. They got the tempo.
They did.
Why rush? Because when they rush, yeah, RRQ, they were ready to hear and listen on towards the mistakes. They were able to capitalize.
That's cheating if they're hearing through the comms. But
Yeah.
they didn't. They heard through the bushes.
Exactly.
Fabian was slithering in those bushes looking for an out-of-nowhere move, and you guys can go ahead and do that yourself. If you want to hear better, AirPods 4 gets you that siap gaming power. Sama LED power display. That is epic. That's the LED power display that's epic, so you can see your battery, you can see all that, the details in front of the
wow.
AirPods 4. Oraimo, our partner in esports. Check out the official Oraimo store and get yours now.
That's technology, man. That's convenience. I mean, Samsung, Oraimo, we're seeing a lot of groundbreaking technology here that really, it's the little things, right? Same thing with this match. It's not the big moments, it's the little things that both teams are doing to really get an advantage. And I really feel like for Team Liquid, if they want to go for the same draft, same strategy, I feel like it can work out for sure. It comes down to the patience and discipline though. Like you said, whenever they go for a proper pick-off, they seem to have the immediate damage, the immediate approach. But for RRQ, it's about going in together right there. So, hey, we'll have to see if both teams have a drastic difference and if both teams will kind of swap the pick order.
Fabian is a very aggressive jungler, and Sutsujin is a promising jungler. Arcadia, you can see earlier from our interview, this has been quoted. So, do you agree with this? Sutsujin promising, Fabian aggressive. I think we saw that, right? Sutsujin was more of just like, he was tactical, he was intelligent, he was looking...
Tactical.
He was tactical, like you, Rashi. Fabian is more of just like, the Gani. Right? Aggressive.
I'm
I
aggressive,
feel like
man.
he was relatively tactical, right?
Fabian?
Hiding
Yeah,
around the sides
that's true.
until that one moment where he saw RRQ near the Lord in the late game and they're like, nah, this ends now. Unfortunately,
Whoa.
it ended for them instead.
Oh, man. That was the mistake against Dyren. It doesn't seem like that mistake has actually, demoralized him. It seems he's still in very high spirits. Defeated due to a single moment. How can TLID make a comeback in Game 2? Gani already answered this, right? Stay composed. You guys were winning. You didn't need to go for these desperate plays. Exactly. And it did very much look like a desperate play. Why do you need to go for, an all-in towards Dyren? True. Yeah, you didn't need to do that. You could just calm down. Fabian, you're really good. We know you're really good. And you've shown it. So, Usurper Man, wait to kill the kings first before you go for the throne.
To be fair though, right? Even though it seems like Team Liquid really held the tempo, this game was a constant back and forth all the way from the beginning. Gold leads were going only as high as about, 900?
It was a 2,000 gold lead already for RQ, but then the fights in the turtle gave TL so many more ways to come back.
So by all means, if Team Liquid want to try and go with the same exact play, now RQ as well have learned from their experience, and they might be a bit more careful, and there might be less ways for Team Liquid to catch them off guard as well. So these are the critical moments here outside of the game where the coaches are definitely just grinding, man. You can see the gears turning in Cascute.
This begs the question, right? Do you think Rashi, Miracle, or the viewers at home, do you think RQ will ban the Nolan out?
Oh, well, they did just win against it, right? I mean, can't come from a mistake. So, there are many different ways to adjust. Yeah, they could ban the Nolan, they could ban the Zask as well. But the bigger question is it worth to ban anything, or is it worth to replace any of the bans from the first game? Haruki Hoshi banned out the Chip, Fanny, and the Link. TLID banned out the Ruby, Roger, and the Ida. TLID does seem like they're actually going to go for the red side. So this is their strong side. This is the side that they were able to get wins on. Blue side only 20% win rate for TLID. Let's take a look at game number 2. Oh no, they stayed on blue side.
Wait,
my bad.
What? Wait a minute. I thought they switched up. All right. Are we going to see the exact same drafting phase? Both teams absolutely confident in their execution. Seems like that will be the case.
Yep, nothing changing here. Chip, Fanny, Harith, there you go, that's a change. They leave the Edith open, and they ban out the Harith. So, remember when we said that Skylar, just a few seasons ago, has a very small hero pool. Now look at him. Natan, yes. Bruno, yes. Carrie, yes, still. And then all the others that we've seen, the Claude, obviously still. And he's added in the Harith too. Still give me the Zas pick, so it does seem like for TL, the only adjustment is the Harith was a problem.
Wow. I wonder if that's enough. In a way, it might not even be the late game, right? It might be the early game. Maybe Aaron Shiki was planning on being a lot more menacing in that gold lane, and the presence of Harith, even though he wasn't really dominating the lane, kind of slowed down, right? Even though Aaron Shiki eventually caught up, eventually overtook Skylar until that one moment in the late game, the fact that the laning phase was so dominant from RRQ might be the idea, but for RRQ, here we go, man. Hylos and Aurora both flex.
It's interesting to say that both are flex, right? Right. Edok has played it too. That's why it's crazy for RRQ Hoshi. They've had so many more ways to actually flex their picks here and there with the Aurora, now with the Hylos as well. Technically, we can also see it in the Pro. That's an Edith pickup with a Rock Scar this time for Aaron Shiki. So it does seem like, oh, it's going to be a ton for Skylar. We just spoke about this. Skylar back on a signature pick.
What season is this, man? Wow.
Season 17, Skylar.
That's interesting for sure. All the protection available for the side of RRQ, though, for Team Liquid. Do they still want to go for the Assassin? And I'm wondering if RRQ is considering going for the Fighter jungle, right? It won't be as aggressive, but at the same time, with the flex potential, there's going to be more damage coming in from the Aurora, and the Fredrin can be a great solution to stop the Assassin as well. In mid-movement, right? To catch with the abundance of card control that he has in his kit.
Yeah, interesting point here, but the same approach coming to the second phase here from the side of RRQ. They decided to limit Wheaty's hero here, Matola. Very annoying, and also somehow it can, the guiding winds, man, can save your teammates. So let's hear it. TLID, second phase, they already have the DPS in that Natan, they already have crowd control as well, also Peel. So let's see here, it's gonna be the jungler here, restricted. Alpha will be taken out. Will they commit another jungler though?
I think they might. it will definitely kind of halt them as well, you know? Maybe TLID are looking to go for the Nolan again. So RRQ, I'm wondering if they actually want to take it away. They banned out the Moskov in game 1 in this very slot that we see for RRQ. Now that the Moskov has been picked up, maybe they could go for that Nolan ban. Another ban could be. It was definitely not expecting the Cho, but yeah, the Cho actually makes sense. TLID have been able to use this. Witty has actually been amazing on the Cho. Maybe taking a few lessons from Yaoi, who's in the same gaming houses as him. Arlet ban, though, comes out as well. The Arlet was the last pick in the first phase for RRQ, utilizing it as flex, but this time it will not be available for Dyron, and we might just see the Hylos go to XP.
That's possible. In the jungle position, though, with the Alpha ban away, Hayabusa and Nolan are both available. RRQ will take that Nolan. Great balance of damages with the magic damage coming in from the Natan as well. For Team Liquid, if they're gonna go, are they gonna go with the Hayabusa? If they really want an assassin, that is an option.
The Hayabusa here, it definitely does make sense up against the Nolan, the Natan even, but the Aurora, I mean, the Ice, the passive here, it's definitely going to stop a lot of these assassin like kill pressure, right? So for TLID, what would be another option if it's not the Hayabusa for the jungle, Rashi? Do they want to go for, oh, we've seen this from Suzujin, but not from Fabian. Utility jungle, like Bane maybe?
Bane.
Oh. We're talking about this Bane, and there is potential, especially for against RRQ. You can just use it in response to the Glorious Pathway, but no, it's gonna be the Joy and the Terizla, so a tanky, more AoE-centric composition here that can be used to try and deal with RRQ when they clump together, like we saw in game number 1.
Well, there you go. RRQ Hoshi now just needs to wrap up their draft. Where will the Aurora go? Where will the Hylos go? Big question now as we find the last pick. No Terizla to be picked up. Dyron. Does he actually go for a carry in the XP? Is this back to Season 10 Rebellion Dyron?
Wow. Getting the Barats.
They go for Dynoman, adding more HP. It makes sense for the composition, but hey, for Dyron, definitely wanted him to go for a bit more of a flashy pick still. Nolan, Natan, and Aurora. I think that's enough damage, both magic and physical. They got the burst, they got DPS as well. Very well-rounded draft.
A lot tankier, but when it comes to the catch, though, again, all they have is a Glorious Pathway, right? The Daytona's Welcome is great, but it's also very short range. If they're stuck in the situation that Team Liquid is usually in, remember, a couple of times they pick the Barats, and the only engage tool in their whole roster is a Flicker Daytona's Welcome. That doesn't usually end well for them, but I guess with the Aurora in town, with the Nolan available to try and make plays, RRQ will attempt to just go for it. And once again, it's a front to back, even though the assassins are in the picture. A weird time we're living in.
TLID loves to play with this. It's a multi-dimensional draft. They play for the front to back, but there's always that lingering threat of the Usurper coming to flank you. It was Nolan in game 1, now it's Joy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Land of Dawn for the battle of TLID versus RRQ Hoshi. Once again, the Kings against the Cavalry.
Call the banners, recruit, and call in your alliances, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see if the Kings of Kings will be able to find the sweep, or will Aaron Shiki and friends actually equalize here in the second game.
Aurora and the Hylos, though, once again, it's a tough lane to be in for Yehezkiel. We've seen the Zaz get countered so often in the current state of things. Looking at the emblems, though, hang on a minute. Fabian.
Stun on towards Fabian, and that's just them saying hello to each other in the first minute.
Hello.
Emblems by IndieHome, though, showing tenacities for both Edok and Dyron. But Skylar goes for the Bargain Hunter, so not really concerned about the safety. He wants that snowball, gets the gold buff as well. And the 2 ruptures for Sutsujin and Rins means that the early damage is definitely going to be more respectable. And Team Liquid ID might have to be a bit more careful here.
You can see that Aaron this time, I mean, just game 1 as well. Aaron has been able to actually utilize the carry to win out against the Harith early. Now on the Moskov, this is a matchup that actually favors him in terms of trades. Edok relieving that pressure away. As expected, great move by Aaron, just staying disciplined, not trying to over-punish Skylar.
Ooh, Fabian though, face-to-face against Rins.
For the assassination early. Did not get a good spacing there by Rins as well. and the other side is Dyron and Ron here. You have to be careful. Dyron is not level 4 yet. So no crowd control threat there, as the turtle is up now.
Yeah, Hezkiel 4 seems up top. Rins will be trying to take that XP. We'll be able to get level 4 as well. Let's see if Edok gets an advantage over Witty with level 4. Doesn't seem so, but he is ahead. So he will be able to get that faster than Witty. Maybe this will be the King's proactive move to go for the neutral objective. Jin securing the orange buff now. Into the Lord they go.
See who will do first blood here. Knock up Royce Battler with the flicker penalty zone as well. Now Ron actually taken down and Wins finds the turtle. That is RRQ finding first blood with Fabian. Returns the favor. The Dino taken down 1-for-1. The Newt though falls to the hands of RRQ.
Skirmish in the bottom lane too. The strike first.
It's gonna be TLID finding the space, finding and able to finding the close the gap here. Zedok. He's stuck, he's a horse, but he cannot run.
Fabian is asserting the dominance there, just jumping straight onto Susujin, but look at the counter. Woo!
Good Purify to escape.
Purify on the Hezkiel, definitely not what we're used to. Oh, Entropy though, fought by Skylar, 1v1.
Oh, this is it. Aaron and Skylar going at it here early on, but no casualties though. Let's see your top lane. Will they engage more? I don't think so.
Wow, man, super impressive from Aaron. I think most of the doubts from a lot of the people watching as well has been, okay, Aaron, all right, TLID, you guys have been performing, but you've been performing against the teams in the lower part of the standings. How are you going to do up against a winning team? And so far, so good. Despite the Game 1 loss, they lost composure, but they've still been very impressive. I think especially Aaron in these big games. Game 1, matching Skylar in lane. Not a lot of players can actually do that in Indonesia, and especially not a rookie like Aaron. This man on the Moscow able to go toe-to-toe with the league's, one of the league's very best.
But if you look at the rotations and the goal difference here, Skylar is having a bit of an advantage. That's because of the backup though. Forward Entropy by Skylar.
It's the tough boots early actually, yeah, from Aaron that actually has given him a way to tank up the damage. Because for Skylar, he's not really too concerned. He didn't go for the warrior boots. He went straight for the Feather of Heaven. Has still the small component boots. Oh, onward.
It's a good onward. On towards Zion, who receives a lot of damage flickering out. The Tunnel's welcome.
Oh!
Damage isn't there. It's sustainable with the Glorious Battery as well. And that is actually the outplay. TLID lost 2 members. At the end of the day, Dyron falls, but TLID, things are not looking good here in the early game.
Dyron wants that MVP back to back. Even on the Barats, he makes it look flashy.
Usually on the Barats, you're kind of passive, you just react to what's going on. But he's actively forcing Team Liquid to respect his presence. That is what you want from an EXP laner. RRQ, a 1k gold lead. We've seen Team Liquid recover from a situation like this before. But Skylar is just scaling a lot harder this time. So Sujin Dyron.
Dynamite.
2-for-1 now. So Jin and Dyron working together. The tag team is real. And Aaron will fall. Another trade for the Kings of Kings.
Terizla is tanky, but the Mercenary with the Nolan constantly just slashing back and forth. It'll take some time, but the tankiness of the Terizla won't last. Not against a snowballing Sutsujin, who's already on the way to a Heptaseas. 100 strike first item into the Heptaseas. You know what he's looking for when you go for that itemization, Arashi. He's just looking for the back line. Aaron's gonna be super vulnerable.
Ooh, even the bot side here. Aaron, whoa!
No, not collapse just yet though. That's Sweetie. Engaging on towards Rins, flickering out. Good composure. Now the passive triggered. He will fall still. Yes, Kiel securing that kill now. Sutsujin looking for a flank. Edok still holding on, but damage from Sutsujin actually caused problems for Weedy. Dyron securing the Dino, looking for more. Fabian slowly but surely looking for the flanks here. And actually will not deal damage just yet. Edok finally falls to the hands of Iran. Dyron still holding on, but Sutsujin comes back, securing the assassination, looking for the double. Will he get the triple is the question as another member falls. And RRQ, they're going ham here mid-game.
Skylar, the king, called for his bannerman. A mercenary showed up, Sutsujin, in the very end to clean the cavalry up. As Dyron just held them off.
As a result, they did lose a topside turret, but man, Skylar, and chopping forward, juking everyone. I was looking for where he was. I thought he got taken out, but no! Guess the turret gets out.
Timing did perfectly with the dominant descent now. Ida stunned up.
That's a tank.
But he is that tank. And the last turtle here will fall again to the Kings of Kings. Perfect turtle, perfect early game. Let's see what they can do entering mid-game. Game 1, it was 50-50 for the Cavalry and the Kings, but it seems in Game 2, shoutouts to Banana, who's actually restreaming back at home. Ladies and gentlemen, go and try to visit here, Mr. Banana Man. Whoa. Up top, there's a trade, at least for TLID. And it does seem like Aaron Shiki will be able to pick up the glorious pathway. Fabian gets out.
Same style here, but Fabian caught in the jungles of Kings of Kings. And they say, get out of a jungle, Fabian. This is not yours.
Nothing is free. There's just nothing free in the jungle of RRQ. Impressive flicker from Dyron, man. Just secures the kill.
Don't forget
to Fabian. Man, with that play now, RRQ can equalize and start just clearing. There's no solution for Skylar thus far. He's just been able to do whatever he wants.
We saw the performance of this Nolan on Fabian earlier on, and Sutsujin, he was just copying what Fabian did.
A man's trash is another man's treasure. My goodness, Sutsujin for EVOs, he didn't make it to playoffs 2 seasons. He didn't make it to playoffs with EVOs, but with RRQ, he is shining.
And look at the trade coming in. They go for the mid turret. They're gonna let go of the bottom turret, presumably. Skylar picks up the Holy Crystal as well. On top of that, with the Radiant Armors built up for RRQ, there's just so many ways for them to deal with the Heskel and Fabian. They can just they kind of can focus Iron Shiki and just make sure that they itemize against Fabian and the Heskel. In that way, they're just making sure that overall, right, they have good tankiness built up.
It's been phenomenal, man, now for RRQ Hoshi, and like you said, it's about the stacking of Edok with the Hylos and Dyron, the Dino with the Barats. Man, when it comes to the health bars, it does get quite ridiculous. That was the punish. They knew there was no carry. The Moskov was picked up in the first phase, and that's why they stacked up. Dyron! Oh, he's trying to go for the Nom. You can't do it to the Lord, Dyron. No!
Whoa!
Skylar!
My goodness. My goodness. Rarely do we see an assassin running away.
Look at me, man.
Against a marksman.
I am the assassin now, says Skylar, and chopping forward in the face of the Joy.
It wasn't an assassin running away from a marksman. No, it was a usurper running away from a king. And this king has no plans to lose this game. 9,000 gold lead, a Lord marching in the mid lane. A siege this time from the Kings. As they march onward, they get the holy defense already. Oh, Dyron!
Whoa, styling,
He's
man.
shuffling!
He is. Now with the glorious pathway, it opened things up here for the side of RRQ to take the base turret down. Will they go for more here is the question. Entropy pops. Optical damage there with Cheeky. Very low now, purified pops by Skylar, but Fabian isolated. Will he be able to get out of this? Oh my goodness, perfectly timed by Rins. What a combination there, the symphony of skill from RRQ. It's just working together.
The Ice Queen, Rins.
You can't escape. Oh, Skylar, and moving forward.
And with the penalty zone though, the damage is there and will be enough to take Skylar down. Weedy will be the trade, but they Thomas lost him here. Should be killed. Iron Cheeky goes down. The race now wide open here as Yeskill. Again, the sole survivor. But RRQ, the Kings of Kings. In the Game of Thrones, the Kings, they are hard to beat. So in the Land of Dawn, it's the same.
They continue the streak. The rebuild of the kingdom continues as strong as ever. Calling for the mercenary, calling for their better men. The king prevails. No longer shall it just be a title that means nothing. Rex Regum Kaon. This title might be real this season.
RRQ issuing out the challenge. Who wants to be king?
God damn it, Ragnar. Against the cavalry, They did not yield. A full force young team that always just goes for aggression, and RQ outmaneuvers them, out team fights them. And at one game, they just caught Fabian. My lord, Sutsujin is ridiculous. Skylar is phenomenal. This team is complete. Don't forget the generals at work, formulating the battle plans in the back. Hescute and NMM. I've been telling you, Arashi, Gani, this man's a savant.
It's a savant for sure. We thought that game one could, be a 50-50. RRQ won it out. But turns out that in game two, it's even more decisive, man. RRQ, insane.
Man, we're gonna throw it over to our hosts. My God, what a phenomenal performance. Let's throw it over to RRQ and Bude.
RRQ Hoshi menutup dengan sangat cepat 10 menit saja untuk mendapatkan 2-0. Bude penasaran, kita melihat bahwa tim Liquid ID sampai kemarin aja mereka adalah tim yang sangat kuat. Kemenangan 2-0 di hadapan kalian. Sang kuda pun kalian jinakan. Bagaimana cara menjinakkan kuda? Gimana Idok? Gimana menjinakkan kuda?
Menjinakkan kuda? Seperti biasa ya, nggak ada yang spesial banget.
Nggak ada yang spesial. Namun kita melihat bahwa mereka adalah regenerasi sama seperti kalian. Dari MDL ke MPL, punya perform yang baik juga, win streak juga. Apa yang kalian baca dari permainan mungkin tim Liquid?
Emang itu tadi Liquid, Bude?
Emang apa? Kelihatannya apa emang?
Liquid soalnya yang ada King Gugun gak sih?
King Gugunnya sudah tiada, sekarang diganti. Tapi tadi dengan adanya Favian sekarang, mungkin ini Ujin juga bisa jawab ya. Di game pertama sempat deg-degan juga ya untuk yang menonton. Namun di game pertama, apakah mengunci Favian menjadi kunci kemenangan kalian?
Ya.
Iya aja. Berhadapan dengan Favian di MPL. Bagaimana ini dia menjadi satu nama yang terus diperbincangkan?
Jago dia assassinnya. Dari MDL dulu pernah lawan juga. Jago assassinnya.
Jago assassinnya. Namun bedanya sama tadi kamu cariin King Gugun, ada apa?
Ada kangen King Gugun aja Bude.
Kangen King Gugun, sahabat dari Ido mungkin. Tapi Dok, Bude dengar kamu juga adalah teman dari Iron Sinki ya?
Ya.
Iya. Benar, bagaimana melihat temanmu dan kamu menjinakkan temanmu juga hari ini? Ada yang mau kamu sampaikan nggak sih mungkin?
Nggak ada sih. Nggak tahu dia mau sekolahin Skylar katanya.
Sekolahin Skylar. Aran yang menyampaikan dan sudah cukup sekolahnya Skylar tadi? Sudah cukup belajar tadi Skylar?
Gue respect ke Ironnya sih, gue nggak respect ke Arannya soalnya dikantongin di Ren.
Oke, perlawananmu dengan tadi kamu bilang kamu respect sesuai dengan yang diharapkan sama Iron Sinki ya. Dia bilang respect. Dan bagaimana kamu melihat persaingan di gold lane bersama dengan Iron Sinki tadi?
Gue ngeliat dia kayak ada potensi lah mainnya.
Potensi terlihat. Berarti masih ada yang harus diperbaiki juga kah?
Gue nggak tahu dari mereka sana ya. Mungkin kalau diperbaikin dari segi power hero segala macam lah.
Oke. Tapi ini kan kayak lagi gold lane persaingannya ketat banget. Skylar, kamu menjadi salah satu top gold laner di MPL. Menurutmu sendiri siapa sih pesaingmu di gold lane di season 14 ini?
Banyak sih.
Banyak?
Ya ada cewek, Eman, Brans, sama semua tim di Indo.
Semua tim di Indo?
Ya.
Kalau
ya cuman kalau 1, 2, 3 mungkin cewek, Brans, Eman.
Masih dengan nama-nama lama?
Iya.
Yang sekarang yang baru-baru regenerasi ini?
Mungkin si Iron yang pertama.
Iron dari gold laner baru masuk ke radar Skylar. Dan hari ini juga menarik karena kemenangan dari RRQ sepertinya merubah klasemen sementara. Kingdom ada di mana sekarang kita? Ada di mana nih? Buset! RRQ Hoshi berada di nomor 1. Menjadi tim yang mungkin tak disangka dingin di pucuk. Dairen, tadi dibilang sama Scalar kamu berhasil ngantongin Aran di lane. Apakah benar? Apa yang menjadi kuncimu dan mungkin itu yang menjadi salah satu penyebab bisa naik ke pucuk juga gak sih dengan kemenangan ini?
Nggak seperti biasa aja sih Bude, nggak ada yang spesial juga. Dari Aran kita main kayak job desk aku aja, kayak aku harus megang siapa gitu-gitu.
Jadi dari semua persiapanmu kayak melawan EXP lane biasa?
Ya, aku anggap semuanya biasa aja.
Biasa aja, untuk menjaga mental pastinya.
Ya, biar ngeboost diriku juga kan, jadi nggak takutan gitu.
Oh, harus berani terus. Namun melihat hari ini juga berada di pucuk, buset Rins baru ini di MPL masuk langsung di pucuk Rins.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Namun ada gak sih kayak wah udah di atas mempertahankan akan lebih berat seharusnya. Semua tim matanya akan melihat ke kalian nih.
Tetap jadi diri sendiri aja sih kita.
Diri sendiri yang seperti apa Rins? Bude pengen tahu nih dari Rins.
Ya improve terus.
Improve terus. Dan melihat sekarang kayak ini apakah sudah dari RRQ potensi terbaiknya sudah muncul?
Apa tadi?
Apakah ini sudah RRQ full potential?
Masih belum sih, soalnya kita masih kayak ya proses lagi.
Proses?
Ya pasti gitu ya, cuman dari kita dibantu juga dari coach staff, dari Abang Yesut sama Bang Kev yang selalu support kita lah. Ya terima kasih juga sama Bang Yesut sama Bang Kev.
Oh, membantu berproses bahkan untuk Scalar sendiri?
Iya.
Dari segi apa kalau boleh tahu Scalar?
Semua sih kalau gue lihat Bang Yesut nge-draftnya.
Banyak sekali yang pastinya kita lihat, namun Sujin, Bude kepengen kamu say something ke Kingdom sambil Bude rekam juga karena pakai kamera depan ini. Ini kamera belakang tapi bisa Bude lihat juga. Ini dia, Ujin, say something kepada tim Kingdom dan juga semua yang sudah hadir. Ayo Sujin, katakan sesuatu.
Buat Kingdom, terima kasih buat support, dukung kita terus sampai akhir season ini.
Lalu, gayanya gimana? Tolong ditunjukkan sekali lagi di depan kamera. Dan Bude udah dapat dan inilah dia, RRQ Hoshi!
The mercenary for hire, Sutsujin, once an EVOS to KGE, now with the Kings.
What a journey.
Did you see that? I mean, I don't know if you want me to replay it on my Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6, but he just did the Sutsujin of all people, the man who's known to be the most quiet, you know, just chill, very calm. He did the
Fabian.
bye-bye.
He's got to do it to him.
He looks maxed to Fabian, and Fabian, hey, good spirits, man. I like the fact that he took a loss like a champ. He's still in the back, smiling, doing his pose. Still, was like, all right, GG. New pillars, the battle of the new pillars. Hey, again, Sutsujin is feeling it. Yo, I've never seen Sutsujin this emotive. Is he? He's
Even on the
truly
stage,
happy.
he was kind of a bit more reserved compared to everyone else.
Wow.
Off camera, though, immediately the real guy shows up, the mercenary, the killer instinct.
Yeah, ferocious mercenary. We'll see who gets the player of the match here. But hey, man, what a performance, seriously. And Dairen as well. Just all the chomps, and you can see this, right?
Munch.
There you go, see, as well.
That's a combo play. Look at Skylar. This play was insane.
Yeah,
I lost
entropy.
track of him. I was gonna see.
Did he die?
Because I know that if Skylar survives here, he's gonna output all that damage.
Oh my
But
goodness.
I lost track of him. If I lost track of him,
Hey!
can you imagine? Oh man, Skylar!
Oh man, let's give the player of the match over to him already here. Shoutouts to Skylar as OG Ranger Rama. Shoutouts to him. He's probably celebrating at home as well. Not because he's a kingdom, it's because definitely not. He's not. He doesn't support any team. He's the most non-biased caster.
Exactly.
Ranger Rama.
That's the official statement.
That was an entropy from Skylar Arashi.
An entropy forward.
You see that?
From Skylar.
Feather of heaven.
Feather of Heavens. And even the way he is able to maneuver around all the danger here. Let's look at the player of the match highlights by our official gold partner, UBS Gold. In the beginning, he really wasn't showing up here, but the rest of the team definitely did. They knew that they had the tankiness to work with. They have the AoE, the magic damage. Look at Dyron even, buying so much time alone. He does get taken out, but at what cost, right? I was doubting the Barats, but he just proved me wrong immediately. Look at Skylar. I'm thinking he's gonna kite back, boom, he just goes in. He knows he has skill, has a Nightmare spawn all the way in the front, and just goes in right there. A great call, and here, the guts to just stand there and just have a showdown against Fabian. And afterwards, of course, Dyron once again. You ready for it?
And
that's just the combo, man. Despite having the low amount of crowd control, they just still did really, really well. And Sutsujin on the Nolan definitely is a absolute menace. And Rin's here, catching with the tip of the freeze. And Aaron almost follows suit, actually. Fortunately for Team Liquid, man, they did try their best. But right here, Skylar, without any reservations at all, just keeps going forward, gets taken out. But he knows that the team has it, man. Immediately coming in, Dyron, Sutsujin. It kind of was a slow end right here.
It looked scary
for a while.
second.
You're like, okay, wait, is it not over? But hey, they got it done.
It looked like it might have been, a boy moment, but let's throw it over to the golden moment to hear the communication.
Dia tarik.
Dia tarik, tunggu atasnya. Tuh dia.
Ini Nolan ini.
Nolan.
Winter dia ada Imo ya.
Karing ada flicker aman. Depan.
Nolan guys.
Gojonin. Karing.
Nice.
Bisa kasih gua.
Ambil le. Nice. Respect. Jangan recall. Fokus lagi.
Respect boy.
Respect is the key ya.
Ini mid, lihat gua di mid ya.
Makan depan-depan
Lihat gua mau dasin.
Sabar. Gua
ada darah sini.
Sini, Dok. Nice.
Purify.
Lihat gua.
Dasin.
Mati si rata semua dia.
Tuh. Moskow mati.
Mati dia.
Bisain ya guys, gak ada ler. Fokus tower.
Turun.
Fokus tower.
Bisa.
Fokus tower.
Bisa.
Let's take a look at the items, man. Phenomenal calls. In the end, they did get very hype. And yes, Rashi, it was a 10-minute game. Game 2 was 10 minutes. I actually thought it was a bit longer. I thought it was, I don't know, it just felt so... The climax definitely hit,
It was so intense that we were sure deep down, like, okay, things are happening here. It can't be that quick. But that's just the kind of tempo that both these teams were playing at. Only a single lord taken by RRQ and just went straight for it. Dyron going with the Skygarden helmet allows him to just stick with the team so much more, knowing that the mobility is a big problem for the Barats. And Sutsujin on the Nolan, man. Not even full items yet, but that's just how far he was when it comes to the gold. You look at his comparison to Fabian, he's 3,000 gold ahead. And that's just it. Skylar as well on the Natan was doing so much damage. Iron Shiki definitely wants to strike back, but he just could not, right? The fact that Natan also has a built-in burst tool on top of the DPS just means that Aaron Shiki is just forced to play around it, and that's just not the way he's used to.
Wow, by the way, Sutsujin, 947 GPM.
As a jungler. What a performance by both, right? Fabian and Sutsujin on this.
Absolutely.
Nolan, man.
On the Nolan. And don't forget Nael, this is earlier.
Oh, yeah,
Match
you're
1.
right.
Today has been the day of Nolans, man. I mean, this
What the
week has
heck?
really been a week of Nolans.
Ryo.
Fabian won on Nolan twice yesterday. Popped off real hard on the Nolan against Dewa United. So maybe this is just a new technology. Maybe Nolan is the #1 when obviously Ling and Fanny have been banned out, right? The new pillar battle, RQ won it in the end. And Gani, even though you went for the prediction 2-0 for TLID, I feel like, hey, that could have happened if that mistake didn't happen for Fabian, you know, that one mistake, you guys probably know what I'm talking about, that could have sent the momentum their way. And we know how good TLID are when they do get that momentum. And for a young team who's only played 2 weeks, this is an impressive performance.
You can see already the glimpses and the potential on this team. Hopefully, though, again, consistency. Hopefully, they still have that drive, have that hunger. And, you know, don't get satisfied too quickly.
Exactly. For both, even for RRQ, right? Winning 2-0 against TLID should not be the benchmark of their strengths. They still need to avenge that loss against Bigatron Alpha. And, hey, they still have their kryptonite later on, Geek Fam. We're going to throw it over to the losers interview for TLID. Let's see what they have to say after that loss.
Yes, Budi Clara di sini berkesempatan untuk mengobrol bersama dengan Saint Lucas, the one and only, the coach. Tim Liquid ID 2-0 tentu bukan hal yang diharapkan dong.
Ya, betul.
Nggak lazim kan 2-0 untuk kalian sendiri.
Ya.
Standarnya bagaimana ini untuk melawan RRQ? Niatnya apa sih, memenangkan kah? Atau yang penting dapat poin aja kah? Atau bagaimana?
Sebenarnya ya mereka lebih better lah dari kita. Kita kalah emang kalah yang ya kalah gitu.
Kalah, tapi kan kita melihat bahwa dari historinya sebelum ini, dari tim Liquid ID berhasil 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. Tapi di hadapan RRQ, di 2-0-in. What happened?
Mereka persiapannya mungkin lebih lama, karena dia main cuma sekali juga kan.
Satu
ini.
match.
Jadi mungkin persiapan buat lawan kita juga lebih prepare lah.
Apakah gerakan kalian sudah terbaca semua?
Harusnya sih udah kebaca ya.
Waduh, berarti harus siap-siap mengganti pergerakan dong?
Yoi.
Namun, ada lagi nih. Kayak tadi mungkin ya, dari RRQ mereka ngejarnya tuh ke Fabian di game pertama. Apakah menjadi consideration sendiri atau gimana itu tadi?
Mungkin lebih ke mereka timnya lebih bagus sih. Kayak dari objektifnya mereka benar-benar kuat. Sebenarnya nggak kayak ke arah Fabian, cuman dari objektifnya mereka benar-benar kuat lah timnya.
Itu game yang pertama ya? Mereka kalau game kedua 10 menit.
Kalau game kedua udah terlalu nge-snowball Suzujinya.
Jadi dari Suzujinya?
Ya, Suzujinya dia bisa ngelakuin job desk-nya, dia bisa dapetin semua objektifnya. Jadi timnya bisa nge-snowball sama nge-end game-nya pakai si Skylar kan tadi Nathan.
Dan tim Liquid nggak bisa untuk menghadapi itu?
Iya, lumayan kesusahan lah tadi.
Lumayan susah, berarti sebenarnya kalau dari tim RRQ siapa sih player yang mungkin dari Saint Lucas, wah ini harus hati-hatiin banget nih, ada nggak?
Idokrin sih yang paling kelihatannya gitu, dia ngegerakin gamenya dari mereka berdua.
Masih 2 player ini, 2 nama yang disebut lagi.
Betul.
Bagaimana kamu melihat 2 combo ini?
Ada Suzujin lagi, 3-an tuh.
3-an?
Iya, kayak kalau Idokrin mungkin lebih kayak chemistry-nya mereka lebih dapet. Terus apapun gerakan mereka yang lakuin tuh benar-benar smooth.
Benar-benar smooth, namun kan kayak kita ngelihat bahwa ada perubahan player dari tim Liquid ID ketika menghadapi kekalahan lalu berganti lagi. Namun banyak juga yang bertanya, apakah ini akan ganti lagi nih habis ini?
Ya kita lihat nanti aja.
Tapi apa sih consideration-nya untuk memilih pemain-pemain muda yang saat ini dimainkan dibandingkan dengan player-player yang sudah berpengalaman sebelumnya? Ada regenerasi yang terjadi di tim Liquid ID, gimana keputusan itu diambil?
Kita kan ada scrim, jadi ya based on data aja.
Based on data aja?
Iya.
Bang, Yawi kapan main bang?
Ditunggu aja guys.
Ditunggu aja, tapi ini masih ada kesempatan untuk berganti player berarti?
Iya, semua pemain tuh punya kesempatan lah.
Punya kesempatan, berarti bisa ditarik bahwa dari tim Liquid tadi masih mencari komposisi yang terkuat juga?
Iya, ini masih week 3 jadi masih panjang, jadi kita masih cari roster yang terbaik juga.
Dan kalau gameplaynya sendiri?
Gameplay pasti berubah-berubah lah, nggak mungkin itu aja karena kita lawan banyak tim jadi harus siapin banyak strategi.
Banyak strategi?
Ya.
Apakah Hylos akan menjadi perebutan?
Lumayan harusnya.
Dia jadi terkenal banget ya Hylos akhir-akhir ini.
Iya, diambil sama tim RRQ tadi.
Tapi kamu dari kayak gameplay di Indonesia ini, gimana melihatnya sih untuk apalagi next lawanmu juga minggu depan bakal ada 2 lawan lagi, terus-terusan lagi. Bagaimana untuk melihat semuanya lawan kalian?
Kita respect semua lawan, kita harus siap lawan semua tim. Jadi menurut saya persiapan yang matang bisa bikin menangin lawan semua tim harusnya.
Berarti yang kita nantikan adalah dari tim Liquid ID?
Apa?
Persiapan yang lebih matang kan?
Persiapan yang lebih matang.
Persiapan yang lebih matang untuk memenangkan match.
Betul.
Itu yang dibutuhkan berarti?
Iya.
Latihan lebih lama?
Enggak sih, lebih ke solving problemnya aja.
Solving the problem. Dan kita doakan yang terbaik pastinya untuk pasukan kuda. Tim Liquid ID, thank you banget Sandy Lucas. Dan kita bakal langsung kembalikan kepada para caster. Monggo.
Did you see that, guys? St. Lucas said that. I mean, RQ had more preparations. They played, TLID played 2 matches. RQ only played 1 match. So obviously they had the read as well. And obviously just taking notes here with my Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6.
By the way.
Yeah, taking.
That's rad.
This is rad.
Absolutely rad.
Rad, brah. So, what did you whisper exactly, man?
Exactly, man.
What's that? Sounded like, you know, that's...
Are you unconvinced?
That was definitely like a Sutsujin answer, you know? Did you hear that? Buddha tried to ask him the question and he was like, yeah.
Yeah.
That's it. Yeah, let's talk a bit more about St. Lucas' statements here. When will we see Yaoi? We were talking about that too while, you know, listening to St. Lucas. And he said, don't worry, the time will come. The time will come where they get back and they will be adjusting again. This is still a new lineup. So for all the Liquid fans out there, and also for the Yaoi fan back at home, you know, Gani is very familiar with who I'm talking about. Yeah, don't worry, Yaoi might play. El Chis, you know, I'm a big fan of him. I really hope he comes back here on stage. Why are you laughing, Rashi? Do you not like Yaoi?
I just like how you're so used to the movement. You can do it while talking, because I can't do that, man. I gotta like focus a bit.
Lies. Arashi does his stance 24/7 off broadcast.
Off broadcast.
Audience highlight though.
Oh, after losing RQ, how can TLID make a comeback against Geek Farm and Kiv_MLBB? Wow, this guy is a big MLBB fan. TLID's gameplay is already good, but it needs to be more stabilized for execution into the late game. If they can't end early, stay motivated, and hopefully you guys can remain consistent.
Yes.
Did you comment this? This is Gotti MLBB. You know, he said this during the St. Lucas interview.
Yeah, exactly, man. I'm Kiv MLBB. Do we have some sort of a connection?
Oh.
Gani can't wait, bang bang with a connection.
Gani can't wait, bang bang. Speaking of connection, Gani, maybe you could share your connection with him. You know, what do you use back at home? What do you use for data?
There's only one answer to this, all right? Indie home.
Indie home.
Don't let your rank drop.
Just
because of a
rank drop. Can't relate.
2024. Get Indie Home, all right? Experience gaming with fast and stable connections from Indie Home Packet G21 for 375k rupiah. Get internet speeds up to 100 Mbps.
For those who don't know, Rashi, 375,000 IDR is, for the conversion, how much is it? It's like
in USD?
You would know like this. $28 for fast internet per month? Oh my
More
goodness.
or less.
100 Mbps. I mean, if you want to be a streamer or a YouTuber, generally you're aiming at like what, 60? So 100. That's pretty good, man.
Overkill, man.
Subscribe now on my Telkomsel or tcell.id/nacional. And make sure you take advantage of this, man. This is a value package. You know, Shevin was here and he was like, he was saying like, yeah, you know, it's really good. And then it kind of clicks for him. He's like, wait, 375? What?
He saw it and he's like, oh, that's pretty expensive. And then you think about it again, this is like an internet package, right? And you're like, whoa, wait, this is like for the Wi-Fi. Oh, it's great, man.
It's unlimited.
It's awesome. It's awesome. Hey, you know what else is awesome? Our final match. Yes, we did get through match of the day. I know some of you guys are sad because match of the day is gone. It's done. But don't be sad it's over. Be happy it happened. And be happy for now, Arashi. Because that first place spot won't stay for long.
We'll see about that. Honestly, I feel like Bigatron are the favorites still, so stop staring at me, bro. You're freaking me out.
It's a classic robot against animal for match 3. I don't know if it's really classic, but I just want to say it's classic.
Animal. Are you Naveen? Are you going to call them cats too?
Tigers.
Okay.
Animals.
Just to check in, you know, because animals could be everything.
Did you say Naveen?
Naveen from the Indonesia. Naveen.
I didn't quite catch that. I'm like,
he calls owl all. We can call Naveen.
All right. All's working today. Naveen's not.
Okay. Fun facts with Gani. The more you know, ladies and gentlemen. In case you guys want to tune in to the Indonesian broadcast that is in the speakers here at the venue, and you know what else is at the venue? glorious merchandise for all you guys back at home. Erigo, wherever you go, go and get that drip out, man. I have a friend named Ferdi. I'm going to dox him real quick. He likes style. He's a fashion man himself, and for sure, he's already bought a whole lot of this, and you guys should too. Me and Rashi, we've already dripped out. Gani, he didn't even buy it because Erigo wants to give it to him. He's a fashion man as well.
He's an icon. Thanks, man. Erigo. Hey, you know.
Is that like...
We can make another deal, you know?
Oh, okay. So you're talking to Erigo? I thought you were talking to the viewers. Trying to riz the viewers up or something.
Erigo, wherever you go.
Erigo.
Wherever I go.
Wherever
Where do you go,
goes.
Gani?
Everywhere.
Okay, Gani.
Goes everywhere. Confirmed.
I want you to read something though, Gani, now, right? Try to read what's on the TV.
That's the problem here.
Rashi, can you read?
Really
Of course I can.
read.
Yeah, and I can too.
Exactly. You know what's the difference?
What?
What's the difference, Gani? What's the difference?
Glasses?
Yeah.
Exactly.
Not just any glasses, mind you. It is the winning glasses for winning gamers, brought to you by Saturdays and MPL Indonesia. This eyewear is a secret weapon. It's not really that much of a secret anymore now. We've been talking about it, praising about it for 2 seasons now. But if you guys want to dominate the battlefield, go ahead and check out the website, available at www.saturdays.com and all Saturdays stores. And for you guys, if you want to stay up to date, you already have Saturdays, you're waiting for the new line to come out, at Saturdays.lifestyle on Instagram and TikTok. We have you all covered with more information, news, and everything Saturdays.
Again,
Because
there we go.
for season 14.
Wink, wink.
That's the
Saturdays, wink, wink, too. We can make a deal. Make some sort of a arrangement. Roar.
Go ahead, guys. Rashi, why do you laugh at El Chis, brother?
I mean, you're doing it so quick, man. It's like second nature to you. It's kind of crazy.
It's a present. It's a surprise.
It's a surprise? I mean, is it as big of a surprise as our 17th celebration?
Our 17th celebration?
How do you translate to Jublasan, bro?
Sweet 17 or Rashi?
Our Independence Day celebration.
It's the 17th.
It's on the 17th of August. Yes, that is what he meant. You guys can go get this new skin for Kadita and Aloyi. Who's excited? We were excited, but I mean, technically, we're not excited anymore because we got the skins. But for you guys who haven't gotten the skins, go ahead and grab it now. It's a special for the 17th of August, our Independence Day. Enjoy a 30% discount on Kadita's Heart of the Sea skin and get Loyi's Tenko skin for not discounted, free. Gratis.
Exactly.
Gratis.
Check it out, all right? Especially for you Kadita users.
Sans, Keyboy.
Keyboy. Those two only.
Yeah. And
Dreams.
Dreams?
Oh, all those big names, Gani, and if you want to meet them, make sure you get your butt over to the MPL arena.
Okay. That's an interesting word to use, Arashi. You gotta get your butt here to meet Arashi as well, you know? Go ahead and buy your tickets right now. Don't forget to buy tickets because, hey, you get discounts with GoPay as well.
True.
And for you guys, catching MPL Indonesia live, I think it's an event, right? I mean, for a lot of people, a lot of our friends come to Indonesia just to watch MPL Indonesia. We had Renmar over just last season. And we've had Vertigo from MPL SG also come over, watch MPL here, and has enjoyed his time over here. So if you guys want to come over, anywhere you are from, you can come over, you know, whether you're from the Philippines, anywhere in the world. Join us. Join the fight. That was M2. But you get it, you know? Join the fight, rise to the top. Great, dare to be great. Better than great.
Better than great.
Greater than ever.
That's my favorite
And then
tagline.
Great to great.
What?
I don't know. I'm just trying to make, you know, I'm trying to give them ideas for M7 onwards because we don't
Like
really
the
have a
sequels?
tagline yet. Yeah, like the sequels. Like if M6 is greater than ever, then we'll get M7 the greatest. And then M8, it'll be greatest to the resurrection.
Rashi needs to chip in on these ideas, man.
Yeah. Well, okay, MPL ID. We own this.
Right.
What'll be the next part of that?
I mean, Realize would say we got owned, but, you know, we don't talk about that.
That guy's name really suits his personality. He always realizes a lot of things. Here on the desk, we decide to just stay delusional. We're still the best region in the world. You guys know nothing, and we will continue being the best.
Exactly.
M6 will prove it.
Take it.
And I'm going to throw it over to Budik Clara Mongstar to cover and sweep the floor for us as we have declared war on every other region. It's been Mirko, Arashi, and Gani. We'll be back for our final match. Bigatron versus Evo's Glory.
ambassador dari tim RRQ, ada Shalma.
Halo Bude.
Shalma, kamu memang di Jakarta di sini, namun yang mau disapa nggak cuma yang ada di sini nih, pasti yang ada lagi nobar-nobar. Boleh disapa mungkin Shalma?
Halo buat RRQ Kingdom yang lagi di kota kalian. Halo semuanya.
Halo semuanya. Dan ada yang spesial pastinya dong, karena ada RRQ keliling kota, RKK. Lagi di mana nih sekarang?
Sekarang tuh lagi ada di Banyuwangi.
Banyuwangi, piye kabare? Loh itu bahasa Jawa, sorry.
Salah ya? Tapi kan Banyuwangi tuh di Jawa.
Bener timur ya tapi ya. Ya mirip-mirip lah ya, Bude Jawa Tengah Mas. Namun Shalma, RKK sudah masuk season yang keempat. Sering banget kayaknya ya melakukan RKK terus menerus. Dan gimana sih ini RKK?
Jadi RKK sekarang tuh ada 16 kota, 11 provinsi, seluruh pulau Jawa, ada Kalimantan, Sumatera, sama Maluku.
Oke, jadi seluruh Indonesia nggak cuma di pulau Jawa dong?
Iya benar.
Buset banyak banget, ini kapan aja sih?
Setiap RRQ main.
Tiap RRQ main? Berarti akan bergantian terus?
Benar. Mengelilingi seluruh kota yang ada di Indonesia.
Ini ada acaranya, ada apa aja sih di RKK itu?
Ada meet and greet nih. Terus kita tuh bisa ketemu sama talent-talent. Karena kan sekarang tuh banyak banget ya talent-talent dan BA juga. Terus kita ada bagi-bagi merchandise sama, tahu gak Bude yang paling ditunggu-tunggu tuh dari RRQ Kingdom tuh apa coba?
Apa?
Sesi foto. Karena di setiap kotanya itu ada yang 700 orang. Itu kita foto 700 orang. Satu-satu loh.
Bentar, terakhir tuh yang mecahin rekor di mana ya? Kayaknya banyak banget yang pada berlomba-lomba memecahkan rekor.
Iya benar.
Kingdom terbanyak.
Iya, kingdom terbanyak tuh kemarin di mana ya? Aku lupa. Itu benar-benar kita satu orang kita dilayanin semuanya.
Waduh, asiknya bisa foto bareng dengan talent-talent, BA yang hadir. Terus ini kan terus-menerus terjadi. Alasannya apa sih? Kok ada RKK terus? Bude jadi penasaran.
Jadi kami tuh ingin memberikan program terbaik buat RRQ, terus ingin menjumpai RRQ yang ada di seluruh Indonesia. Juga kami tuh ingin bersilaturahmi, mengapresiasi karena mereka tuh udah mendukung yang terbaik buat RRQ.
Pastinya, tapi kan ini juga kalau ngelihat jadwal berarti di mana nih? Kotaku kapan didatengin?
Itu langsung aja ikutin follow Instagramnya RRQ sama tim RRQ Kingdom.
Itu dia, cara ikutannya?
Gratis.
Tinggal datang aja?
Iya, kita tuh nanti ada masuk ke ini link daftar dulu.
Daftar dan langsung datang karena gratis.
Gratis, gak dipungut biaya sama sekali.
Jangan lupa follow semua akun sosial media dari tim RRQ pastinya untuk mendapatkan informasi lebih lanjut.
Iya,
tapi kita mau lanjut match ketiga nih Shalma.
Boleh, langsung aja Bu.
2-0 nih, kita berpesta dulu ya. Shalma!
Mana suaranya dari FIFA
RRQ?
Wow.
Okay, nature boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan jurus dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama teman makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Wow.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
wiped out.
Dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita. Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Jika seringan nggak makan memori,
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menangkan total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juri dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Papa akan kehilangan ingatannya.
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Nature Boy. What's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan juris dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombek basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
Okay, Nature Boy, what's that bird then?
It's a male finch. They give seeds to females in a bonding ritual.
Wow.
Samsung Galaxy Z Flip 6. Get it now.
Pakai aplikasi GoPay, dompet andalan gamers.
Banyak damage-nya.
Ada cashback hingga 20.000
buat upgrade skin baru.
Aplikasi ringan gak makan memori.
HP lemot bisa victory.
Top up langsung dalam game
tanpa hambatan. Ikutan selebrasi MPL di aplikasi GoPay. Menambah total hadiah ratusan juta. Bonus stage. Gratis 100 kali transfer kemana aja. Beli pulsa harga termurah. Scan QRIS dengan mudah. Download sebelum mabarkan.
Dia tidak akan segan untuk menghadapi siapapun yang berani melawan. Dia mewarisi perjuangan karena di tubuhnya mengalir darah seorang pahlawan. Pedangnya mengukir takdir kemenangan, menghadapi segala tantangan. Penuh keberanian untuk terus berjalan menuju masa depan. Raihlah masa depan, nabung mulai dari hobi. Koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13.
Main Mobile Legends memang seru.
Mabar sama temen makin epic. Apalagi kalau double kill.
Tropicana Double Crunch, es krim karamel dengan lapisan coklat yang tebal. Crunchy-nya double.
Main bareng, makan bareng Tropicana Double Crunch. Double crunchy level dewa.
Rasa ini Gatot kacau. Ih, tombe basah.
Bro, move on ke Head and Shoulders. 100% pede, ketombe basah dan gatal
Wiped out.
dapetin edisi baru Gatot Kaca di minimarket terdekat. Head and Shoulders. Ini Gatot, ini kaca. Mas Gatot, benerin kaca.
Kenangan adalah jati diri kita.
Kita adalah pejuang yang melangkah dengan penuh keyakinan, menghadapi dunia tanpa keraguan, karena hidup adalah arena pertarungan. Kita adalah pejuang yang tak akan gentar oleh segala tantangan, menghadapi lawan tanpa ketakutan, karena kita terlahir untuk meraih kemenangan. Raihlah kemenangan dengan koleksi terbaru UBS Gold X Mobile Legends Bang Bang, edisi spesial MPL ID Season 13. Saatnya nabung dari hobi bersama UBS Gold.
Apa akan kehilangan ingatannya?
Masih inget ini, Pak?
Sekecil apapun perhatian adalah kekuatan. Hidupkan momen kebersamaan. IndiHome.
Strike first and without mercy. Where I tread, death follows. Enjoy your last breath. Deploying smoke. Going dark. War is my trade. Death is my craft. Backup plan? I am the backup plan. My destiny is what I make of it.
dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. We all this. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Aku kan berdiri dan terus berlari, terus ke arah puncak tertinggi. Ku takkan berhenti, hanya sampai di sini. Kemenangan abadi menanti. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah. We all this, we won't miss. We all this, we won't miss. Saatnya beraksi, jalani ambisi. Aku kan menyawakan hari ini. You know we won't miss if we unite our focus. And if you haven't noticed, we all live. Nyalakan apimu, hadapi semua tantangan, hadang semua serangan, jatuh bukan halangan. Bakar semangatmu, janganlah engkau menyerah. Kita akan buat sejarah.
Live from Jakarta, MPL Arena. MPL Season 14 is powered by Moonton. Presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy. Official e-wallet, GoPay. Official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea. Official gold partner, UBS Gold. We own this.
Sesaat lagi kita akan menjadi saksi di mana tim-tim berusaha untuk mencari konsistensi. Dan inilah dia match penutupan di minggu yang ketiga di MPL Indonesia Season 14. Semua super fans tentunya menantikan untuk pertarungan penutupan minggu ini di mana ada dua tim yang sedikit bertolak belakang. Bude pun melihat bahwa semua dari Biget Troopers sedang menantikan bangkitnya kembali Bigetron Alpha yang sedang digonjang-ganjing, dipertanyakan akankah mereka kuat terus di babak reguler ini atau malah mereka terpeleset. Karena satu kekalahan mereka kemarin membuat banyak sekali yang mempertanyakan bagaimana konsistensi, pola permainan, dan gameplay dari Bigetron Alpha. Namun di sisi lain, ini adalah ajang pembuktian bagi tim EVOS Glory. Mereka ingin tentunya bangkit dari pucuk terbawah, bukan pucuk teratas tapi di palung terbawah. Posisi 8 bukan posisi yang aman. Satu kemenangan baru mereka dapatkan. Agak sedikit terbalik jika Bigetron Alpha kita melihat mereka 4 kemenangan win streak terpecahkan. Dan akhirnya kalah. Berbeda dengan EVOS, mereka 4 kali kalah dan pada akhirnya baru sekali menang. Untuk kali ini, siapa yang bisa mendapatkan kemenangan selanjutnya? Begitu konsistensi dipertanyakan, gameplay pun harus diperhatikan. Namun ngomong-ngomong tentang konsistensi, Bude juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih kepada kalian semua yang begitu konsisten untuk mendukung dan terus mempercayai tim-tim favorit kalian. Dan juga tentunya kepada para sponsor yang terus-menerus mendukung acara ini. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Moonton, presented by official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, official e-wallet, GoPay, official destination for gaming and esports, Hidea, official gold partner, UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner ini esports. Ada Campina, ada Head and Shoulder, Ora Imo, IndiHome, Telkomsel, dan juga Dunia Games bersama dengan supplier, Erigo, dan Saturday. Acara ini supported by PBSI. Hari yang indah tentunya untuk melihat kemenangan. Namun, kalau melihat kemenangan tentu kita akan mencari tahu seperti apa pertarungan mastermind dari kedua tim. Di mana datangnya AG di EVOS Glory itu membuat perubahan yang sangat signifikan bagi tim EVOS. Dan kali ini AG harus melawan Wurah dengan komposisi yang sangat menarik jika kita perhatikan. Bagaimana hero-hero akan diracik, gameplay akan dibuat, dan player siapa yang akan bertarung di Land of Dawn. Semuanya tentu akan dijawab sesaat lagi di Best of 3 Series. Karena dari tim Bigetron Alpha, mereka ingin bounce back, mereka ingin memberikan kemenangan. Dan dari EVOS Glory pun mereka ingin mempertahankan tentunya tren positif bagi timnya. Untuk super fans, kira-kira siapa nih yang akan mendapatkan kemenangan? Coba, mana suaranya, mana semangatnya untuk EVOS Glory? Buat kalian yang lagi nonton di rumah, tulis di kolom komentar kalau kalian lagi mendukung EVOS Glory dengan hashtag EVOS Roar. Namun, untuk Biget Troopers, Super System sudah hadir. Mana nih semangatnya untuk Bigetron Alpha? Match penutupan. Dan tentu saja para Biget Troopers yang lagi di rumah, super fans yang lagi di rumah, tulis di kolom komentar juga kalau kalian pikir bahwa Bigetron Alpha akan mendapatkan kemenangan hari ini. Dan ngomong-ngomong tentang kedua tim ini, perubahan bisa saja terjadi. Dari sisi EVOS Glory, gold laner mereka, siapa yang akan bermain? Apakah Natko atau Brans? Namun di sisi dari Bigatron Alpha pun kita masih bertanya, apakah Ki akan dimainkan lagi atau akan berubah? Karena dengan perubahan yang mereka lakukan, itu akan mengubah dari sisi gameplay. Dan semuanya tentu sudah gak sabar. Mari kita sambut bersama-sama. Inilah dia match penutupan di minggu yang ketiga. So caster, let's go!
The final day of week 3 of MPL Indonesia Season 14 starts now. And it's not just the final day, it's also the final match. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Bigatron Alpha, number 1 in the standings, currently dropped down by RRQ, having to go through Evo's glory if they want to take that first spot position back from RRQ Hoshi. I'm still here with Gani and Arashi. My name is Mirko. Really? You don't talk. I'm gonna talk to Gani first. Gani, yo. What are we expecting for match number 3?
You know what I expect? A maniac.
Whoa!
All right.
For who?
I'm gonna spoil it for you guys. All right, we can expect a maniac here. Both teams, they're going in. They are going crazy. So expect a maniac.
Yeah, Mr. Gani here, prediction a maniac, predicting a maniac. Let's take a look at today's schedule. 2-1 Alter Ego starts the day off with some incredible matches there. You know, very close, very intense. But then match number 2 definitely stole the spotlight. RRQ, despite this being a 2-0, folks, if you haven't already watched it, if you didn't catch it live, go ahead and check out the VODs on it because, man, was it a banger. Especially game number 1 where both of them just slugged it out. Game number 1 was basically 50-50 up until one crucial mistake. But now we got Bigatron Alpha versus Evo's Glory. And like I said earlier, for Bigatron, it's the battle to be number 1. For Evo's Glory, it's a step in the right direction to at least get out of the red zone here. And Arashi, now he gets to talk.
Finally, well, of course, we have not set in stone for the week how the standings are going to look. But for Evo's Glory, it's definitely a more important, more critical moment. And I think the fact that they've brought out Coach Age, right? We haven't seen this guy in a while. We talked highly about him. He seems to have an intellectual method when it comes to the drafting phase. The fact that they brought him out kind of signals to us how seriously they're taking this. They really want to set a winning pattern, and this is the time to do it.
I think if we were to take the pattern and if we're to talk about the drama here of the matchup, Evo's Glory, they have just promoted, or they've just gotten reinforcements rather, you know, not really a promotion. Age, back to head coach. He was once the coach of Bigatron Alpha back in Season 7 and Season 8. And then his departure in Season 9, left Bigatron Alpha, went over to Evo's, but he was still under Zace. Yeah. After that, taking full reign of the head coach position, was able to get Evo's to MSC 2023 last year, yeah, Season 11. So it's a lot of drama, and not only did he leave Bigatron, he brought some reinforcements from Bigatron too. He got Brands and Dreams. I'm not too sure if Brands is going to be playing here, but it is definitely going to be the battle of the masterminds. Both having coached different teams. Age from BTR to Evos, Wura from Geek Fam, the very team that always seems to be the counter to Bigatron. Even yesterday, despite, you know, the unbeatable record of 4-0, Geek Fam did it again, even with Wura. But now, 13-13, Battle of the Masterminds. I think it speaks for itself, folks. This is a close matchup when we take a look at the grand scheme of things. They're so tied.
So close to each other, and there have been changes for both the teams. For the longest time, Bigatron was the team that always plays for that long, late game approach, and Evos were the ones who are trying to go for the fast move, the fast-paced kind of style. And then they both kind of switched around, right? Where Evos is the one that was playing it for the late game, especially with the Protect Brand strategy. And now, who knows, right? Both teams have had changes when it comes to the players, when it comes to the staff. And like we said, highlighting the changes to the coaching staff is definitely one of the bigger factors here in deciding what we're going to see coming into Lena Dawn. And all begins from the drafting phase too, because if you look at, for both teams, the way they're able to kind of get success always begins in the drafting phase. Everything is selected, is kind of contested for such a precise purpose. It becomes that much more significant if the opponents also know.
Definitely. I think the main reason Geek Fam were able to get the win, I think Game 3, it was just well played to Geek Fam in the draft, right? But Game 1, Game 2, Gani, I know you're not a big fan of the Jawhead, but you have to also, give props to Bigatron Alpha. They were able to make it work. Unfortunately, though, they did kind of throw their lead in game 1. And the biggest problem I would feel, me personally, I would say, was the fact that they didn't have the right prio on certain bans, right? Going for the Ling ban in game 1, sure. Give them the benefit of the doubt. Maybe they were afraid of Vincent, but then game 2, they banned the Roger and they won. Game 3, they proceeded to ban the Ling again, and obviously that did not go too well for them. Let's take a look at Wurah, the engineer. That is what the nickname, that's the nickname that was given to him. You can see the stats earlier. This guy has been phenomenal, man, for Geek Fam as well, together with Bluff Z. Now in Bigatron Alpha as the head coach, though. He was an analyst in Geek Fam.
It shows how some minor, just one ban might change the effect of things. Because let's say if they do ban out the Roger, right? Maybe, or even neither. Maybe, just maybe, yeah, Geek Fam was given a hero that Vincent wasn't really comfortable with, right? So with the Roger, as we all know, Vincent, Roger equals to wins. We saw that earlier, yesterday. So let's see here, with one ban here, who will take the series, the game? Will it be Wurah making the same mistake, or will it be Age? Let's see.
We've gotten a glimpse of what Age has tried to bring to the table for Evo's glory. I think it's a lot of the cheese picks and a lot of the unorthodox picks, At least some people will call it unorthodox. I would just say it's new to MPL Indonesia because, like you said, Gani, yesterday, the Bane has been played in MPL Philippines, but really here we haven't really seen too many Banes. Age had the cojones to actually bring that out. The Mathilda pickup as well with the Bane, and they were able to get it done with an Akai pick. So still a little bit of a glimpse of the Season 7, Season 8 mad scientist Age, if you remember Arashi.
I remember very, very well. Always finds the weirdest of picks that somehow, some way always works out. I feel like the current meta, in a way, kind of benefits his mindset, right? The fact that he seems to always agree that nothing is really impossible. It's only about finding the right situation, the right combination to really make those picks work. In the current meta where there's so many possibilities, there's a chance we're going to see something very surprising right here on top of the aforementioned maniac that Gani has called out.
What did you... Is that just a feeling,
That's
Gani?
just, yeah, there's a whisper in my ear, all right? So, hey,
it seems
you're
you're
going to be a maniac in this match, right?
So you have a little bird always whispering. Let's take a look at the mad scientist here. We gave this guy the moniker in Season 7 for his obvious crazy picks that worked out. This guy has created Frankenstein, and back in the day, Renbo was the Frankenstein. Always given picks like even the Hayabusa mid lane that was banned out every single game that Evo's won in the grand finals. We saw the Sicilian as well, and even a Gord and Lunox, if you guys remember. Top 1 hero pool 31. That was for MPL Indonesia Season 7 when he was the coach of Bigatron Alpha. He was also the coach of Indonesia for our performance at the ISF World Championships in Bali 2022. That was also a first place finish for Age. So I would say he's been kind of cursed in MPL Indo, but in the world stage, he has performed. It's not like he can't do it. It's more of just like adjustments need to be made because it's a league. It's different to a tournament where it's just group stage and then, it's definitely not as long. You need to keep the team consistent. That's been the biggest problem for Age.
It's not a sprint, ladies and gentlemen. It's a marathon.
And with that, we're actually going to take a look at the lineups. For the Tigers, still with Natko, the man who is the blue streak breaker.
Still definitely with the same lineup. Yesterday, they're seeking for a new age in Season 14. Will the White Tigers prevail and find the victory today? Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome, it's Evo's Glory!
Still a big step necessary for Evo's Glory to make if they want to get out of the red zone. And they're faced off against a Titan in Bigatron Alpha. Natko, pattern-wise, he broke the lose streak of Evo's even just last season, but after that, he dropped the game. He dropped the match right after breaking the lose streak.
He has to try and maintain that consistency and prove to everyone that it's consistent. It's not a one-time thing. He has what it takes to show up even among the veterans in his team against this lineup. Super Luke, Super Ken, Moreno, Finn, and Iman.
Finn, the human. We gotta wait for his performance here. With Key not being in the lineup, we see something different compared to the Jawhead.
It was Game playing all 3 games yesterday with Finn. They would like to finish this match with a victory. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see here. Will the Red Terminators take the #1 position? It's Bigatron Alpha!
The Alphas make their way on stage. Once again, it's Moreno taking center stage for Bigatron Alpha. Just like in the interviews and just like after the games. You can never forget those winning poses. That's the sounds usually you would hear. If you know, you know. Finn, yes, I did call him the human, guys. It's a reference to Adventure Time.
That's news to me, but that makes sense. Ironically, the human in the robot lineup. We'll have to see how this plays out, man. As you take a look right here, it's not our Marshal Dainang, it's our Marshal Gary, bringing in Coach Age and Coach Bura in the midst here. Can the engineer deconstruct the strategy of the mad scientist, or can he concoct something that even the engineer can't perceive?
We'll see about that, ladies and gentlemen. The Frankenstein Beast, who's it gonna be for Evo's glory?
Oh boy, looking confident. Finn in particular, not really feeling the pressure at all. On the side of Evos though, you can see that they understand the magnitude, the importance, the gravitas of this match.
Big match up ahead. Bigatron Alpha, do they stick to the standard? Let's take a look at the keys to victory, Arashi.
Keys to victory for Bigatron. Don't get carried away by Evos' cheese draft. Stick to their fundamentals because they know that they have a great drafting phase. They're really great at making sure that their game plan is solid. And I have to identify Evos' power picks to deny and ban them. Because when it comes to the flexibility, when it comes to the adjustments in game, I feel like Bigatron has shown that they already have an inherent advantage. It's all about making sure that they can read out what Evos is trying to do and make sure that whatever Evos brings out, they can adjust fast enough to ensure that Age doesn't really get the ball rolling too hard for his team.
It feels like for the cheese picks at least, you know, the Mathilda, we saw the Kai. The Kai worked in game number 3, but in game number 2, when they tried to pull off the Bane and the Mathilda, it felt like sometimes Age's trail is trying to, you know, shake the jitters off. There's still some core mistakes with the drafts when they go Mathilda, they don't have front line, stuff like that.
Stuff like that can be augmented, and with that, they can punish Bigatron's overconfidence, hopefully, from the drafting phase. And if Age returns to being a mad scientist with the cheese, like in Season 7, so far, we've seen quote-unquote cheese picks. Aurora Rome comes to mind, but along with that, Ruby Gold. This meta is just so dynamic right here. All the possibilities laid out here for the mad scientist. All he has to do is pick and choose the right recipe, the right flavor.
Would it be too crazy to see even a Gord in the mid lane here, Gani? You know, I gotta ask you because Onyx your team and Sans is usually the guy you associate here in MPL Indo when it comes to the Gord pick. But before that, first pick selection for the home team, Bigatron Alpha deciding to take blue side over the red side. And this is definitely an interesting choice to go for because just yesterday, Bigatron Alpha always opted to go red.
But a very high percentage, right? 83%. So that shows that they're confident either side. On the away team here, Evol's Glory, they will have the first pick here for the first game. And if you're talking about Ige, he can pull off the cheese picks, right? It's now I think what he needs to focus on, he needs to build the Rainbow 2.0. Either in the mid or possibly the jungle. There's a high possibility that a player can pull off a Rainbow Season 7.
Look at mid lane. I think there's so much potential there because technically even though you're limited, if you pick a hero that's so limited, you can still have a lot of impact. If you have good wave clear, you can kind of qualify depending on the composition. If you have good damage, you can kind of qualify as long as you're paired with a proper roamer. And even if you have utility, right, a lot of setups there, then you can be great for a ganking tool. And Moreno has shown that he is so flexible. That's just why he always goes with a Valentina, right? His flexibility always, you know, corrals him into that pick, because then he can actually pick and choose which ultimate he wants to use to playmake.
Still works. Well, we're gonna get into the drafts, ladies and gentlemen, of game number 1 of this matchup. Evos on the red side, like we said earlier, Chip and Ling banned down. Still the standard drafting phase. Oh, the Hylos respect. Even though they got first pick, you would expect into the Hylos to be left open for them to first pick it. That's what we saw Alter Ego do in Game 3. Seems they are not interested in the horse.
More interestingly, we see again this pattern coming in from Bigatron. The Tushin and the Zaz banned away altogether. And this time it's gonna be the Hylos. Whereas for the second pick, it's always the Ling, the Chip, and usually the Fanny does come up, or something like a Hayabusa, depending on which team is actually being which team they're going up against. That's gonna be a Ruby ban though.
Oh, this is the first time, ladies and gentlemen, that the Fanny has been left open against Super Ken. It is banned out 100% of the time against Bigatron Alpha, against Super Ken. And if you guys remember, when he first joined, Fanny was his signature. And I think even last season, you could say Fanny is a signature over the Ling. They don't go for it though. It might be a bit too risky. They decide to go for the Valentina that has been great in the hands of Moreno.
I mean, considering a lot of disablers, right? Against the Fanny, you got the Koopa, you got the Cho as well. So, you know what? Yeah, let's go for a hero that Moreno can rock and be solid with. Valentina, take a look at the response. Early Julian. Usually we see the Julian later on, but Evolve Glory seems like for their side, it's prioritized. Does this signifying in their hands? Is it a flex?
Usually we see the Roger, right? I mean, here in this position, not really the Julian. So the fact that they've shown their jungle, it could be flex, like you said, into mid lane. I'm not too sure about that, but now Bigatron Alpha, if they really want to set up for the Fanny, they can go Moscow first. That would be a hero to give the Fanny problems. And there you go. That's the Fanny with the Moscow. They waited for Evo's Glory's move to make this choice. And now they do. They have the two strong points in their draft, Fanny and Moskov. No flex, but it's a hell lot of comfort.
Comfort and signature. It's definitely ringing in the heads of the players of Evos here. So many ways for Bigatron to really play around the map, use that macro. In the skirmishes, it's good. A lot of independent playmaking potential coming in from the Moskov, from the Valentina. At the same time, the Fanny and the Moskov can both be a split push tool. But now the concern is against the Jawhead Julian. We've seen this as being the strategy that Rebellion used to try and steal away camps, to try and get that 2v2 dominance. Because the Jawhead and the Julian is a pretty nasty combination. What kind of frontline do they want to have with that? And with the last pick for Evos, they show Bonnie that it's not going to be a Julian mid. In fact, Sana brought out here to try and be a hard counter to the Assassins, but in the hands of someone like Super Ken, this Fanny is going to be a lot more slippery than what we're used to as an audience.
I'm really wondering now what is the idea behind this draft from Evo's Glory, right? Because with the Valentina first pick, I think it was kind of evident that Bigatron Alpha were trying to set up for this Fanny. If they didn't go for the Moskov, then the Fanny would be picked up. At the end of the day, there's still no real lockdown for Evo's Glory. The ejector is not really a reliable way to catch the Fanny, so is both the Eternal Guard and the Terrify from the Vexana. And now Bigatron Alpha have ways to deny those. They're actually the ones banning out the Tigreal, which I understand. They already have a Jawhead. They can't go for the Kufra, the Kaja. That's why Bigatron don't care. That's why with the Jawhead pick, it's like you're revealing your cards to the Fanny.
Unless the Jawhead EX. Just kidding. Okay, that's a bit too far. A lot of people say there's potential, but until we see it, I think we have to wait and see. Valentina, though, is one of Bigatron's most picked heroes with 6 picks and an 83% win rate. So Bigatron are definitely locked in right here as they ban away the Roger still. I guess they're want to make sure that the Moscow will have an okay laning phase. If they go with that pattern, then the Harith should follow soon. But maybe they want to leave it open and force Evos to go for all magic damage. That can be the play.
Yeah, an opposite route of what we saw yesterday, right? We saw 4 magic picks from Evos, or sorry, 3. And Alter Ego decided to ban the Julian. So this time, Bigatron are like, no, go for it. You know, go for the Herod, go for the Vexana, go for the magic damage dealers, because with our frontliners that we are planning, it will actually be really good. And I was actually expecting the Terizla to be picked up by Bigatron Alpha. That's why Evos, good read on that. With a very squishy composition, they would benefit a lot from someone like a Terizla in the side lane. Now with no Hylos, no Terizla, I feel like at this point, Bigatron Alpha might just go and opt for an Arlet. But it could be picked up. Evos could steal it away.
A very good hero as well, right? Adding more crowd control. If it's Bigatron, it doesn't really ban the Arlets. I feel like Evol's Glory can definitely pick it up. And let's see here, Evol's Glory with their sort of composition. Spot on, by the way, with the Arlet Pan. It's gonna be the Vexana, Julian. What do they need, right? They have some sort of peel, but is it enough? Will we see a Uranus pickup?
Whoa! Uranus? Can be
another mage though.
Uranus for Evos?
Yeah.
Oh. Like there's potential there, but it depends on what Bigatron has to show. If right now they don't really know the extra 2 picks, I feel like going for Uranus is going to be so risky. If they want to leave it, hide it for the last pick, then maybe there is potential there. But I was thinking the Edith is going to be a better all-rounder. The Phobius I would love to see, and Mirko calls it.
Nice. Okay, they lock it in, the Phobias. Let's see if Bigatron Alpha. I think the Lapu Lapu Edith could actually work for Bigatron too, right?
Whoa.
If they go for the Lapu Lapu and the Edith. I mean, against the Phobias, I'm not too sure if this is... Nah, I think it's still a bit too risky, but there's no real full lockdown for Evos, right? Think about this. What if Luke goes Esmeralda? Is it still a lane counter for the Phobias is my question, because back in the day, you see a Phobias, you see an Esmeralda, and goodbye lane.
I think right now the Phobius doesn't really go with shielding any longer, and technically in a full all-out battle, in a full all-in, the Phobius can actually hold his own, so I think the Esmeralda can work, but I don't think it's a hard counter as it used to be.
Oh, okay. So they decided to go for the Edith, which we expected, but not Lapu, not Esmeralda, they go for the Grok instead. So it's gonna be the Edith in the XP to match up against that Phobius. Now Evos, they just need a marksman. Natko has been doing really well on the weak side. He hasn't really done well on the strong matchup. So against the Moskov, whoa, it's a Brody! That's the opposite of what I would call a weak side laner. Evos are playing towards Natko, and this was the pick that made him, or that I recognize for Natko, that I, think about when I think Natko.
That you associate with him.
Yeah.
A sensible pick as well, right? Against Fanny.
Absolutely. And against the Moskov, double value.
Independent, right? Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. You have stuns in your kit as well. Let's see though, mid-game, late-game, Brody's impact can be questionable.
Exactly.
Let's see how he handles that mid-game.
The counter index and lineup rating favors Evos, but honestly, I am very concerned about the difference in survivability. We've seen fights drag on, we've seen the outplays come in that makes these fights a lot more difficult to kind of judge. Against a Grok and an Edith, very solid frontliners, the Jawhead and the Phobius doesn't really seem as reliable to really absorb that damage. And if you're competing when it comes to damage output, the Brody won't be able to really match the Primal Wrath, the Moskov, the Fanny even. With the Vengeance available, I guess Fluffy will be trying to be the tanky hero, but at the end of the day, he can come in, he can do a bit of crowd control, but he is not a big, massive engage tool. They're still going to be playing around the Julian and the Jawhead to really find those decisive fights.
A risky maneuver, and we just had the talk backstage. What does Age bring to the table? He's a risk taker, is what we got. That's the information we got. And man, we see the risk playing out here. Bigatron Alpha with a standard composition. Evos Glory trying to counter that. Trying to look for value. It's Bigatron versus Evos, our last match of week 3. Welcome to the Land of Dawn.
Look at this though, Moreno, along with Finn, are kind of zoning away Kraken from his minions. You're gonna be losing out in the XP, not level 2 just yet. Finally getting it now. All right, in the early game, Valentina with Grok, there's no way Bigatron will lose in Prio when it comes to that mid lane. But watch for the jungle movement here from Evos. Finn spots it out. And looking at the emblems by IndieHome, 3 agilities for Evos. They're attempting to zoom around the map. With the pull yourself together, picked up by Dreams here, he is just looking to make the plays left, right, and center. It's Fluffy spots Supercan and his own jungle, going in to try and find something.
And knocked up here, terrified as well. He is still a tanky unit, still able to go out and recall.
By the way, earlier, I think Iman is going with the tenacity and the vitality. He's going full defensive here.
Yeah.
A different emblem selection compared to the usual Moscows we've seen, but against a Brody.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. There's just so much aggression. He might just want to find more HP pool to ensure they can survive from the big burst damage.
An intelligent adaptation for sure, because he also went for Warrior Boots first item. So Vitality, Tenacity, and Warrior Boots add on to the defenses. Evos on the turtle.
Taking the turtle comfortably. Supercan wasn't able to go there in time to find the steal.
And now we're back to a point where for both Bigatron Alpha and Evo's Glory, we're going to take a chill. Top prediction by Gope. We actually do have a battle going on. The Indo desk has gone Evos, and the English desk has gone Bigatron Alpha. It's a battle between English and Indo.
We're on the wrong side, though. We're on the Evo side right now.
Yeah, I mean, hey, it's okay, you know? Sometimes it happens. Dreams.
Rejected Finn, but now Evo's Glory will not be able to follow up that damage, though. Finn still level 3 here, struggling to find the ult. Let's see here, Evo's Glory. What will they do with this lead?
And we see another change here for the Edith. Remember, Cars, Brave Smite. Luke, as I said earlier, this is what he likes to go for. War Cry.
Wanted to make sure that when he does make the big play happen, he can enable his team to just get the kill even more reliably. But now, for Bigatron, they have all the strong power picks, but even this Fanny that's been so feared from Supercan, he hasn't really been able to use that level 4 power spike to get a kill. Usually the mid lane becomes the main target, but with the Vexana, there's just so much crowd control, he has to be careful.
And it really has been because there are no real targets to go for at the early stage. Usually it would be the gold lane, but the fact that he went for Brody, Natko, and if you look at the itemization, you guys aren't able to see it, but we get to see it just in a bit. He actually rushed Warrior Boots too. In the matchup against Moscow, it's kind of weird that you go for Warrior Boots, but then you take a look at the Fanny, you notice that the Fanny could actually threaten the Brody, and now the Warrior Boots makes complete sense.
Clockon as well goes for the Warrior Boots.
There you go.
Evos is doing a great job here, letting go of the Fanny, baiting Bigatron to pick it up, and then they have all the solutions available, and you're seeing them actually having a bit more pressure, but the Grok from Finn is allowing Bigatron to at least be able to get some vision in relative safety. As the turtle comes up though, you can see Evos try their best to try and zone a bit more, try and punish the movers even more.
Here, it's an opening from Evo's Glory with the Demonic Force now. Good airborne on towards Fluffy. They will not commit on towards damage is set. Eternal's Guard pops here. On towards Fluffy only though. As Annabelle and Natko, they find the turtle. Fluffy will jump in with a vengeance as well. Super can caught there, but he is able to escape now. Then Super Luke flickers out. Torn apart memory finds first blood. The White Tigers drew first blood.
Great fight. Evos, the Tigers that they are. Oh, Super Ken!
They want more. He caught Super Ken. And that is Natko again, getting to 2 early important kills.
Like we said, the strong side on the Brody. Amon knocked up!
Oh, that's, again, a good setup by 2 members, Annabelle and Fluffy, double teaming Amon top lane.
Pressure all across the board for Evos on both lanes, top and bottom. Bigatron try and respawn right here, but they will lose the turret, and they're losing up in pressure. Evos just using these early game strong picks to just make sure that Bigatron are falling behind even before it comes down to the big team fights. Snatko picks up the Malefic Roar, even more damage.
Wow.
Looking at the items, Thunder Belt for both EXP laners, but with the Heptasis for Super Ken, it's gonna be able to just go in, do a lot of burst damage, but to who? With the still leg plates built up, even for Natko.
Exactly.
There's so much respect here for that assassin potential.
Man, so much respect from Natko. Impressive stuff from him. You know, this itemization has been phenomenal from him. Finishing up the warrior boots, and then, again, getting more penetration down. First item, Melfic.
And on top of that, you can see the Clockon even going for the Blood Wings immediately. Usually we see the Enchanted Talisman or the Glowing Wand, but he knows, right, that extra shielding is going to make it a lot more difficult for Bigatron to find targets. So what's the play for Bigatron right here? They have macro advantage, but we saw Amon get punished earlier. So Super Ken, maybe he can go for a split push play, but Dream spots him.
Super defensive. And now the Siege. Natko with 2 kills, strong side player. Evil's really playing for Natko now. They know that this is their spear edge at this point of the game. Evils can constantly just rotate together with Natko. Or actually, no, they decide to utilize the win in the bottom lane, but then they decide to leave Natko in the bottom lane. Again, not giving Amon space to actually farm out. The pressure's always there, so there's not going to be a trade at all. Bigatron left confused.
Here, second neutral objective, Super Ken jumping in, Annabelle finding it again. Now Super Ken very low as Demonic Force almost eliminates him, and now Finn flickers out of that Eternal's Guard. Evo's Glory again showing dominance in the early game.
Oh boy, this is a tough situation to be in. Bigatron still double down on trying to contest the neutral objectives, but Evo's just have too many tools available. Now they're trying to make a play onto Dreams. Is it gonna be enough though?
Well, that's a good engage. Forward side of Bigatron, and Iman finds the kill. Super Luke though will be the payback, but that's the first kill on the board for the red robots.
Oh, that was nasty. The total power memory dealing so much damage now in another invade.
See here with the Darwin for spots as well. Supercan was unable to get the purple. Good invade by the White Tigers. 3K, almost 4K goal in that kill. He opts for a Sea Halberd item there.
Wow, again, so much respect. Now that's over to Lu for the Primal Wrath, right? And technically, Iman, when he gets the healing item, Supercan is so behind. And we can take a look at the game fact here, presented by GoPay. Since debuting in Season 11, Supercan's Fanny has a win rate of 55.56% from a total of 9 picks. So, hasn't really been, you know, the 100% the crazy pick that we expect it to be, especially in this game. Evo's Glory have managed to deal with it in the last 8 minutes, and now it'll be easier to deal with Supercan's Fanny. They've taken away the purple buff.
And even now, they're making sure that even if he split pushes, right, on the bottom side, far away from the Lord, they make sure that Natco is there along with Dreams, and that's enough crowd control to really be a real threat. And they're waiting in the bush, man. This is the infamous trap. They're waiting for someone to come in and clear the waves, but Bigatron won't actually oblige them, so they might really just go clear that wave and rotate to the top side.
Look at the bush being occupied by Evos in the bottom lane again, still playing for their strong side. Evos, super smart with how they played it. And now this is another free turret over to Evos.
Wow.
It's just very intelligent.
Not much they can do right there. And the fact that Natco is also on the Brody makes these turret takes a lot easier, a lot safer almost for the side of Evos. Now it's back to the neutral objectives. Bigatron try again, not going for some kind of trade, but they have nothing.
There you go. Very good Lord take there. And then Bigatron, yeah, they're slowly but surely here, just funneling the goal towards Iman, right? Because again, mid-game, late-game, that's where Iman wants to join fight, and that is going to be the question for Natco. Usually the mid-game, that's the ceiling. What will he do?
He definitely hits a ceiling, but the main concern now for Bigatron Alpha is the fact that this draft is not meant to clear waves. You have a Moskov. Yes, you have wave clear. It's not horrible, but it isn't the best either, you know? The first Lord should be fine, but if Evos continue this pace and they get the enhanced Lord, then Evos are going to start sieging turrets real quick. That's a Brody. And they have ways to actually distract Bigatron's front line.
Well, see the play being made by Supercan to try and clear on the top side. With the barrier available, they're going to go for that mid defense. Evos dive the mid turret though.
That's info, and all the inner turrets of Bigatron Alpha officially taken down by Evos Glory. And yeah, Evos Glory, they have to be satisfied, right? Not really threatening the base turret, but all the structures outside base turret. Oh my goodness! With the leather, with the plate armor, anything, but the penetration is still there by the side of Supercan.
Have to seize Malefic War with the War Axe. It's not even a full-on damage burst build. There's some sustain built in there by Supercan, knowing that some of these fights might drag out longer, but he was able to spot that moment onto Natco. It's unfortunate for Evos. They were winning all around, but they are moving solo, and who can expect the Fanny to just be in their jungle? Stole the orange buff, got the pick up onto Natco, buy some more time for Bigatron to try and equalize in the gold and at least have a fighting chance when it comes down to a big team fight.
What a great eye to actually see that. That was Supercan in enemy lines. 4 members were there, 4 Tigers were ready to pounce on him if he made a move, and yet he still did it. That's that AI technology, super advanced nowadays. Supercan getting the kill now was a shutdown too. It wasn't just any kill, it was a bounty. 3 kills was on Natco, and those are most of the kills as well. Now Finn, Power Nature.
Oh, good wall charge here to disengage, but particularly Super Luker stuck flickers out of that situation though. Evos Glory will pull out the torn apart memory. No casualty though, 30 seconds on the next Lord.
That was a nasty play by Dreams, waiting out the Power of Nature. He knows the timing of it, he knows the hero as well. Once Finn uses it, activates it, it's going to be on a short delay before he can use it again. That is what Dreams was looking for, and that forced out the wild charge from Finn. Fortunately, Super Luke is forced to flicker out of the situation, but all things considered, Bigatron are hanging in there.
This is a hybrid build, by the way, from Super Ken. You can see that for the itemization, Super Ken, like you mentioned, Arashi, he went for the first core items, the Blade of Heptases and then the Malefic Roar, but he notices now they're kind of in a bit of a pickle. He needs more defenses. He wants to just play for the longer team fights here up against the Brody. So he's actually on the Dreadnought armor. He might be going for the Anti-Cuirass up against the Brody. Bigatron needs to make a move.
And with the conceal as well here, Finn trying to find the crowd control. But the Lord will fall in the hands of Annabelle now. EVO's Glory, they're not ready. Or they're not scared onwards to find Natco with the flicker forward. He finds the fadeaway kill as well. Now it's a 5v4 without Finn. Will Bigatron be able to save a lot of base hits here? Let's see Super Ken. Oh, good Terrify! And that's Super Ken bursted down with the help of the Eternal Guard.
Red like a book. EVO's Glory showing that Season 13 glory that they were once able to achieve. Finn down, Ken down 3v5 with a Lord.
See here, Dreams from the backside. Eraser in the mid will fall. Good knockup of Dreams. Whoa! It's actually on forward. Super Loop deleted instantly. Now 3 members now trying to defend with the wall charge coming in, but Fluffy too tanky still. Lord still up. Fluffy with the Demonic Force able to catch Moreno out. It will be the trade though, but now Iman caught in the middle of 4 members. EVO's Glory. They found the game and they strike first.
Another upset. The loose streak was broken just yesterday. The pattern is for Natco. Once you break the loose streak, you start losing in the next match, but not today, not in Season 14. This time EVO's played towards Natco in the gold lane, and man, was it good. Great way to start things off against Bigatron Alpha, an upset victory in Game 1.
An upset in very dominant fashion. Super Ken dealt with, denied, blocked off from any kind of play. Same thing from Moreno, not really allowed to do anything. The dynamic nature, the aggression from Super Luke, denied. Eman, even in that final team fight where he went in with the Spear of Destruction, he gets immediately stunned up by Natco. Everything that Bigatron are throwing at EVOs are getting immediately countered.
I mean, it was a battle of the masterminds, right? And they let go of the Fanny, knowing very well how to handle Fanny's Super Ken's Fanny.
The scapegoat. Now possibly the GOAT. Age. That is a GOAT right there. Didn't expect you to do that, Gani. But the Cheese Brody. We knew this was coming. Not the Brody, but the Cheese. For EVO's Glory. Age knows when to take a risk. And for the longest time, this has been a specialty, even when he was the black sheep of EVO's. And now we get to see it finally shine.
Man, there was really nothing that Bigatron could do. Even Finn on the Grok. This definitely wasn't how Wura envisioned this draft working. Despite having all the signature picks available, I guess this shows you again that the flexibility, right? That the minute adjustments in the drafting phase can really make or break the game. Even a team as good as Bigatron, with the signature picks that are as notorious for Bigatron, if you don't get the right conditions, you just can't get it going.
Great adjustments, and it was the draft in the end, how they wrapped it up with the Brody, but also, man, the itemization was crisp, clean. There was only one mistake, and that was technically not even a mistake. It was more of just Super Ken being so active and very elusive. Yeah, Arashi, steel leg plates, warrior boots, and then the Fury Hammer into the Malefic Roar. Great stuff from Natco. He was always doubted, you know, always lesser than Brands last season. This time, I would say, yeah, he's doing good. He's better than Brand so far.
The sophomore year, good adaptation, man.
Good adaptation.
And Brands, yeah, careful. You gotta step up because of this. I mean, EVO's Glory, they're looking sync. They're looking very scary, and they are so much more decisive with Natco in the gold lane. And it's very tough seeing Super Ken on this Fanny. Sure, he farms well. He wasn't able to find the killer instinct. It wasn't evident in this game.
It's very surprising to see Bigatron being so obstinate though, because usually things don't go their way, they make adjustments completely. They have what it takes to go for a split push, to go for a different approach, but they kept obliging EVOs where EVOs want to be. And this is the player of the game that was able to kind of enable everything to happen. Natco on the Brody, and even with the winter crown right there, man, this guy had all the respect. And this is him, player of the game presented by the official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6. A lot of people clowned on him because he was that confident the last time we saw him, right? Making big claims, bold claims. But now, he's once again, along with the rest of the newcomers coming in from the MDL, he's just showing everyone that he belongs up here with the big boys.
And the winner crown becomes a solid answer to answer around a few of the doubts that we've had for the Brody. You can only bring Flicker, you can't go Purify, you're very susceptible and vulnerable to a lot of the dive. And yeah, if you have the winner crown, technically that acts as a way to get rid or neutralize a lot of the CC dive that's coming your way.
Especially if those big moments are made with ultimates, right? When you see that there's a Grok, there is a there's Super Loop that can come in. There's only a limited amount of crowd control that can really lock Natco down. If he can kind of win the crown from the initial burst of damage, then he can get out. And in fact, in this game, I don't think he was threatened at all, man. Bigatron were too busy dealing with the frontliners, with Fluffy on this Phobias, which is just so oppressive that they couldn't really have time to really go back in the backline for Natco on the Brody. And even if they do, again, the defensive optimization allows Natco to be aggressive. It doesn't really make sense logically sometimes, but when you're just so much more defensively sound, then you can just walk forward with less of concerns. And moments like this here, where you can kind of predict more or less how things are gonna go, but Supercat still went for it. So I would say there's a bit of a lack of respect coming in from Bigatron. We'll have to see how this continues in game number 2 though.
Definitely, and by the way, Dreams has also been able to kind of neutralize the Fanny. Great targeting in a lot of the team fights, unstoppable force to follow the Fanny, and once he gets stunned up, the Injector actually locks him for enough time for the rest of the members to come in. And again, you saw the chain CC there as Iman walked into the Spear of Destruction, or blinked in. That's a big smooch from the Brody, and then the flip from Mr. Jawhead.
Speaking of crowd control, all 5 heroes from Set of Evil can provide crowd control, so that's another layer of Bigatron Alpha struggling to find a window.
And that's probably why Finn went for the Grok in the first place, right? To try and shrug off a lot of these crowd control tools, which he did, by the way. The only reason why Bigatron Alpha had any kind of vision, any kind of intelligence, was due to the Grok pick. But unfortunately, that also means that there isn't really a lot of ways for Bigatron Alpha to match the crowd control game. So they can't really win in the burst game, they can't win in the crowd control game, so they have to rely on the DPS type of deal. And that's very idealistic, and you have to wait way till the late game for Iman to really reach that power spike. Whereas the rich guy is going to be the Natco, the carry as well. 881 on the Brody. It's not a hero that's well known for being a power farmer, but he makes it work, man.
It's through playing with the strong side. That's how the Brody gets the lead, right? It's in all the skirmishes as well, the turrets, and we saw that from Natco. 2 turrets, and actually assisted with a few other turrets too. He's called a turret eater for a reason, Mr. Brodyman. And on the hands of Natco, this is what we kind of already saw a glimpse of last season on the Brody as well. He was constantly looking for aggressive maneuvers, but back then, the Evos were playing for Annabelle more. Now they finally understand that to make Natco work, we actually need to use him as a strong side. There is also a possibility that they can put him on a weak side if they get the Moskov like we saw yesterday, just a solid pick all around. But hey, if the opportunity comes out, you see a Fanny, you see a Moskov there, the double value pick in the Brody, especially on the hands of Natco, works out.
I think that's where it's so important, right? To have the tools available. Because if your team overall, they're great when the gold laner gets ahead. It's very easy for other teams to be like, fine, we stop the gold laner, we win the game. But now, right, with Evo showing that they can play for the jungle, they can play for the EXP technique because Fluffy can carry on the aggressive picks, and now even Natco is a possibility. Now teams drafting against this Evo's roster needs to be a bit more careful and a bit more concerned or worried about these other potential threats.
Speaking of possibilities for you guys back at home, you guys can now download the new GoPay app, the gamer's wallet that packs a punch. With GoPay, you can also vote for the winner of each MPL Season 14 match, and you're guaranteed to get GoPay coins on your first vote and 1 token on every vote. Collect these tokens to exchange for free skins, GoPay coins, gaming smartphones, and even electric motorcycles. And in a bit, you might actually get Budeklar Mongstar to choose some winners here for a giveaway.
Worth of, I believe, a lot of GoPay coins for around 5,000 people. But again, you can also buy the latest skins to look cooler in the GoPay app. And also you can buy phone credit at the lowest prices, make 100 transfer per month to anywhere without any administration fees. Splitting the bill with friends is easier and faster. Why? Because it's in the GoPay app.
Oh, see, Arashi, I mean, you know, we eat a lot outside, guys, and this can help us. I don't need to pull out the
I've
calculator
been using
anymore.
GoPay almost since birth.
Whoa.
Almost since birth?
I don't think it was. I don't think it was there.
Well,
even when it wasn't, Goni had that vision ready.
Wow, Goni.
Wow, indeed.
The visionary himself, Albert Serafin, can't wait, Goni. Bang, bang.
Yeah, don't forget about that. And for you guys, again, go ahead and download the application here. 20,000 IDR cashback.
Check it
Top
out.
up the diamonds and cuan terus. You can see, the team getting back up here for Bigatron Alpha. Seems like they had a quick evaluation session, and now they're back to smiles.
There are smiles for sure, but you can see a hint of concern there. This definitely wasn't something they were expecting from the side of Evos. But hey, Bigatron has faced adversity before. Like we said, being able to, adapt to the situation is what makes them such a great team.
Well, you guys back at home can actually wait for the time to BBG, or
Whoa.
Buggy Buggy GoPay. That is what it is. Buggy Buggy means sharing, right? Or we're giving it away. Giving away GoPay.
Yes.
This event will happen during the match, and the event will be for us to give away a total of 50 million GoPay coins to 5,000 of you lucky boys. So make sure to download the GoPay app right now so you can redeem free GoPay coins.
Scan the QR code right now. Scan the QR code right now.
I've already done it. I am waiting for my GoPay coins.
That's kind of absurd, man. 50 million GoPay coins?
Yes, 50 million GoPay coins that you can utilize to do anything you want. You can spend it, to buy whatever you want. Arashi, what would you want to buy if you got the win, right? 5,000 lucky winners, you might be one of the 5,000. Or if you have two accounts, it might be two of the 5,000.
Get it from GoPay. I feel like in the end, I'm going to use it for food.
Okay.
That's just the way I use GoPay, right? The convenience that it provides. Or maybe just, use it and save it for the next big deals. Because GoPay comes up with great promos all the time.
Amazing.
What about you, Gani? What would you do if you got the coin winning prize giveaway thing immediately?
I guess same with Arashi, right? Same with Arashi. I buy it for food, and it's going to be a lot of foods, by the way.
A lot of food, definitely, Gani. Especially with those promos. Remember,
exactly, man.
Especially with the 20,000 IDR cashbacks, man. You guys are going to be rolling in cash. Is that rolling in cash?
Just rolling
deep, Arashi.
No,
after that, RQs went out. Oh, by the way, this could be the first back-to-back loss
for
Bigatron
Alpha. We saw the first loss already just yesterday. This could be the first back-to-back win as well for Evo's Glory.
Exactly.
And how poetic will it be if Evos beat Bigatron to give RRQ first place?
Oh, no way.
That's the, what's it called? Viva Roar collab.
The River Roar coming in strong in season 14.
Even though the collab was season 13, right?
Yeah, it transcends seasons, bro.
Transcends the seasons. It was first made at M1.
No one said it was going to be just for one season, bro.
That's true. Maybe after this, if RRQ does get first place, if Evos does get the clean sweep, maybe Mr. AP will be collaborating with Evo's Glory. We'll see if that happens. Annabelle seems, hey, why is he angry? No, that's just his resting face. For some reason, Annabelle's just never pleased, even with his good performances.
That's how he's able to get so good, right? Never be content with what you have.
Don't be content.
Exactly.
Be Annabelle.
Never satisfied, always hungry.
Never satisfied, always hungry. A content creator would say, never back down, never what?
Never back down, never what?
There you go. He likes to do skits in game.
Yeah,
and he gets mad at. Anyways, after losing to Cheese Brody Pig, what should Bigatron do to win in game 2? Did they continue with this drafto, with the draft that they're going for, which is again playing with their own prios, or do they finally decide, okay, wait, this is getting out of hand. These cheese picks, right? Let's think ahead.
I think they might want to be a bit more adaptive. You know what I mean? Like, they have to try and actually read into Age, because again, this guy is He's an absolute menace. And if you treat him as an everyday regular coach, I think you're gonna pay the price for it. Game number 1, if anything, has shown that Age, if there was any kind of, we call it ring rust in sports, in contact sports, a bit more of an adjustment period for Age to come back. I feel like, he already proved in that he was actually gonna bring out the big drafts, the good drafts. So for Coach Wura, what's the idea here? We haven't really seen Bigatron forced into that reactive, into that flex kind of style just yet. Whenever they do so, it's always because they want to, right? Now they might actually be forced to try and match that complication coming in from Age.
He did a pose there, he did an action, Gani.
They need to be action. They need to have a reflex on the draft is what I'm trying to say, right? Because again, seeing the first game, the draft from the side of Evo's Glory, that was a reflex, right? Okay, yeah, you got the Fanny, you got the Moskov. What's the reflex? Brody.
It was adaptive.
It's so adaptive. Good reaction. Now it's actually decreased. It was 83.33%.
Yep.
Goes down to 71.
So there you go, down to 71%. That's the update after the loss in game 1, and they still decide to stay on blue side. Remember though, this time, the Fanny, do they still have the confidence to pull it off, right? That's my question, and if they don't, and they leave it open, Anovel could actually pick it up for himself.
But in the same way, they can kind of deal with that too, with the drafting. So this is the issue, right? Which pick do you actually want to hide right now? Because again, if you want to get those prio picks, especially those assassins, at this point in time, a lot of these assassins already have some kind of counter measure, and you have to pair them up with some strong laners to really get ahead. Gone are the days where you can just pick a strong assassin and somehow take over the game on your own individually. Even if you don't rely on the ganks coming in from the side laners or even the mid laner, you need your roam to at least be able to help you out. Because in the end, you're just one guy. And on the fighter, you're a bit more independent because you're tankier, you have sustain. But on the assassin, you're actually a lot more team reliant than you would expect.
You really are. And we're going to take a look again at that game recap here. Also, Evo's Glory on the red side. You can see the percentage slowly but surely increase over time as they get wins here. Natco, my god, that damage dealt. But followed very closely by Fluffy on the Phobius.
Exactly, I was about to touch on Fluffy. That pick is also genius, right, from the draft.
The Phobius, yeah.
So good against the Fanny. Edith as well. Hero that can sidestep, dash. Will definitely be punished by the Phobius automatically, and yeah, that pick is also so underrated. That game causes a lot of problems for the formation of Bigatron Alpha.
I do wonder though, like, was there a chance that Bigatron can execute differently in that first game, and maybe knowing that the Brody is just too difficult to deal with, make more ganks happen on the other side towards Fluffy? Because by all means, if the Edith in that game was a bit more difficult to deal with, a bit more tankier due to getting ahead in the lane, there's a chance they can kind of withstand the initial aggression. And they can also make sure that Fluffy on the Phobius falls behind, because that hero is great at brawling, great at scrapping, but at the same time, he does not have any escape tools available.
Well, let's see if the adaptations are made here. It's a Jawhead ban. That's what they decide to deal with. The Jawhead was too much of a problem for them apparently now, and we are going to be seeing that banned away. But after that, instantly we get to see as well the Fanny ban for the side of Evo's Glory. So, proper respect. But now the Ling is up for grabs. Oh my god! They decided to ban the Fanny over the Ling.
Does that mean that they have options available to try and shut down this Ling though? That becomes the immediate question. After banning away the Ruby themselves, they don't really have a lot of ways to kind of get that instant fast stoppage. And indeed will be the Ling for Bigatron Alpha.
So with the Ling pick here, this is a comfort pick as well for Super Ken. This time it's going to be first picked by Bigatron Alpha. Evo's Glory, what is the response to this? The Sask has been left open. Zosk Roger could be what they go for here. They go for the Valentina steal instead here, so leaving the Zosk open. And honestly, yeah, Valentina is a good response to the Ling. It is one of the heroes who can actually displace herself to escape from the Tempest of Blades. Valentina is usually just really good against the assassins, and they go for the Roger. So it's a Valen and the Roger flex. Now Bigatron Alpha's move.
Interesting. Valentina can also steal away the Tempest of Blades, by the way, if you really need to get out of that sticky situation. For Bigatron though, what kind of combo can be added to this Ling pick? Back then, it's all those support heroes, especially the Angela, but we haven't seen that being the case. The Angela now is going to be too one-dimensional, and flexibility is what they require. So setup might come up here. Arlott comes through, was banned by Bigatron themselves in game number 1, along with the Harith. So potential great matchup in the gold lane.
This time making an appearance earlier. It was part of the second phase for Evos in game 1, now the Phobius. And this is quite a bit of value for them in these skirmishes against the Harith, Arlott, and the Ling. So we'll see if this continues to be a way for Evos to punish Bigatron Alpha as we get into the second phase. This is a pretty good flex with the Roger. Meanwhile for Bigatron, it's the Arlott flex. They can go to Rogue, they can go to XP. The Evos still want to get rid of the Terizla and the Tigreal.
Maybe. Tigreal, Terizla, Minotaur. With this kind of dive composition, I think it's going to be so dangerous if they don't eliminate those AoE tools. And banning away the Terizla just ensures that for Evos, Fluffy will just get the advantage there. Just be aggressive, and there won't be any hero that can kind of sustain the same way that Terizla can.
Okay, so for Bigatron Alpha now, the Roger has already been picked up. They can go for the clear ban, which is the jungle right now, a big problem. They decide to go for the Tig instead first though, and then last ban should be the jungle target. What do they want to ban out against Evos here? Usually, by the way, for Evos, when they have a composition like this, they actually really like to go for Nolan to try to out-farm the Ling. This is also what we saw yesterday from Fabian, Team Liquid against Dewa. It's the Akai ban for Bigatron, respecting Dreams, who's been able to utilize that just yesterday to get a win against the side of Alter Ego.
Good sniff right on the Akai ban here. A good hero that can, again, wreak havoc towards the formation of Bigatron. A good counter for that Ling and that Harith. So a good ban there, I feel like, but Evos Glory, I'm sure they have other options here. I gotta say, Kufra still works here against this composition. Sure, the rumor has not been shown technically. Whoa!
Oh boy, I was thinking the pick of style, the displacement from the ejector. What can match that? Franco can. Against an Arlott, a Harith, and a Ling though. A lot of mobility here that he has to kind of read through. But the front line here, knowing now that there's a Franco threat, what do they want to use to try and beat that main front line? We talked about how Evos are relatively squishy. If they have enough damage here, that won't matter. So Bigatron needs to try and find something that can kind of withstand all that, kind of wreak havoc alone.
We go for the Zosk and Eden. Oh, Lolita!
Wait a minute.
Okay!
Whoa, hang on a minute. I believe that Bulwark doesn't really block the Franco hook. So if this is meant to counter the Franco, they're in for a bad time.
I think they're trying to read out that Evos will go for something like a carry to go and facilitate the Franco, you know, maybe a Beatrix even. So Lolita is more of a deny or a way to counter if Evos do go for another marksman here. So the Roger, together with whatever they pick, if it is the gold lane, will be in a bit of a pickle against that Bulwark.
It's a good counter engage tool as well.
And that's also a lot of AoEs, right? Take a look at Shaman Force, Dominus Descent, Numenon Blast, a lot of AoE ults here for the side of Bigatron. They want to control more fights. If you convert to game 1, they were struggling to control fights.
So it's going to be Julian. That can serve well, right? A bloody hunt into the enhanced scythe. That's almost a death sentence in the mid game with a couple of items. With the Roger as well for the sustained damage output and the chase potential, Evos has drafted up a monster of a composition.
This is a scary composition, and they read through the bluff of Bigatron Alpha. They saw through the pick of the Lolita that could be a counter towards whatever they wanted to go for, but in the end they say, nah, we're not going to play your game here. We're going to choose the Julian, another way out. Evil's Glory, lineup rating and counter index, both favoring them. It's time for them to pounce. Will they be able to get 2 wins here with their reinforcements in week 3? Age and Natko, were they the key? Were they the missing pieces of the puzzle? It's time to jump into the land of down. We see the Franco here in the screen, and we get to see the Franco in game. Evil's Glory, one step away from getting a clean sweep against MPL Indonesia, Season 14's favorites, and it's classic from Dreams. Look at that focusing mark.
And pair your booms, man.
Off the bat though, goes straight for the opposing side's jungle. Tries to slow Super Can for just a while, but it won't be available. This Franco, we have to see. Dreams is well known for this Franco play, but how is he going to play it? Where is he going to set his attention on? Pulls away Super Can, delays it by a bit, so mission accomplished for now. In the mid lane, now I feel like EVOS has a bit more to say. Lolita and Zas doesn't really clear the wave that well, so Clockun, along with Dreams, can get the roam advantage, and that is dangerous. When you let the Franco roam around to side lanes as well, it's going to be such a difficult thing to try and deal with, especially because it goes with the support emblem here, and with the agility and the pull yourself together. Just looking to make all the plays possible, and I wonder if he's going to go for the same kind of utility item build as well.
Let's see about it, man. I mean, Super Can's level 4. Annabelle is actually going to be caught in enemy territory.
Wow, he's isolated. Wow. No cover whatsoever. And Bigatron will say, hey, I'm going to punish you.
A bit of a misread almost. Maybe he wasn't thinking that Bigatron would be there, or Bigatron just rotating smartly, intelligently, off the base of some information. That's going to be a great first blood coming in for Bigatron though. Now they're setting up for the next neutral objective, right? They want to get control. If they can, they want to try and put Annabelle even further behind.
Luckily for Annabelle, though, he's on a Julian. So when you do lose out on the first 2 buffs, it's not that hard of an early game deficit. It's still okay. Julian doesn't need those resources as much as someone like a Ling and a Fanny, but they're already on it. Super Can, no purple buff.
Let's see here. Annabelle, very, very rushing, and Super Can finds the turtle. Tempest Blade now pops. Annabelle trying to run away from that situation. Stunned up though, but the follow-up damage isn't really in range. And that's a win there for the Newts. The Mark Force will not be able to threat Super Can just yet.
Super Can's retribution, nothing you can ignore, man. It's just so consistent. It has been consistent. Finn and Marino now has a bit more control due to the pressure, due to the win they had there. And Super Luke is kind of wisening up to this matchup here, just dodging, sidestepping Fluffy. And so far, it's so good for Bigatron. We're having more presence, and after that win, you can see Evo's kind of reeling back a bit, especially because Dreams isn't level 4 just yet. It's waiting around here, but Annabelle gets spotted out.
And Annabelle picks up the lead though. It's a slow game still. Bigatron got a win with a kill and a neutral objective, but it isn't really a big lead at the start of the game, and Evils have been able to actually utilize the waves to neutralize Moreno. Hooked!
That's a good hook, and the hunt lands. And that's Moreno. Without the flicker, Moreno gets taken out.
Dreams on the Franco. This is so scary every time. I think we can take it back to in the grand finals of Season 13 as well. When asked about why they dropped games against Evos in the grand finals, Onyx said it was the damn Franco.
Oh, connects on towards Dreams. With the help of Super Can, he will able to take down the roamer. Clockun now with the dominance descent in hand, but come on, solo killed by Natko. Now it's going to be Super Can looking for the payback by Natko. Good timing on the Lycan Pounds, and he survives.
Well, play to Natko, basically getting the kill solo on Eman, despite the fact that Bigatron were playing around it. The strong side, Natko is a mythical creature.
Definitely working well for them, but that was some insane fast hands from Super Can. Definitely sending a message to Evos that he can't be taken lightly. On the bottom side though, another trap, but Eman does not get hit by the Iron Hook. This means that Bigatron have a window right here, but they are still playing it safe. They want the purple buff in the hands of Super Can before they even contest for this turtle.
That's the problem with the Ling. You really need those resources. Very reliant on the purple buff. It's still Ken having a level lead. Actually, no, Annabelle with the purple buff take. They're back to equal on the board. It's back to 50-50. Super Luke hovering over Fluffy.
Oh, already half HP there for Super Ken. Let's see though, what will they do? Evo's Glory trying to reclaim the turtle spits. Fluffy though, receiving a lot of damage with the Dominant Forge though. Final Slash is not good. Next Annabelle securing the turtle. It was a trade for Fluffy. Evo's Glory now equalizing in gold.
I think it's okay again. Dreams!
Oh, good hook. Felon connects as well. Now Finn will try to somehow protect Luke with the Dominant's Descent. They will not be able to find anything. Dreams forced to use the Flicker. Glocken able to space out and get out.
Great recovery from Bigatron right there. Able to save one of their members. Even though they don't really get the big value play, the steal onto the turtle, they're still keeping up in gold compared to Evo's. So it's still not that bad of a situation, right? Knowing that Dreams is on the Franco, he wants a snowball. He wants to be able to get all those kills in the early game, because later on, he's going to lose out when it comes to tanking, when it comes to being the front line, where Finn will eventually kind of outdo him there.
And Evos are just so solid at this point of the game. The fact that, again, right, Bigatron Alpha were coming into the turtle with a bit of a lead. Very minuscule, but still a lead nonetheless. Fluffy being a consistent XP laner this time around with the Terizla just yesterday, and now on the Phoveus, which is a new pick for him. You can see that unique hero already rise as Age takes the helms as head coach back again. And now they're playing for the strong side again, top side.
Just the Tempest Blade though. Will not really threaten Annabelle there. And Evo's Glory is still here holding on to that small economy lead.
All right, waiting on the next play, and the longer the game kind of stagnates like this, the more Evos has a chance to try and get a big, massive hook. But also, there's moments here for Super Ken to try and initiate the split push strategy. Farming up a storm, making pressure available for the side of Bigatron so that Dreams is forced to kind of adjust and respawn. And there we go. Easy escape with the Finch Poise as well. 10 seconds to go before the next turtle. And you can see Bigatron setting up for it, pushing the bottom line, rotating to the turtle side as well.
And you can already really see that the presence of Finn in these team fights have been... Oh, Final Flash!
Towards Dreams. That will be Dreams taken down. Turtle. Take a look at him on with the Shaman Force here in the mid side. Natko forced to use the Flicker now. The mid very vulnerable. Amon will take that down. It's going to be Annabelle taken caught as well. Evo's Glory slowly but surely they're losing control here. Good execution here by Bigatron now. Final slash on towards Fluffy. 3 members is on this Phoveus. And of course, he will not be able to tank this damage, but no, he will take Moreno down with him.
Fluffy, always, man. Really going for these brawls, but it seems like Bigatron are slowly but surely downloading Bloody Hunt.
Towards Finn though. The damage isn't really there, but with Shaman Force now looking for a trade. That's a winner crown from Dreams. Instantly wasted. But that's both roamers taken out. Slash towards Natko. I can pounce. Super Luke jumps in again. But they will take the structure freely.
Man, the robots are downloading Evos, it seems, right? They took it real slow. Game 1. What made Evos really special is, again, they're team fighting, grouping up together at all times, playing with the strong side. BTR, they know now, as long as we initiate first, get these pickoffs and start these fights, Evos, as long as they can't clump up together, it's tough for them to make this composition work.
Especially if the target they engage on is Dreams on the Franco. We talked about this build, right? Rushing the Winter Crown, trying to be utility-based completely, not having any tanky items. Earlier on, it was the Jawhead that has a bit more survivability, the shielding coming in, the Unstoppable Force to try and buy a bit more time. The Franco does not have that kind of liberty. No movement speed boost as well to get away from danger, so Bigatron are trying their best to really punish that difference.
Let's see here, Amon again trying to siege the bottom. Oh, good hunt there on towards Super Luke. Cancellation, but now the damage will come through towards Dreams. They will fall first alongside Fluffy. Down the backside, Super Ken finds Glocken with the flanks as well. Tempest Blade on towards Annabelle. Natko running away. Annabelle still trying to tank, but Moreno collects a triple.
Super Ken putting the super back in his name. Arashi foreshadowed it, or he already noticed it, but you see another display of the super fast hands of Ken and Moreno there to capitalize on it. Finn being the unsung hero in that fight, canceling the Bloody Hunt. And again, for Evos, that time it was a bad hook onto a frontliner.
And especially because Evos kind of committed onto it, Super Ken is smoking on that link. There was some really quick plays coming through. think Annabelle really wasn't expecting it either. Now, with that change there, you can see that Moreno is a bit more durable. Everyone from the side of Bigatron has an extra bit of sustainability. So even if they do get hooked, there's a chance for them to kind of survive long enough for Finn to get that Numenon blast out and stop the whole engage. And which means that Evos, when they're trying to commit and kind of follow up on the Iron Hook, they have to think twice.
Now they are starting the siege down. And again, Eman always is going for the roam item, right? Roam boots after 8 minutes. I actually did confirm with him. It's literally just to get more assists or gold when you get assists. That's the reason he goes for it. And the favor, the reason he goes for favor, there's no reason. It's just as long as he gets roam boots. Yeah, it's just roam boots. It's green. Yeah, you can choose whatever color you want. Oh, Eman hooked. Oh, Purify.
Very nice. Calmly done there by Eman. But the Lord, they still need to deal with this Lord top lane. And they saw it will be sacrificed here by side of Evolve's Glory. But yeah, the Lord here is still the first Lord, so it's technically not a problem here for Evolve's Glory, though. They will lose a turret.
Great play to take out the turret, base turret, on the side that's far away. Look at Luke, though, going in. Oh, Final Slash!
Final Slash on towards two, Natco now being the target. It's going to be Bigatron, though, focusing down on the turrets. Oh, that's a huge two-man Numenon blast. That will caught Dreams, and he will go down. Evolve's Glory, can they defend this? Will they have enough firepower? Oh, Annabelle, take him down. Fluffy Natco blocked and trying to delay, trying to buy time, and Fluffy burst it down! Moreno collects a triple! Is this the maniac that I've been talking about? Clockton now in the no man's land, flickering out. Moreno looking for the maniac, Clockton not giving it, and Bigatron, they're waiting for Moreno to get not the maniac, but the godlike. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a game 3.
You called it, Yanni. We're gonna see a maniac, and we did technically. It was not a
semi-maniac.
Yeah, it's not a real maniac.
Triple plus one.
Yeah, they didn't see it. They got a bit delayed, but hey, they were able to get it done. Bigatron Alpha in the end, ending it with dominance too. Wow, really solid adjustment after game 1, and for Evos, you really got to question that Ling ban not being there. The fact that they banned out the Fanny, a hero that they actually dealt with, and they left out the Ling, a hero that no one's been able to get.
The Ling, you're seeing why it's so powerful right here, with how he's able to rotate so much easier compared to the Fanny, with the invulnerability from the Tempest of Blades, and of course, in the hands of Supercan, those mechanics are just next level, man. It's a team effort from Bigatron though, so Evos definitely is putting up a fight. But like you said, Mirko, it seems like the robots are downloading. It's a ticking time bomb when you're up against the red robots.
Moreno was truly the executor in a lot of these skirmishes. And let's take a look at that final clash again, Arashi. Walk us through this final clash.
At that point, losing 2 members, Evos tried desperately to try and get something back, but they're caught off guard already. Their real advantage is only the Iron Hook potential. With a Lord coming through, with a Nightmare respawn, how exactly are you supposed to land out a proper Iron Hook to set things up for your team? It's just unfortunate for Evos that their whole strategy got kind of read out. We were doubting the Lolita pick, but even in the end, Finn was able to make a big play there to ensure that Bigatron were able to win even more decisively.
And it's just about the cancel, really, right? Yeah. And a lot of the times that we saw Finn using Numenon Blast, it was to react to the Franco pick. Luke was hooked, and then Bloody hunted, Numenon Blast, and it wasn't even charged, just tapped it, right? Just and then they got the stun off, canceled the Bloody Hunt, and then proceeded with Luke just going all over the place with the Vengeance. Reset, 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 reset.
That was Ken.
Oh, that was also Ken, both. Ken picked up the blades, Luke tapped, right? Really solid performance from every single member there. And I would say, at this point, it puts us into game 3, where it's all about the adjustment. It's all about that. This is the moment that I said earlier, that I was mentioning earlier. Dreams gets the hook, and then the tap Numenon Blast, boom, and then you can see Luke. You know, just dash and dash.
Take a look at Ken here. Finding Clockton, who is very vulnerable as well.
Oh, look at this, look at this. Look at this one.
The timing.
Oh, boom. Just kidding. Or am I?
Boom, boom, boom. Ow! Smooth, clean with a capital K. Oh, who's it going to be? Who's the MVP? Is it Moreno with the most kills? Oh, it is going to be Moreno, our player of the game. Presented to you by your official tournament smartphone. The man of the hour, the Holy Crystal, Divine Glaive Rush. Oh, 9-2-5.
the attack speed boots as well. Player of the game presented by our official tournament smartphone, the Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6 as well. Well, Reno, as always, solid in the mid lane. All the skirmishes are happening left and right. He got hooked once as well. But it doesn't matter, man. He knows how to recover. And in that final situation, the final skirmish, when Eman was just trying to do some damage, trying to stay safe, he's the one that just walks in with the Dominus Descent and starts zapping everyone. Did he get that Maniac though, Gani? I guess this wasn't the moment you're talking about.
Technically, it's a 3+1.
Yeah.
All right, so it's
an unofficial Maniac.
Unofficial Maniac, but I don't want to spoil it for
Exactly.
us.
So who knows? Maybe the next game we're gonna see an actual Maniac. Here are the player of the game highlights though by our official gold partner Ubez Gold. I think the moment starts a bit later than this. This is a great response coming in from Finn. Picking an aggressive play onto a Franco. Definitely not expected, but Natko with the solo kill, turning things around.
Super fast.
Yeah, super fast hands though from Super Ken. This was the moment. The Franco cannot show himself, man. Dreams has to stay hidden. The moment Dreams is exposed right here, look at everyone immediately holding down Dreams, trying to destroy him for even attempting the play.
And really, I want to talk about the first moment of the game where Annabelle wasn't able to successfully invade. He got picked off, Arashi. That set the pace for the game. What happened there? A very uncharacteristic from Annabelle.
For Annabelle? But which one are you talking about?
The invade early, first blood, but he got caught by like 3 Bigatron members.
Oh, true. I was thinking about that as well. It really seemed like he thought, or there was some info relayed to him that it will be safe. Because, you know, on the Julian, you actually have good escape tools available to you as well. So that definitely kind of swung things a little bit in favor of Bigatron. But look at that damage. Look at the plays coming through. And look at the kite back, right? Even though Evos are trying to do everything, unfortunately, there's not enough damage available to them to secure those kills, those low HP bars.
Godlike. Wow. Maniac, the unofficial Maniac, Gani called out technically. And you see, a little bit of the taunt just coming out. You're going to have to get a win to get the full taunt.
Exactly.
It's a tease.
It's a light version of the taunt.
Yeah, it's a very tame version. And oh man, that game was actually 11 minutes and 35 seconds, Gani. It counts.
This is a kind of game where, actually today's matches, there are a lot of these games where it's so intense, so much action, with everything so critical to the outcome of the game. We haven't really been feeling like it's 11 minutes. It's always been, we always feel like it's like a 20-minute game, 25 at least. And then it turns out it's a 10 minutes, 11 minutes, and Bigatron Alpha definitely returned the favor here against the signature hero coming in from Evo's Glory. Shows them who's boss.
I have a question though, Arashi, right?
All right.
Whoa. Franco. Do you like the Franco pick?
Personally, I feel like it has potential.
Okay.
I dislike it.
Okay, Gani dislikes it. You think he has potential? That was just, you know, a starting question.
Right.
Winter Crown first item. What do you think of that on the Franco?
That's the issue. I feel like when you go with a full utility, Winter Crown and I think it was Winter Crown and Immortal for Dreams when we saw it last time. Yeah, you can make plays happen, but you're just so vulnerable. And now that, you know, the different dynamic we're talking about, a strong engage tool, a strong frontliner with someone sneaking around, hiding out of sight. Well, you have a Phobius, right? So how is the Franco supposed to really hide unseen? Because the Phobius doesn't want to stand there in the front.
My question is, can the Franco use the Winter Crown after getting the Bloody Hunt so it's uncancelable? See, that's why, because like, it's such a weird item to go for if that's not an interaction you would get, right?
Interesting. In theory, I think the logic checks out. It should work that way.
Yeah.
But considering the amount of times that the Bloody Hunt has been cancelled in this game, I'm feeling like it's actually not the case.
Oh, we'll test that out. You know, I'll get my Samsung phone right here and try it out if it actually can work out. Because man, that would be quite
intelligent.
I mean, not just intelligent. You can. Okay, yo, we got some new tech, ladies and gentlemen. That's why the Franco went winner. In case you guys were wondering, you can get a flicker or not, just a hook, and then Bloody Hunt, and then while you're on the Bloody Hunt, you use the Winter Crown. That was what it was for, Arashi. Gani. New tech on the Franco.
We've seen it before. We've only confirmed it now.
Cool.
New tech hidden from us by the mad scientist. Interesting.
I see.
But again, though, my position on it remains, if you want to do that, make sure that you have a strong frontliner to try and get the info, to try and distract your opponent so that you can actually get the hooks, right? With a Phobius, I don't think that, that combination is really as menacing as the Jawhead, right? The Jawhead is a whole different condition, whole different situation.
And I think that's why the Lolita pick ends up still being genius, because this would have been a very scary combination if, say, they took the carry, right? If that was a carry together, you get the hook, Bloody Hunt, and then the Winter, you can't cancel it. The guy is surely dead if the carry was picked up. But in the end, they had to flex the Roger into the gold lane, pick up Julian because of that Lolita. So we got layers just based on the draft there. Really, really cool stuff to see, in our final match of week 3.
Great chess match from both coaches, man.
Very great. Very great.
Better than great.
As well. And well, let's see here, right? Again, it's the best of one. Bigatron came away to taking. I'm sure if it's 2-1, they will still switch, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if it's 2-1, so let's see.
We'll see. Who
sit.
knows? What do you think, Mirko? Again, this is where you're in the hot seat, kind of.
You
How you feeling?
No, I'm calm, man. I don't.
Why are you laughing?
Against a team that is currently in the red zone.
Yeah. Hey, gotta give props to them. Game 1 drafts were really, really good, right? The fact that they picked up the Brody last, but this is the thing with Age that we saw as well, with this coaching style, or with this draft style. Sometimes you think ahead, but then you leave out some core fundamentals. They were thinking ahead, but then they forgot that a Lolita could be picked up. I think at that point, to be fair, they were just outplayed, right? It was just well played by Wura and Theo Nile to read that out before it actually happens, forcing them on a Julian, and then technically having less synergy with the Julian. You can't one-shot people as fast as you would be able to if you got a carry, or say at least a Beatrix. And a Bulwark works great against both.
I think the fact that you can one-shot opponents, but only if you get the squishy targets, right?
Absolutely.
You can't really shred down tanks the same way with the Julian, unless you're really snowballing hard. And that's the point we were talking about earlier. He wasn't able to snowball hard because he got picked off early on in the game. So these small moments in the game really shape up how the course of the game is going to go. Fortunately for Evos, it just allows Bigatron Alpha to actually match them when it comes to the clash, when it comes to the pickoffs. So we'll have to see, man. It's so exciting to think that from the drafting phase for the next game, we're already going to have a bit of an inkling on how the game is going to go, because we know that both coaches will not let this go to waste.
And it seems we are going to be throwing it over to Budiklara Mongstar for an interview, or possibly the Buggy Gopay. Let's throw it over to her.
Dua tim sedang berusaha keras untuk menyuarakan semangat mereka untuk memberikan energi positif bagi dua tim yang sedang berusaha untuk menutup minggu yang ketiga dengan indah dan senyuman. Dan yang akan membuat kalian tersenyum juga nih, ada BA dan support system dari kedua tim.
Hai, kenalin aku Regi, BA Bigetron, dan
aku JH, BA Bigetron juga.
Wow, ini dari Bigetron Alpha support systemnya. Namun di ujung sana juga ada support system dari Fluffy. Halo.
Halo.
Ada Melanie dan juga kakak. Kakak dari Melanie ya. Halo kakak. Di sini diajakin sama dedenya untuk mendukung. Oke, tapi Melanie gimana sih ngelihat perjuangan dari Fluffy hingga hari ini?
Ngelihat hasilnya ya pastinya belum cukup puas ya, karena belum maksimal lah. Tapi kalau ngelihat dari Fluffy-nya sendiri, dia semangat banget sampai hari ini buat jalanin match-match selanjutnya.
Tapi jadi penasaran ya, sebagai orang terdekat dari Fluffy, berarti 4 match beruntun gagal untuk menang alias kalah. Gimana tuh dari Fluffy-nya sendiri? Apakah dia terseduh-seduh, menangis atau sesuatu gitu? Kasih tahu kita dong.
Kalau dari Fluffy sendiri sedih tuh pasti ada ya, dia pasti cerita, tapi dia percaya sama timnya yang sekarang dan tetap ceria kok.
Habis menang, apa yang Fluffy lakukan? Pecah telur kemarin tuh.
Seneng banget, langsung ngechat orang tuanya, langsung ya pokoknya seneng deh dia. Tapi belum merasa puas ya, nggak boleh merasa puas.
Tidak boleh merasa puas.
Benar.
Itu kalau dari Fluffy dari EVOS Glory. Namun dari Bigetron Alpha, kita akan beralih kepada Regi. Bagaimana nih posisi Bigetron Alpha? Lagi di top tuh, sempat dipucuk lumayan lama, namun sekarang ada di posisi 2. Bagaimana nih respon dari Bigetroopers dan juga keluarga dari Bigetron pastinya?
Bangga banget sih sama perkembangan Bigetron di season ini. Karena kita udah menang 4 kali dan baru kalah sekali aja.
Tapi kalau kekalahan mungkin JH atau Regi bisa kasih tau gak sih? Bagaimana kalian merespon kekalahan pertama dari Bigetron?
Kalah menang tuh udah biasa ya guys, yang penting kita berkembang terus. Apalagi kita kedatangan pemain baru yang pernah bermain di M-Series, yaitu ada BTR Luke.
Waduh, datangnya Luke ternyata responnya positif banget ya.
Benar.
Tapi kan ini jadi semua orang penasaran kan. Banyak banget nih netizen-netizen yang kayaknya tuh meragukan. Bigetron kuatnya sebentar doang, gak konsisten nih. Kalian ngejawabnya gimana tuh?
Gak setuju sih, menurut aku season ini tuh BTR kuat banget guys. Karena udah ada player baru dari M-Series, terus ada rookie baru juga. Dan aku yakin hari ini kita bisa menang supaya kita bisa #1.
#1, kalau dari Regi. Waduh, semuanya pasti pengen ya untuk meranjak naik. Tapi kalau dari JH gimana nih? Melihat Bigetron di season ini.
So far perkembangannya bagus banget sih. Tadi BTW aku telat loh kesini. Terus pas aku baru sampai tiba-tiba udah on fire gini ya. Udah comeback.
Wah, apakah kamu ada lucky charm-nya? Bigetron.
Bisa jadi.
Wow, hadir kemari ternyata langsung membawa kemenangan. Namun melihat ini kan kayak akankah tersenyum atau agak sedikit merengut dari Bigetron tergantung dari match hari ini. Setelah kemarin nggak berhasil mendapatkan kemenangan. Bagaimana nih kalian melihat game penentuan ini?
Ya support terus, doain yang terbaik. Semoga BTR bisa menang.
Semoga BTR bisa menang.
Benar.
Support terus. Siap suaranya habis?
Siap.
Regi, kamu teriaknya pakai bahasa Jawa apa pakai bahasa Indonesia? Indonesia ya. Orang nggak bahasa Jawa. Tapi di sini pasti banyak banget yang menunggu dukungan dari, mungkin kamu bisa ajakin semua Bigetroopers yang lagi ada di rumah, yang lagi ada di sini buat ngedukung Bigetron.
Bigetroopers, mana suaranya?
Tanpa ragu pastinya untuk mendukung. Tapi kalau dari Melanie gimana? Kamu melihat game penentuan ini, game yang ketiga, berdebar-debar rasanya? Lumayan, tapi bagaimana kamu akan melihat nih? Seperti apa kira-kira untuk game ketiga ini?
Kita lihat aja nanti ya.
Ada yang nggak sih yang pengen kamu sampaikan khusus nih buat Fluffy atau buat EVOS Glory?
Buat EVOS Glory semangat terus, mainnya enjoy aja, jangan dibawa pressure. Terus komunikasinya dan semangat pokoknya.
Nggak ada yang spesial?
Spesial buat Fluffy deh, semangat sayang.
Meleleh aku tuh mendengarnya. Semangat. EVOS fans langsung kan, pada iri ya. Tapi Regi, coba dong. Juga boleh kasih semangat untuk Bigetron Alpha-nya langsung.
Saya malu.
Aduh, kita yang malu nih kalau Regi gitu meleleh, Bude.
Kamu gak mau? Coba.
Boleh, JH boleh.
Pokoknya Bigetron Alpha semangat terus sampai kapanpun, walaupun pokoknya semangat sampai kapanpun guys.
Semangat sampai kapanpun. Hari ini game penentuan juga dari keduanya. Mereka masih berusaha untuk mendapatkan kemenangan. Dan kayaknya kita bakal melihat seperti apa dari permainannya. Terima kasih banget Ciwi-Ciwi. Boleh bersiap-siap untuk mendukung timnya. Thank you girls. Yes, menarik banget pastinya di panggung ini. Rame banget, seru banget. Tapi ada yang lebih seru pastinya. Dan bisa dilihat bahwa dari kedua tim, mereka berusaha sebaik-baiknya. Game pertama berada di tangan EVOS Glory. Banyak yang terkejut dengan hasil itu karena di atas kertas Bigaton Alpha berada di puncak klasemen, berada di posisi 2 dengan kemenangan yang begitu solid dari 4 match pertama mereka. Sempat struggling di hari yang kemarin dengan kekalahan melawan tim Geek Fam. Namun kalau kita melihat sekarang sepertinya di game kedua Bigaton Alpha mulai mengamuk karena adanya sebuah perubahan yang mereka sadari di game yang kedua. Dan dari tim Bigaton Alpha dan juga EVOS, mereka sama-sama bersiap-siap. Tapi kalian siap-siap karena ini saatnya BBG. Bagi-bagi GoPay. Yeah! Semuanya pasti senang banget karena di sini Bude akan kasih tahu. Bagi-bagi GoPay. GoPay akan ada nih ya. Bagi-bagi GoPay Coins dengan total 50 juta GoPay Coins untuk 5.000 orang yang beruntung. Makanya sekarang kalian download aplikasi GoPay sekarang juga. Dan kalian bisa redeem GoPay Coin secara gratis. Cara redeem koinnya gimana Bude? Nih Bude kasih tahu langsung ya. Pertama, buka aplikasi GoPay, klik cek semua promo, lalu pilih voucher, lalu klik kolom punya kode promo. Lalu masukkan kode promo dan klik tukar. Selanjutnya, pasti GoPay Coins akan otomatis diterima. Jadi tunggu apa lagi? Langsung download GoPay sekarang juga karena ini hanya untuk 5.000 orang yang beruntung. Ini spesial karena kita tahu sendiri. EVOS Glory dan juga Bigaton Alpha. 2 tim yang sama-sama disponsori oleh GoPay. So, ini adalah match yang begitu spesial. GoPay ini adalah bagi-bagi GoPay. Saatnya BBG. Semuanya sudah pada siap? 3, 2, 1. Wah, ini dia kodenya guys. Wah, langsung di sini semuanya main HP ya guys. Gak apa-apa. Karena saatnya kalian untuk klaim. Seperti yang sudah Bude kasih tahu, semuanya udah buka aplikasi GoPay kan. Jadi jangan di foto, mending kalian langsung klaim sekarang juga. Tinggal di promo, pilih voucher, klik kolom punya kode promo. Masukkan kode promo dan klik tukar. Udah selesai gitu aja. Ingat ya, ini untuk siapa cepat dia dapat 5.000 orang yang beruntung. 5.000 orang loh. Wah, yang ada di sini langsung nih bisa pesta pakai GoPay. Terima kasih, inilah dia bagi-bagi GoPay. Jadi kalian harus perhatikan tim mana lagi nih yang disponsori oleh GoPay. Kalau mereka bertanding lagi, kalau dua-duanya disponsori GoPay, bagi-bagi GoPay akan terjadi lagi. Jadi hari ini kita semua bisa happy bersama dengan GoPay. Semuanya pun yang udah dapat, mana nih suaranya? Buset, udah lagi pada sibuk ngeklaim. Dan kita akan sibuk juga nih sembari ngeklaim koin GoPay. Kita akan melihat dan bersiap-siap untuk game penentuan. Game yang akan mendebarkan antara Bigaton Alpha dan juga EVOS Glory. So caster, let's go!
Code. Arashi tried to get the code. He was not fast enough despite him being in the venue. I'm disappointed, Arashi, because Gani got it.
I got it.
You know, I was thinking it's slow, but turns out you gotta be quick with it, man.
Yeah, I mean,
I thought that it can't be that fast.
Listen,
turns out it is.
Listen, folks, back at home. Slow and steady wins the race only happens in your little fairy tale book, all right?
Whoa.
Exactly. You think Usain Bolt took that advice when he ran and won the gold medal? You think Michael Phelps did it? No, okay? Slow and steady doesn't win the race. Not in most cases, but it does in some cases, right? Very few cases, it does. But mainly in your fairy tale land, buddy man. That's what losers say usually. Slow and steady wins the race, man. Come on, man. Bigger challenge for Slow and Steady last season in the playoffs.
Look at them now. Second.
What the heck?
Okay. I see you, Gani.
It's a bit harsh, Gani. Coach Wura just gave you like bombastic side-eye.
Bombastic
What did this guy say about my team?
What did you say? What did you say?
What did he say? What did he say?
Can't believe it. Anyways, though, we're gonna be taking a look at this draft. Wura.
Hurrah!
Great Lolita pick to end things off. And now we are back to the drafting phase. Arashi, you asked me a pretty cool question, but we have to take a look at the audience topic voting first. Score 1-1. How will EVOS bring the game back? All right, so this is an audience survey. Are they going to use a cheese pick? 25% of the votes. Getting an early snowball, 46%, and winning the trio mid, 30%. So most of you guys actually think that the way EVOS would come back here in a 1-1 situation would be getting the early snowball, just like in game 1. Do you concur? Do you concur?
Yeah. I do think so. If they really get the ball rolling, they've shown that they can punish Bigatron. The issue is just making sure that Bigatron doesn't really get on even ground.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem here. When you get on equal footing with Bigatron, at this point, it's great efforts coming in from Coach Age to really get these winning drafts, to get the right composition that his team can use. But by all means, when it comes down to the very minute executions, Bigatron has been here longer, right? They have experience in the late game. They've experience in those really late game team fights where the smallest bit of changes can matter. So I feel like for EVOS, a safe bet, the more reliable bet is to go aggressive here and take out Bigatron before they can reach that stage.
And now it's time really to see the draft, that adjustment again in the draft. Whether EVOS Glory, Age, this is a question from Arashi during the break. Does Age have more tricks up his sleeves?
Right.
Now, what do you think, Gani? Do you think there's going to be more cheese picks now, or do you think they're just going to stick with the standard?
I think they should, like game 1, respond to the drafts of Bigatron, right? They saw the opening for that Brody pickup last, and I think they should go into the draft here for the third games with the same mentality, same approach. Let's see here, right? Bigatron, what do they prioritize? What do they pick? And yeah, let's respond to Bigatron's draft, right? Because in the second game, it's actually Bigatron who were able to have a better response towards EVOS' draft.
I wonder if the emphasis is going to be on the roamers, right? We've seen the gold lane matchup emphasis. We've seen the EXP lane. Both teams can kind of go toe-to-toe, right? If the matchup isn't really too one-sided, it's cool. Where it's really... Where it's a bit more scary, a bit more dynamic, is the roaming position, because technically they're not gonna be 1v1ing. It's all about the playmaking, right? So I feel like all these lanes, you can kind of get an advantage in the drafts, but in the roaming position there, it's all skill, it's all instinct, man. Dreams up against Finn here. We have to see what they can bring to the table. As we take a look at the first few picks, Arlen already picked up. It's just a quick banning phase coming in from Bigatron.
Yeah, first pick Arlen. This is not something that we've actually been seeing a lot of. Mostly it's been Roger, Valentina, and Lings whenever it's left open, but EVOS Glory, they've already adjusted from game number 2. They left the Ling open. They'd much rather just go up against the Fanny if it's up for grabs. So Bigatron not going to pick up the Arlen first. They want to play with Flex. EVOS, they try to do the same thing here. Roger, Valentina.
Roger, Valentina, they can really work. That is Bigatron's style, but you know, what's to say that the mad scientist can't copy his classmates' homework? It is indeed not the Valentina, but not the Roger. Moskov comes through, and the Harith is still available. See what Bigatron wants to go for right here.
So, big problem is now for Bigatron Alpha, if they still want to go for the Fanny, is the fact that the Moskov has already been picked up, and EVOS can still end the draft up with a Franco, right? That'll be 2 ways to go up against the Fanny. But Bigatron Alpha, do they want to utilize the Fanny as a bait? Yes, they don't. No, they don't. I thought that was a Fanny, but it turns out it's Matilda Airlines coming your way. It's Finn on the Matilda, and they decide to go for the Roger, playing with the flex potential of the Arlen. No, actually not anymore. With the Matilda pick, that confirms the Arlen's go XP. That's why they pick up the Roger here, and it does give EVOS Glory a chance to maybe go for the Fanny for themselves, you know? Annabelle plays a pretty mean Fanny. Does he want to go for it, though?
Or does he prefer the Nolan that has a bit more instantaneous of a damage delivery system? Or are they going to try and get a strong roaming hero right here for Dreams, because the Jawhead won't be available. We talked about how the Franco can be an alternative, but considering how it went in the previous game, I don't know if EVOS want to double down on that.
Agreed. I think not anymore, right? The Roger or the Franco would have been an answer if the Fanny comes up for Bigatron Alpha. So Evo's Phobius was the answer in the previous game. They'll go for the Phobius again here to end up the drafts. Terizla Loyi, one of the bans. Game number 2, this time with their Arlen picked up and with no flex potential. I don't think they're actually going to be going for the Terizla ban anymore. But I think the Loyi could still be a big pick for Bigatron to pick up. Meanwhile, for Bigatron, it's back to if they're setting up for an assassin or that damage dealer, whether it be the Roger in the jungle or another assassin, the Tigreal makes sense.
Tigreal can work, especially with Evo's composition. You can expect a lot of clumping to happen. You know, they can actually try and go for the big punish if they really want to. They ban away the Zask though, so we're expecting Moreno's playmaking potential. The Sushin and Zask no longer available. Aurora comes to mind. But for Bigatron, it seems like they're going to be trying to play the aggressive style here, so they take away that Minotaur from Dreams. Like you said, Mirko, the Tigreal might follow suit too as well.
The situation, right? What's going? They're not really on towards a snowball approach, right? With the Moskov, you are active technically with the mid game unless they drafted a hero, 2 heroes that is super aggressive in that early. Maybe then they will go for that game 1 approach. Let's see though, Bigatron on the other side, they are the ones who are looking to set up with a good snowball draft here with the Mathilda, with the Roger. They are looking for that early snowball fight.
Yeah, and for Evos, it's been the mid lane, Zask and the predicted Loyi. Bigatron have actually gone for the Minotaur instead of the Tigreal first, but now they can actually go for the Tigreal. Again, Evos could still pick up the Edith as a roamer. It'll actually be pretty solid to be reactive, but I think, yeah, Evos might lack a bit of instant initiation. That's what you get, or instant reaction rather, as well with the Minotaur.
Yeah, if your skills are channel-based, I mean, we saw the Lolita work in that situation, but it's going to be a bit too risky, I think, for Evos if they want to try and get something that's slow. Because Bigatron, if they do get an advantage, one thing they do really well is they play fast, right? They engage fast, they burst people down fast. There's usually not a lot of time for you to try and make the outplay. But for Evos, they got the Akai here. Was the final ban in the in game number 2 earlier. So falls into the hands of Evos, can scatter Bigatron. And what could be the solution here, especially for Moreno? One of the key core factors for Bigatron is that winning mid lane prio. Always something good put in the hands of Moreno. What could it be though?
Honestly, Lilia might work here.
Agreed. You want to go for more poke, right? Whenever you go for the Akai, you want to poke him down, and yeah, Lilia does both poke the Akai and also win out, and you actually get more bonuses because the Valentina won't be able to steal that big ultimate. It's just going to be Black Shoes. They decide to go for the Alpha instead with the Lunox. And now it is the Bane for Anofel. Hey, thoughts, Arashi, for the drafting phase?
There's a lot of damage and a lot of mobility tools, a lot of outplay potential here for Bigatron. For Evos, it's a bit more straightforward, right? Play for the front to back, get the damage out, get the Bane farming, and allow the Akai to just disengage and make those plays happen. Whereas for the side of Bigatron, it's all that dive, bro. The Alpha and the Lunox alone is already a threat to begin with. Along with that, the Roger for the chase, the Mathilda and the Arlet. Now this is where it gets a bit sketchy, right? Because the Arlet will be that main front line that will have to tank everything, and the Mathilda is going to be the one that can be a bit more dynamic. So this is going to be a playstyle that might not really suit, might not be used to by Bigatron, but maybe Evos can get baited into that as well.
You've had our thoughts of our analysts. Ladies and gentlemen, now it's time for you guys to predict. Go ahead in the comment section and predict whether it's going to be Bigatron Alpha or Evo's Glory in this match. 1-1, we're back to the decider. A best of 1 with these exact drafts. Lunox for Moreno in the mid lane. This is probably the first time we've actually seen the Lunox in the mid lane. It's usually been in the gold lane. So we'll see how it does. Evo's still sticking to the mad scientist, a Bane pick.
Now this is quite terrifying though. Super Ken on an Alpha, Lunox in the hands of Moreno. You have to remember, the level 1, level 2 for the Lunox is deceptively strong, but Finn already taking a lot of attention, a lot of damage from the members of Evos. I wonder how Finn is going to play this. Is he going to shadow and find where Dreams is, or is he going to actually be the aggressor, as Iman might be gank here?
Let's see, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Dreams trying to pressure, but yes, the approach from the side of Bigatron should be pacing, right? With Matilda, it's going to be create a lot of tempo and expect Bigatron play a fast pace.
And the rotation. Pull yourself together for Dreams to get more flickers, more ways to really make the big play happen. 2 agilities though for both the Phobias and the Valentina. So roaming is definitely in the minds of Evos and the emblems by IndieHome here. But Wilderness Blessing and agility for the Lunox and the Mathilda. So you can see that they are attempting to be a lot more active in the early game. It seems like Evos is dealing with it quite well.
Yeah, and in this winning lane for Iman, it's actually going to be quite tough because Dreams was able to get some damage down. Oh my god, look at that piercing damage from Natko. Ooh, really zoning Iman from taking these minions, but he has gotten the job done already. He was able to shove the wave into the turret so that the turret will push the wave back to him, and maybe he's going to set up for a freeze this time around. Both Superkin and Annabelle also hitting their level 4 power spikes to go and contest on the pseudo-utility junglers. This is as utility as it gets in this meta.
All the utility available, but Supercan goes aggressive here, but again, no real big engage available. Fluffy makes the first move though.
Yep, Demonic Force with the circling eagle, and Supercan finds the turtle. Dreams will fall, and they will clamp on towards Fluffy, who has the Demonic Force. Vengeance pops here, Supercan quite low with the cover though. Supercan will not be able to find the escape. Rocket finds the assassination there. It's 3 kills onto his Megatron. There might be a mistake by Natko. Too ambitious, but he is able to flicker away.
What a chaotic skirmish! It ends up 3-2, but the neutral objectives are still over for Bigatron. And Imani got the free lane. Natko took the Spear of Destruction. In the end, I think it was still worth it for Natko to take that. He got a kill, and he's still going to be able to make it to the bottom lane to get those 2 cannon minions. But doesn't change the fact that Bigatron now have a 1,000 gold lead with a very scary comp to give a 1,000 gold lead too.
That was a crazy fight though, out of nowhere. I believe the final set from Super Luke was able to actually group up 4 members, and then the combo straight up with the Alpha. Funny enough, we've kind of foreshadowed it in the first match of today, I believe. We talked about, Alpha in a combo with a great fighter is devastating, and you're seeing that play out here for Bigatron. You can see Evos, they're sending Dreams to try and be annoying, try and find something, but it won't be allowed to them by Bigatron. And look at the mid prio, the rope.
Oh, that's circling eagle onto his Annabelle. Good final slash. Annabelle, though, will fall. Now with Dreams with a heavy spin, almost taken down there. Was able to space out, and Glocken was also to provide cover.
Bottom lane, you can see that. Natko might be ganked.
Oh, 3v1. It's not a good time that Natko goes down in the hands of Moreno. Glocken looking to salvage something, does not get it. That's the triple threats. Not on the side there was overwhelming for Natko.
This is why the Mathilda was picked up in the first phase. They're just so active. Super catch.
See here with a Spear of Alpha already connected. Demonic Force trying to sustain, trying to buy time as well, but the final slash will break his tempo. Fluffy goes down.
Look at Moreno.
Oh, circling eagle on towards Dreams. The damage won't be enough for Finn to find the finish. Now Evo's Glory, they're a little bit late on towards the mute.
They're everywhere with this Mathilda, and now they're gonna invade. Annabelle forced to retry.
No.
Free turtle to Super Ken, a 3,000 gold lead. For Bigatron Alpha, some slick movement from Glocken. Let's take a look at the audience prediction in favor, actually, for Evo's Glory.
Wow. Interesting result right here from the audience predictions. Bigatron definitely not believing in that. That Mathilda, we talked about how Bigatron is so good at rotating, even more so than Evos. Now with the Mathilda in their hands, you can see it's about to get a lot worse coming in. And you can see the items here. War Axe for the Alpha, already for the sustain. Another belt for the Arlet. That's Dreams. Push a Super Ken into the turret.
Pins Super Ken down. The damage will be enough to take him down as well. Now Dreams very low. Moreno with a clutch basic attack there. Finds the trade. Glocken though deals a lot of damage on towards Finn. And Mono so bold there, standing the front lines. Now they want more. Annabelle here trying to give out damage, but take a look at the damage here. And Mon goes down. Moreno will not be able to find the payback, but Annabelle in a peculiar position. Moreno collects a double. Will he find the triple? Clockwood in trouble. Finn will be there to provide the assist. It's Battle of the Mages. Clockwood wins this one.
Moreno says, I am him! Flickers forward, loses out on a big bounty still though. 6-0 now, first kill over, and that's a big shutdown to Clockwood. That was not value at all, but it sure as hell was entertaining. The massive gold lead now down just to 1,000.
On the bright side though for Bigatron, Annabelle is only level 8, man. While all this attention is drawn out by Moreno, Supercan has been farming up a storm constantly on this alpha while still being able to gank, while still being able to impact the rest of the map. As the turtle comes through, the lane actually it's kind of matched, kind of balanced on the top side. But Eman, wait a minute, that's a Golden Staff Roger.
It's the attack speed build making a return
no.
to the Roger. This is not the Thunderbelt build that we know of. Supercat.
Yep, it's gonna be Supercan securing the turtle heavy spin here. Defensively, flickers out, but the damage will not connect. Oh, never mind, he survives. Though Bigatron will move onwards with the flicker final slash. Annabelle will not be able to defend the base turret, but Fluffy will. Bigatron, Hero of Alpha connects on to soon. Damage will be enough to take Fluffy down. It's going to be Bigatron again, just rolling, steamrolling on this lead.
All right, so what's the logic behind this attack speed build, Arashi? Is it just because they know that there's no real initiation? They're not in a rush to fight?
Before we get to that, let's take a look at this dive there. Super Luke, I think, was trying to find Dreams as well in that fight. But there, you can see, when you're too concerned about the Circling Eagle, when you're too concerned about Super Luke, the Alpha comes in with the spear, skewers you right out immediately. Natco, though, didn't go for the push, went for the farm coming in on the top side. And now Bigatron are trying to match it, and they have great damage output because of that attack speed build. With all the burst damage available, I guess they just want something that can kind of carry even harder in the later stages of the game.
And now if we take a look back at the game, right, the problem for Evo's Glory has been the fact that, that's a 3-man knockup, final slash.
Good recovery though, and they will reposition as well. Moreno now will try, will not commit on towards the fight just yet here. Evo's Glory, they managed to clear the top lane wave.
So back to the point, the problem for Evo's Glory is the fact that they don't really have any way to initiate. It's really more of a reactive composition, even with the Phobius, right? The gap close is not there, and when you do decide to fight, your team better commit with you. We saw it earlier up top when he was ganked. The way he escapes is by fighting, by winning the fight. Now Dreams is caught.
He pins him on down, but the fall damage there wasn't evidence. The damage though will connect onto its spin. Fluffy Vengeance. No, it's irrelevant now. Evol's Glory stands with 4. It's a roam for EXP.
And it's Finn, for Fluffy, that trade. I don't know, at this point, is Finn worth the trade for Fluffy? It's 0-4 to 1-2, and it's the main engage and escape tool for Bigatron.
Since we discussed how Fluffy is a core member, a core component in how Evos are able to actually get so much dominance in the fights, I feel like it's great for Bigatron to put him further back behind. Because in the end of the day, even though Finn is doing better than Fluffy, it's still a roam, right? And Supercan now picks up the Winter Crown, already expecting to go into dangerous territory, and they spot Natco on the top side. They want to burst it down. Look at the damage!
And the damage is enough here. The Lord will taken uncontested. Natco though will find an inner turret top lane. That will still be Bigatron winning the trade.
It's a blitz, man, and that's what you can do with the Lunox in your composition. Oh my god!
Don't bully the purple buff, man!
Oh man! But how far did they take the purple buff away?
River.
That's literally Grand Theft Purple. They were kidnapping the purple, not just stealing it, man. That was sad.
I don't think I've ever seen the purple buff taken at the river, bro.
Yeah, right. They held him for ransom.
And they succeeded, man. Now, no buff for Annabelle. And again, all they can do is stop the dive. But what can you do when the dive comes in layered, right? Layering of ultimates and spells has always been a strong suit for Bigatron. We've always complimented them all the way from week 1. Now you're seeing it again. Evo's not sure when to pop the heavy spin, not sure when to pop the deadly catch.
All right, the Lord is still the first Lord, and Evo's Glory, they will be able to defend their base turret in the bottom side of the map. Natco dealing the wave top lane as well. Good defense here, executed by Evo's Glory, and Bigatron, no window for a fight or even a siege.
Still the first Lord. Bigatron will definitely struggle to go for the end here. But Eman, I think the main problem for Bigatron Alpha, if they had gone for a normal composition, would be Siege. Oh my god, that attack speed build! Ooh. Yeah, Dreams definitely can't be tanking a whole lot of that. This is how much damage Eman is doing. Imagine how much damage a 6-1 Moreno on a Lunox will be doing later on. That will certainly be a burst down. Let's take a look at the items once again, Arashi. Do they have the items to end the game with the next Lord?
Moreno in particular has the concentrated energy, so that is a massive buff to his survivability. On top of the Brilliant Order, now he has an extra chance at sustaining on top of the Flash of the Oasis, by the way. Same thing for Super Ken, already with the Queen's Wings. They jump on Dreams here most likely, but they won't commit, stealing the orange buff away from Annabelle. This is the problem. Evos, they have damage, but Bigatron have both damage and sustainability. Everything is built into each other. And that is how they're able to actually outmatch Evos, despite the fact that on paper, all of these AoE tools are still available for Evos. They just don't have the same kind of dual value like we're talking about for Evos in game number 1.
And again, for Evos, it's really whenever they have the strong point, the power spike, they can never truly initiate, right? With this composition, it's very reactive. It's actually too reactive. I think the Akai pick was a bit too early, in my opinion, right? The fact that they went for Akai first over the Bane, because I think Bane would have been a better option to go for. Then you go for Akai as last pick if you see, you know, a way in. But now the fact that they were able to pick up Lunox and Alpha as their last picks kind of stops the Akai from being a problem. Even if he wants to go for the initiation, he will get melted down by Eman on the attack speed build and Moreno.
Oh. Early circling Eagle will not crash on towards anyone just yet though. The Lord, Bigatron taking their time here top lane though. Natco hasn't shown on the map. Once he shows, yeah, Bigatron, they will pull the trigger on towards the fight here, and there you go, they move onwards. Finn looking for a fight, super weak as well. Lord also chunked down, heavy spin, awkwardly. The Moreno finds Dreams, now it's gonna be a reckless battle, Super Ken wins it. The backside to Luke, causing the tracks and Fluffy isolated. Eman, taken down, now take a look at Natco. He's dealing the top lane like a man, but that will be all. The base turret is going to be the sole casualty from Natco.
So a base turret traded in for a Lord and 2 members. I think for Evo's Glory, they have to take whatever they can get, and that's what they got. It's a bad trade in the end, because Bigatron Alpha still have a way to push this up. They're actually going to be able to crash all 3 waves together. Can Evo's defend, Arashi?
Well, Super Ken actually hasn't cleared the top lane, so the Lord is going to crash even earlier. But still, you're going to get the turret. Ooh, Annabelle gets so low. Bottom turret falls as well on the side opposite of the next Lord. Bigatron cashing in, going for the top side too.
Now they'll defend it with 5 rings now. Very low chunks. Though, the Lord will be taken care of. Evo's Glory now focused down on towards the top lane. He will get the clear, but here Alpha connects on towards Super 10 as well now. Super 10 locked down. Still trying to buy time. In the base, take a look at him on. He's trying to end the game, and Bigatron Alpha. They have found the reverse sweep. The Red Terminators. They dethrone the Kings of Kings. Welcome back to the top.
Welcome back to the top, Bigatron Alpha. It looked shaky after game 1, but they were able to pull off the reverse sweep on Evo's Glory. And it was Eman, man!
Turret lock.
Turret lock. That's a specialty right there. You can do it. A flicker to the back as well. He technically scratched the crystals back in the end. Well played to Bigatron Alpha. Adjusting after game 1's cheese, after game 1's amazing draft by Evo's Glory. We still got to give props to Evos because their improvement this week has been very, very solid. Beating Alter Ego and then getting Bigatron to the edge of their seat. But at the end, calm, composed, respecting some of the cheese, but not really going for anything too crazy, not overthinking BTR.
Not at all, man. Business as usual. Come in contact, download information, destroy. Bigatron, that final game, really made you kind of forget about game number 1. They're able to just find all these picks, by the way, that we haven't seen in a long time. Makes you really wonder, what does Bigetron have up their sleeve? As much as Coach Age had those chase picks, Bigetron pulled out the Lunox, pulled out the Alpha and the Mathilda, showing that they haven't really shown their full potential just yet.
They have a few more tricks up their sleeves, and I just want to really take a look at Aman again, right? He flickered behind there, so Annabelle can reach him, and he gets it with 1 HP. Let's see the winning interview with Bigetron Alpha and Bude Clara Mongstar.
Yes, momen yang mendebarkan dan pada akhirnya Bigetron kembali mendapatkan kemenangannya. Dan begitu mendebarkan, Eman, what did you do? Last game, how you make it happen?
Because I see them they're backing, so I just push the turret. So
Your initiation,
yeah,
focus on turret.
yeah, focus on turret down.
Wow, you calculated right and you get the turret. So how about everyone's? How is the reaction? How is the response?
Udah lupa gua.
Oh, udah lupa. Pokoknya dia cuma ngelihat aja dan dia cuma fokus aja ke turret, ngelihat semua playernya ada di belakang. Jadi, and that works. You throw away the mic? Why? About this win, how do you feel about getting the wins again, Eman?
Apa?
How do you feel getting the wins again? Because yesterday is not good for Bigetron.
We're really happy because yesterday loss we learned a lot. So we review our game so we can come back stronger.
Okay, jadi belajar banyak. Tapi what did you learn from yesterday match?
I think just the small mistakes.
Kesalahan
The fundamentals.
Kesalahan kecil.
Yeah.
So, little mistake, kesalahan kecil yang sudah dipelajari dan akhirnya diperbaiki hari ini. Momen yang begitu keren, tapi Moreno sampai 3 game loh. Sebegitu sulitkah untuk melawan EVOS Glory?
Sulit lah. Sulit. Roster mereka baru juga kan. God lane-nya jago. Mereka jago lah.
Gold lane, back to Aman again. So, the gold lane is different. Marana said that gold lane is also different. So, how do you feel or how do you see the 2 gold lane of EVOS Glory? Are you expecting to facing Natco?
I think yes, because yesterday they win, right? So I think he will play also next week, I think.
Dia mungkin karena kemarin menang nih, mungkin dia akan bermain juga untuk hari ini dan nextnya. But comparing Brands and Natco, how do you face both of it? Like what's the difference?
Gak ada sih kayaknya.
Gak ada bedanya guys katanya. Moreno mungkin yang bisa ngasih tahu ya. Kan kamu yang bilang gold lane-nya beda.
Ya mungkin skillnya sama aja, cuma mungkin lebih fresh lah mereka pakai god lane baru, makanya ya jago lah mereka, keras.
Iya. Tapi melihat hasil dari EVOS kemarin sebenarnya baik sekali dengan datangnya AG. Kamu gimana sih melihat dengan pick-pickan EVOS yang cukup menarik? Kalian sudah siap dengan menghadapi itu semua?
Siap sih, makanya tadi kita ban jauh head mereka. Game 1 jauh headnya nyusahin, jadi kita ban. Udah, habis itu mainnya Franco.
Aman semuanya?
Aman.
Setelah kekalahan kemarin, bagaimana kalian bounce back? Shock gak sih win streak kalian pecah? Look ya, boleh look. Shock gak? Win streak kalian pecah?
Enggak, soalnya lawannya Geek kuat juga kan.
Mantan?
Iya.
Oke, lalu apa yang mungkin Luke pelajari dari match kemarin setelah melawan Geek?
Mungkin disiplin kita aja sih.
Disiplin saja.
Yeah.
Ketemu leg kedua, tapi siapa sih yang paling serem di Geek untuk saat ini sampai kalian harus tunduk kepada Geek?
Yang serem, Baloy sih mungkin.
Baloy?
Iya.
Leg kedua bisa balas dendam nggak ini?
Gak tahu, lihat nanti aja.
Belum pede untuk melawan di leg kedua, melawan
Belum.
Geek? Belum?
Takut.
Takut sama siapa?
Sama Geek.
Sama Geek, sama Baloy. Ih serem. Serem.
Iya serem.
Tapi ini juga menarik dengan adanya Next. Akan ada Fnatic, Onyx dan juga akan ada dua sih, tapi big match-nya mungkin dari kita lihat klasemen yang berat adalah 4P Champions yang akan kalian lawan. Super Ken melawan Fnatic Onyx. Next week. Bagaimana kamu melihat pertarungan selanjutnya?
Seru, cuman yang paling tunggu-tunggu ketemu Rebellion, ketemu King Matt.
Ketemu King Matt. Ada apa ini? Kenapa? Beda lane loh padahal.
Karena itu temen aku dari awal masuk BTR, terus dia udah lama nggak join kompetitif, masuk ke MPL langsung main di MPL ID.
Dan di Rebellion, jadi kamu menantikan malah ketemu King Matt.
Ya,
Ada yang ingin kamu sampaikan kepada King Matt mungkin?
King Matt, good luck ya. Latihan terus.
Latihan terus, good luck. Wah, support dari teman sendiri. Namun, Bude penasaran, masih dengan Fnatic Onyx, akan ada dua jungler yang bisa bermain. Kira-kira lawanmu nanti minggu depan, Albert atau Kairi? Dan siapa yang pengen kamu lawan sebenarnya?
Albert,
Kenapa tuh?
biar full Indo aja sih.
Full Indo?
Ya. Sama aja lah, dua-duanya boleh.
Dua-duanya boleh.
Wah. Karena dia takut lawan Kairi.
Eman yang nge-spill nih, Eman yang nge-spill loh.
Dua-duanya.
Dua-duanya ngeri. Tapi bagaimana kamu cara untuk melawan ketakutan itu?
Enggak takut, Bude.
Oh enggak, Eman. Eman nih ya suka begitu. Harus tetap berani, harus tetap pede sama semuanya ya?
Iya, harus pede.
Harus pede. Kepedean kalian hari ini pede di pucuk terus atau tidak?
Pede.
Pede. Dari Vin sendiri yang ada di ujung sana bermain hari ini. Apa nih yang akan kamu bawa untuk membawa Bigetron tetap di pucuk?
Nggak tahu.
Oke, kalau membaca lawan, pergerakan lawan, kan tugasmu lumayan berat ya. Harus bisa ngebaca lawan, harus bisa backup teman. Tapi tugasmu di Bigetron sebenarnya bagaimana?
Narik-narik orang doang pakai Matilda.
Narik-narik orang doang pakai Matilda.
Bude, dia mau nangis, Bude.
Coba dong, kan tanyain sesuatu coba. Tanyain sesuatu sama dia.
Kamu nggak apa-apa, Vin?
Kamu nggak apa-apa, Vin? Dijawab dong.
Gak apa-apa.
Nggak apa-apa. Menang hari ini?
Seneng.
Seneng.
Kok matanya berair?
Kenapa terharu kemenangan kah?
Kok matanya berair?
Kok matanya berair? Enggak, oke kemenangan hari ini. Vin persembahkan untuk siapa, Vin?
Untuk Koet.
Oke, untuk penutupan ada yang mau kamu sampaikan mungkin, Vin?
Buat BG2 Press,
Maklum ya guys, masih baru.
buat BG Troopers, terima kasih udah datang mendukung dan jangan lupa dukung di week-week selanjutnya.
Ya, itulah dia. Dan tentu saja Moreno, Bude ini banyak banget yang nagih gaya Moreno. Kemenangan Moreno. Moreno saatnya kamu foto. Sini. Ini wajib loh, yang lainnya juga dong. Ayo, gaya apa Moreno? Ayo, bareng ayo 1, 2. Mereka mikir dulu ya.
Gimana?
Nih lihat nih, Bude udah siap-siap.
Gimana lo yang pilih?
Pakai Z-Flip ini tuh enak banget. Bisa pakai yang 0,6. Terus habis itu ini bisa kualitasnya bagus banget. Mereka masih lagi ini ya. Diskusi buat foto doang. Guys, lama banget. Let's go. Yuk. Siap? Ini lama juga ya gayanya ya. Ini Korea. 1, 2, 3. Udah zoom ini ke mereka. Thank you. Dan Caster itu lagi kemenangan mereka. Silakan Caster.
That's the Moreno pose for some reason now. That's the new selfie pose. We also have a flip. We can do it. Arashi, do it. Hold it. We can also do it,
Hey.
Bude. It's not just you on stage. Not just you dudes on stage, Bigatron. We can do it
Arashi,
too. Use that
flex.
flip. All right. There you go. We got that selfie too. We'll show it to you later on just to prove it to you.
Pointing at the front.
Two cameras. This is the
There are
pose.
two cameras, bro.
Oh, see, I see that vision. I see that vision. I think Big John saw the vision of the comeback as well, though. Well played to every single player on the team, but I think there's a special member when it comes to this match. We'll see it. Who's the player of the match? Who's your prediction for player of the match?
Honestly, I see two potential candidates.
Okay.
Moreno
and
Supercan.
All right. How about you, Rash?
Rash. Same. I think I would say Moreno and Super Ken too, because in this game he wasn't just doing damage. He was still going with some of the playmaking tools, which is why the utility junglers were so feared back then. And Super Ken shows that even though the meta has shifted, even though he is fast on the links, Alpha is still available, but he won't be the player of the match. It's gonna be Moreno.
Moreno, the MVP, 7-1-6. Oh man, that play. We gotta, in the highlights, we'll see it again, right? The
dominance.
flicker, he could have just backed off. He had a bounty. It's not worth, Arashi, it's not worth.
It's not about the money, Mirko.
Exactly.
It's about sending a message.
There you go. I was expecting you to say that, and man, that's what we got from Mr. Chaos, Mr. Brilliance. It's the yin-yang built in Lunox, and it's built in Moreno as well.
Look at the player of the match highlights here by our official gold partner, Ubez Gold.
Oh, what a combo.
And all the way from the beginning, this is why we're talking about Super Ken as a potential contender. He was just doing a lot of damage, and he escaped with his life right here, which is absurd, man. Of course, until Klokun gets his hands onto him, unfortunately. But from the early game, you can see that Bigatron is a whole different look. Nalco comes in right here to try and salvage it, but that damage from Moreno, I think this is where it begins, right? The burst onto Annabelle, and afterwards, the outplay with the Brilliance Order, buy some more time, gets Annabelle. Boom, Natko! You think you're slick? You think you're good, Natko? Sit down. I get the bounty off the Klokun, but it doesn't even matter.
He almost got it too. Finn was just, quite late into that, but it's all good. Finn had to come back. But Bigatron really just did not let go of the pace, kept on going in. And we get to see the weakness of the Phoveus here. Up against all-in heroes. Yeah, Phoveus doesn't do well. No disengage at all. So once you go in, you're done. You either win the fight or you're dead.
You can't really kite back out of it at all. And this is where Bigatron, again, with the Lord, they got multiple base turrets, and out of nowhere, Super Ken once again gets his hands onto Annabelle, make sure the Deadly Catch won't come out to really disrupt the end of the game, but look at Eman.
Let's hear the golden moment, though, after this amazing end by Ubez Gold.
Need strong XP and strong tank ya?
Iya.
Enough for scaling.
Mereka cepat
Lu
farming
lihat
soul.
muka gua. Lu gak kasihan gua dipukulin tapi gak dibalikin.
Gue puri apa flicker aja ya?
Lihat dulu.
Lu takut nggak sama hook dia?
Gak takut.
Ya udah flicker. Flicker aja sih, Mur.
Ngapain di respect gitu ya?
Lihat di perangko nih. Nih, lihat nih perangko. Gosur lagi.
Mati.
Julian sini guys. Ayo lihat turtle guys. Sedetik gua ada flicker. Roger di bawah. Perangko di atas ya kayaknya Ken. Emang kayaknya nih.
Ayo, boleh.
Lihat. Aman gua.
Gua cancel.
Lihat. Rata dia, boy. Rata nih. Gosur lagi.
Ada gua.
Mati.
Mati dia. Popes. Pove. Gua masih ada ulti flicker, boy. Roger guys.
Target Ken.
Aman, kalem lagi ya.
Tunggu ulti.
Ayo, gua tarik lagi. Masih setengah lordnya. Deso kali, Valen. Bisa, abis clear mid majuin ya, guys. Ayo. Agresif, guys, abis majuin mid. Ayo, sini, Dut. Lihat. Akai di tribus. Maju. Dari Akai dong, biar dia nggak bisa ulti gua. Akai. Nih, Akai di gua, Bapain dia. Bos aja Akainya. Jangan lord. Bos come join, guys. Ulti bane.
Dapat gua.
Gua aman. Mati. Ini pelan.
Mati. Gua bos.
Atas.
Should I go for Purify? Should I go for Flicker? The Finn's like, hey, are you afraid of the Franco? Are you threatened by the Franco? Moreno says, nah. He did get hooked once, to be fair.
Exactly.
So they still won, which is good. So the Flicker did play a good, at least a factor to their victory, but he got hooked once. I think it's fair. I think hooked once is fair.
It's still a value trade-off in the end, because he was able to go and make those flicker plays when he's in the Dominator's Descent. Because you know, the zap, the laser, it stuns people when you go in with the Dominator's Descent. Now looking at the stats right here, no neutral objectives given by Bigatron Alpha. And we talked about the builds earlier. Eman opted to go for the attack speed build, which is we haven't seen in a long time. Not really prioritizing the true damage, but I guess he understands it's going to be a front to back. He won't be diving into the back trying to go for the assassinations. So if you're going to hit the Akai, you're going to hit the Phoveus, might as well shred him down with the attack speed build, and then you can still get the benefits of the Lycan form afterwards.
Intelligent gold laner, as usual, really still showing his intelligence here, going for the attack speed build. And in the end, not only was it a way to go up against his front to back composition, Evo's Glory had a lot of punishes if he actually wanted to go and brawl, right? So he was going to be in that human form for the most part, but also the final moment, the ending moment wouldn't have been possible if he had the different builds. If he didn't have enough attack speed, even with the flicker, that really wouldn't have been an end of the game. Maybe it would have, but it wouldn't have come through him.
Right.
Yeah.
Kind of made it more certain, especially with the sieging as well. Extra benefits when they were working on that base tower too. So honestly, as expected, right? Bigatron, flexible, intelligent in the draft, great execution. But you have to give a shout out to Evos as well. They made it quite the competitive match. Of course, after the first game, everyone's like, whoa, 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 what's going to happen?
Yeah.
Gonna happen? Bigatron stays cool. They've been here before.
I mean, this answers your question, right? The mastermind who wins it leg 1. Yeah, unfortunately, Age wasn't able to win against his former team. It's still,
To be fair though, it is his first week back, right? So we gotta give the man some time, maybe some jitters on stage as well. I don't know about the preparations, to be fair. The fact that he's come here kind of last second, only joining Thursday or only being announced Thursday, it was still strategy for the most part, the entire week actually, in week 2. So I'm pretty confident that Age will make Evo's Glory at least greater than now. Great again, a few more steps to take, right? Not instantly. No. Trust the process, as usual. That's really been the message, the word to send to all of you guys watching back at home, right? Trust the process. Don't expect instant results. See how RQ and Bigatron and Liquid... Oh, Liquid is actually instant. Tip. What?
Trust the process. Trust in the process.
Oh, you're saying it's a great tip.
No, it's trust in the process is tip.
Yeah.
Not just tip, Gani. Trust in process, if you guys want to remove the D. Yeah.
Interesting, is it acronym? Yeah, they call it? Yeah. Acronym from Gani. Yeah. Because, you know, Gani, he be like that sometimes. Just wants to kind of shift everything together, you know, make it short, make it concise.
Exactly. And this is the proof of consistency for Bigatron Alpha. Right, as one of the comments said after, remember, week 2, they lost one match against Geek Fam.
Okay.
There was a comment from the audience, and he's like, Bigatron. They're struggling in season 14. Week 3 hey, calm down. And apparently that was a Bigot Trooper, so calm down. You know, one loss isn't the end of the world. At least not for us right now. Maybe in the playoffs it will be the end of the world with one loss, right?
Exactly.
But hey, there's still a long way to go. It's a sprint. No, I'm joking. It's a marathon, not a sprint. See, you guys were probably right. Yeah, it's a sprint. Oh, wait, it's a marathon.
I mean, y'all can fact check this. Last season, after an 0-4 record for Evo's Glory, they broke it. They broke the lose streak.
And then
1-4.
they lost.
Then they lost 1-5. This season, same story.
Oh my God. It's just against different teams. But yeah. In the Classic Derby, when they lost after breaking the lose streak, it was also Natko. He played Brody 3 games in a row. He won 1 game, lost 2. Oh my.
Wait, he played Brody 3 times in a row?
Yeah, and he won game 1, I believe.
So you say just Brody?
He just Brodied. It's Brody, bro.
I see.
But Arashi, the main point is like, it's literally the same pattern.
Deja vu. Glory.
Natko coming back, win. A coach coming back, win. And then losing the next one. It's a slow build again for Evo's Glory. At this point, they might as well change their name to Evo's Hero, because it's a hero story almost every time.
Evo's main character.
Evo's MC.
Evo's protagonist. Coming to neighborhood
Evo's
soon.
Arashi.
Yeah,
Why?
Arashi.
MC.
Arashi.
Arashi's the MC, you know?
Arashi is the MC, ladies and gentlemen. And
Yeah,
next
the MC.
week,
This
Arashi
week?
should sit in the middle.
That's
while
true.
Analyzing.
That's true.
He's the MC.
You want to swap Arashi?
What, swap seats or just rows?
Swap seats.
Swap seats,
Just
man.
seats?
Yeah.
Why?
It's
You're
okay.
the MC.
What is the point? What is the purpose?
He's too MC to even realize that he's the MC.
Exactly, man.
It's just so meta.
So humble.
Arashi. Speaking of the meta, though, we are going to be very, very excited to show you guys the updated standings.
let's
Araki
go.
Hoshi were able to get first place just earlier because Bigatron Alpha obviously lost yesterday. They
But-
broke their record,
Just
but before
trial.
that, Let's take a look at the audience highlight here. After another
Yo.
defeat, how can Evos bounce back and win the next match? We got a comment from Ale.
Ale.
Ale Duro. Dale Duro, right? It's more about map awareness and improvement, and if possible, enhancing the hero pool as well. Is this for Evos?
Seems like it.
Map awareness and hero pool. I think that was both, like, map awareness wasn't a problem, I feel, this game.
Well, technically, map awareness, I feel like it was kind of forced on them, right? They weren't really blind on the map, but Bigatron were just really good at moving.
Moving.
Hero pool, though, I mean,
They like to move it.
specifically for Dreams, maybe, right? Because we've seen him go on the big engage heroes or the Franco.
Okay.
Maybe soon we're going to see something completely different, right? With Coach Age at the help, who knows what's going to happen?
We did get to see new technology. It's the Franco
New tech.
Winter
To
Crown.
be fair, we
fool.
saw the technology before, we just never realized the true extent of the technology.
I don't know why he's calling another caster when it's obviously us on the desk here. Realizes it here, Rashi.
What?
What are you saying? You said we obviously realized. Realizes it here. What are you saying,
Exactly,
Rashi?
man.
Why are you bringing Realize up?
You know, 'cause I wish he was here because he was talking a lot of, throwing a lot of shade. He's saying like, "Oh, Bigatron, where you at?"
After game one.
But now he realizes his mistake.
That's why, gotta
Are
read
you
the
a
name.
Big Trooper now, Arashi? What is this?
Bigatron and RQ, we have this like mutual agreement,
Exactly.
respect.
I mean,
they got
again,
Cascade.
Yeah, Cascade is like the bridge that
To
unites us.
overthrow FNOC, yeah, you need alliances, of course.
Or you just need the Masako. Anyways, we're gonna throw it over to our host to actually show you guys something cool.
Turun gunung sampai, apa yang terjadi sampai seorang AG aja langsung turun gunung menjadi coaching staff?
Ya ada suatu challenging lah biar aku coba juga experience-nya lagi kan MPL kayak gimana dan juga emang ada hal yang mungkin bisa aku kasih input juga ke anak-anak karena juga kondisinya lagi nggak baik-baik aja kan tim kan ya seperti yang waktu itu aku bilang darurat ya unit gawat darurat UGD ya ya semoga bisa membaik lagi lah lekas sembuh lagi lah.
Oke, dan kalau keadaan sekarang, kamu bagaimana melihatnya? Ini benar-benar masih UGD apa dengan datangnya kamu udah membaik?
Better lah, karena kan kita bisa lihat kan dari awalnya sebelumnya pas yang match-match sebelumnya emang di awalnya kurang disiplin, kebantai banget juga beberapa kali, ya pelan-pelan lah bisa bangkit lagi lah untuk diperbaiki mistake-mistake-nya kayak gimana.
Dan sekarang bahkan kita bisa melihat bahwa progres dari EVOS juga, wow kemarin akhirnya pecah telur, hari ini melawan Bigatron, tim yang dipucuk pun perlawanannya juga luar biasa. Tapi gimana
ya,
tadi?
Lumayan lah.
Sudah harus langsung menghadapi Bigatron.
Ya kayak lawan-lawan semuanya lah tetap respect gimana cara kita melawan mereka, kita harus sigap aja lah dengan apa yang bakal jadi lawan kita next week-nya, minggu depannya gitu atau keesokan harinya gitu. Jadi harus siap aja sih.
Tapi pilihan hero kalian menarik loh dari EVOS, Popheus. Sama hal itu Kak Popheus untuk EVOS.
Kemarin juga kita sempat lawan Alter Ego kan Nino dan juga emang kuat hero-nya emang mungkin pas tadi ya Popheusnya sebenarnya nggak masalah sih. Masalah eksekusi aja kita di turtle pertamanya pas game 3 ya. Yang seharusnya Bani kita bisa ngeluarin ulti tapi nggak sempet ngeluarin ulti kan. Nah ya execute-nya salah aja jadi ke snowball parah tadi matinya juga banyak kayak gitu.
Eksekusi.
Yeah.
Tapi kalian membawa dengan hero-hero yang menurut Bude juga anyar banget, fresh banget untuk EVOS dan player pun ready untuk diracik, diramu apapun itu.
Udah ready sih, kita udah prepare juga, udah latihan juga buat hero-nya. Mungkin ya anak-anak yang lain juga udah siap lah untuk pakainya. Karena kan bukan cuman langsung kita pick di stage, kita pakai gitu enggak. Kita udah latihan juga.
Udah prepare semuanya. Namun kalau ngomong tentang stage, dari EVOS Glory, banyak sekali pertanyaan tentunya. Ini gimana sih untuk memutuskan siapa yang bermain? Branston juga Natko. Lalu apakah ada seperti apa persaingan di gold lane untuk EVOS Glory?
Harusnya kita lihat dari performa sih siapa yang paling stabil untuk minggu ini. Kita kan MPL setiap minggu sekali ya. Jadi sebelum match day kita udah latihan, ada screaming juga. Jadi kita bisa nilai dah dan tentuin dari hasil latihannya untuk siapa yang kita pilih.
Jadi dari hasil latihan, lalu bukan tergantung lawannya berarti?
Bisa jadi.
Bisa jadi?
Bisa jadi.
Ini menarik pastinya. Namun AG datang kembali ke EVOS Glory sebagai coaching staff.
Ya.
Apa yang harus dibenahi nih untuk EVOS? Untuk lebih baik untuk nextnya?
Ya sebenarnya yang perlu kita benahi adalah mungkin waktu itu pas kita banyak turnamen kita juga banyak kalah kan. Jadinya ya bisa dibilang tingkat kepedeannya udah kurang. Terus mainnya jadi nggak berani. Buyar, nggak ada chemistry-nya, jadinya mainnya misa-misa sendiri-sendiri. Ya, jadi itulah yang fokus untuk bisa diperbaiki dan mungkin ya bisa Bude lihat lah kayak draft-draft yang fresh yang bisa orang lain kita bakal kenapa ya kita bisa ngeracik itu dengan komposisi tim kita, player kita, mereka bisa lebih mainnya dengan akurat lah kayak gitu.
Berarti in game dan out game.
Ya.
Yang harus dibenahi cukup banyak ya.
Ya lumayan banyak PR-nya tapi ya pelan-pelan bisa lah.
Pelan-pelan bisa. PD untuk next week?
Untuk next week PD ya.
PD. Thank you banget AG
Thank
udah
you.
kasih insight yang luar biasa. Dan semua dari EVOS fans pasti menantikan untuk kembalinya meraungnya EVOS Glory di MPL. Tapi sekian dulu untuk di sini Bude bakal kembalikan kepada para caster. Monggo.
Thank you so much, Age and Bude Claramongstar for the interview, losing interview there. And yeah, I think more or less he summarized what we have been speculating. It's just their first week. They've been losing a couple of different, matches. Well, all their matches in MPL until he rejoined the team together with Natco. So you gotta trust the process. It's not gonna be an instant. It was an instant win technically after he joined. They did beat Alter Ego, but instant good. It's not really gonna be a thing you would expect. But let's take a look at the play of the day, and it is Moreno getting that triple kill. This is not the unofficial Maniac.
3+1.
Presented to you by Kadia.
This was when he just dove in. Along with the team. Or actually, there's this moment from Super Ken as a honorable, I guess a sideshow there. But Moreno definitely did a lot of damage on the Zask. He went for the attack speed boots as well, which we haven't seen as often, by the way, right?
No.
As far as I remember, at least. So maybe he's onto something here.
He is onto something.
Oh, what is it, Goni?
Kills. Action.
Oh. So technically, all we got was the unofficial Maniac, but it was close enough. So Goni,
wow, Mystic Goni.
I'll do more predictions next week.
Yeah, are you going to predict Bigatron to be number 1? Oh, you're right, Gani. That's it. The standings here presented by our official tournament smartphone, Samsung Galaxy Z Fold 6, Z Flip 6, with Bigatron going to first place with 5 wins and 1 loss. Ara Kiyoshi following very close also, actually, with better net game wins so far. If they are able to get a win in their next match, then they will take the spot of Bigatron Alpha because they have the better net game win. But then following next is Fnatic Onyx, Dewa, Geek Fam with a crazy level of improvement with Masako and Gobs. The Masako lineup with Veldora and Gobs, Chidera both worked.
it's crazy how both can work equally well. But I think it's great that we can go home in peace because technically, we're in a good spot.
God did.
All 3 of us are on top. It's not bad. Not bad.
Not bad.
Not bad.
A bit of an uneasy peace here on the English desk for once. Chefin, though, you can hear him with his ambition burning in his eyes, man.
I mean, he's in an okay position.
He wants Geek Fam on top, though, and Geek Fam is looking very scary.
Geek Fam always do this, bro. Every single season, right? They start off looking horrible, literally abysmal.
Wow.
But then they step up. No, seriously, Geek Fam, did you watch the first 2 weeks? They were just weird, dude. And again, it's just a Geek Fam thing. Especially with them always having a new lineup or having new players. This time it was Luke, so it was one of the bigger changes since the first season that Beloy joined, obviously. But yeah, this is Geek Fam's road to success. It seems it is also always an EVOS thing and an alter ego thing. Passive for alter ego, they win. They look very convincing in the first week, and then they start to drop. EVOS Glory, abysmal first 2 weeks. 0-4, exact same storyline that we saw last season, and then, getting a win and then another loss. Maybe we'll see the exact same run, but for Rebellion, it's been very different. Very, very different.
They need wins.
They desperately need wins. You can see that everyone's close. Fnatic Onyx, Dewa, Geek Fam, Liquid, technically all tied with 3 match points. Rebellion falling behind by quite a bit.
Because technically, imagine, right? Rebellion Esports winning a match to win all, it would put them to a -6. Still sitting in 9th place as well.
That's true.
Oh, bro. So even getting 1-2-0 match wouldn't really help them standing-wise.
In the very end, I believe in season 12 and 13, it came down to the final day to decide who actually makes it to playoffs. If Rebellion continue with this performance, I feel we might not have the same drama in season 14. We might have a dramatic playoffs, yes, because the level of competition is rising, but when it comes down to the playoff spots, if Evos don't improve, if Rebellion don't improve, we might just have a battle for that last spot.
I wonder how Dewa is going to fit into all of this, because they're
Exactly.
one of the wild cards in a way, right? They haven't really been as consistent,
Very
but they've
new
shown
still.
great potential. But it's always an up and down in their performance, and yet they're still in number 4, above Geek Fam. So I'm really looking forward to their development personally, because I think that's the wildest kind of storyline we can get if Dewa United goes up or down.
Speaking of Dewa, I think the addition of Mueza, right, really helped them maybe stabilize in the safe zone, safe spot. So let's see though. Hopefully Mueza here stays consistent. Gold lane side though, Azura or what? That is the big question for Dewa United Esports.
Azura or what? Experience or new potential? That's a question actually for a lot of the teams. If we're following the pattern, then Azura should deliver, right? But again, against what? A seasoned veteran. You have to wonder at some point, is this gonna harm him, right? Having too much experience gonna actually harm his performance and his development.
Let's take a look at the Rookie of the Week. Guys, who do you guys think it is? Obviously, it's going to be Masako. Oh, I'll read it because it's my quote. Fantastic player. The type of gold lane that has that dog in him. Can carry the team even when the team is losing. The X factor of Geek Fam. And this is always a term that I use when I talk about gold laners who can carry the game when the team is behind. I use it for Skylar. Obviously, a lot of different Filipino gold laners. But in Indo, we didn't really have a lot of these type of gold laners, right? Up until recently, where now we have a ton of gold laners with that dog in him. But rookie-wise, it's quite scarce to find a gold laner like this. And we found it in Masako.
And you can see the drive in his
pose
game as well.
Games, yeah.
And pose.
Yeah.
I'll take that. I'll take that. You can see the drive in his game where, yes, positioning is always on point. The timing on when to go all out with the skills is always on point as well. Hopefully, I mean, as of now, sky's the limit. Hopefully he can reach the potential.
Definitely having a lot of flavor in his gameplay.
Yummy.
Always able to kind of find the right play in the right time, and if he's been given a different kinds of matchups, and usually that's where a lot of new players kind of struggle, right? When they have to do multiple different things in short succession. But for Masako, it really doesn't feel like that's an issue at all. He just takes it in stride. And again, now, if you add the fact that he's kind of interchanged occasionally with Shadera, it's wild to see a team improve this much.
And really, what's weird about Masako is the fact that Bloy actually mentioned this in an interview. He said it's very rare to see someone who does okay, like average in scrims, but on stage perform like this, and that's the case for Masako. He has just performed so well on stage. Apparently in scrims, not so much, but we're going to have a double Geek Player and Rookie of the Week. It is the ice-cold man himself. Gani, read it.
A boy, ice-cold defense, right? With the Zask. Still can't move on. That's why he has ice in his veins. Like D'Angelo Russell, this guy is ice-cold.
Yeah, I see that, you got mixed up with the ice and a boy. You were about to call him Ice Boy. I think that's a cool name, though, to be fair, especially
Ice Boy.
Ice Boy,
Wow.
Ice Boy, a boy. Ice cold defense, he has ice in his veins. I don't think that's too healthy. He's definitely going to have to check it out with a doctor if that's true.
You got to check, right?
Yeah.
That's what she says.
I thought he was going to say it's a figure of speech, but okay. You got to check a boy.
Exactly
Better safe than sorry, bro, but he has been very eerily calm in the midst of the crazy fight.
The spacing, man, yesterday was just ridiculous. That was
Crazy.
something out of an anime.
Well, here we go, man. Next week's schedule, though. On the topic of Geek Fam, Sunday, oh boy, is it finally RRQ's turn. Because all the top-tier teams have been, what do you call it, tackled by Geek Fam. That's a scary match to witness for sure, but along with that, Rebellion, Bigatron, and then Fnatic Onyx and Bigatron on Saturday. That's a big match.
Oh, next week is going to be a banger week here, boys. August 31st and September 1st. Geek Fam vs RRQ. If you guys don't know, Geek Fam are not just the kryptonite of Bigatron, they're also the kryptonite of RRQ. They're actually called the Kingslayers. So we'll see how that turns out. And obviously we have the clash of the Titans here. And on Saturday, it's you and me going head to head. Got it, man.
Say who will take on who? Yeehaw.
What? I did not expect that, Gotti.
I won.
It just sounds like
That means I won. This head-to-head, you laughed, I won.
Okay, this head-to-head, we win. I will sacrifice this head-to-head for the head-to-head on Saturday.
Oh.
But for you guys, you saw exactly how lethal Dreams could be on the Franco. And yes, he is really good in the Franco. That's an added bonus. But the real skill comes from the skins. If you don't have the skins to get the wins, then what are you doing, Mr. Lin? I don't know. I just try to, go for the rhyme. But the new MPL exclusive skin, Franco Quantum Vanguard,
Check it out,
is now
boys
available in the shop.
and
Enjoy a
girls.
30% discount in the first week. Don't miss out. And the discount period is from the 9th of August all the way to the 15th of August. So,
Wait, it passed.
it's passed. I'm sorry.
Unfortunately.
I gave you false hope. But
You can still get the skin though. Okay?
yeah,
It's still
exactly.
worth
It's
it
not
by all
discounted.
means.
Yeah, it's just not discounted. You lose on the value. You should have been here. We were already talking about it from week 1 and week 2.
Yeah.
True.
And we've also spoken about the youth fair, haven't we?
Guys, it's incredible, all right? Because a lot of bonuses and exciting events to grab multiple permanent skins for free, right? So the whole August, basically, from July, there's an exchange, youth fair exchange, redeem Sylvanas painted skin, classroom glam, an animated avatar border, battling mount, and of course, more. All for free. Many more exciting events will be revealed in the video. Check them out now. Where
Check it out.
Mobile Legends BB. Bang bang.
Mobile Legends BB.
Mobile Legends BB.
It's kind of weird to hear it kind of spoken out like that.
Yeah.
Mobile Legends BB.
All right, just
ML
imagine
Bang Bang.
ML Bang Bang. Yeah. ML Bang Bang, Mobile Legends BB. Mobile LBB, right? You just gotta find ways to be creative with your delivery, and Ghani here is an absolute master at doing that. He'll suddenly just yell out yeehaw, or maybe ho ho ho, right? We had that in the back in the day. 10 years though. Moonton has been really, phenomenal the last 10 years. This year especially, and you guys can come to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Moonton. Log in now to unlock multiple epic skins for free. Oh my lord, including the Nana Mecha Baby if you guys want to cosplay Suelo in that Rebellion game, or the Moscow Blood Spear if you guys want to cosplay Masako in the game against Fnatic Onyx. Or Mats when he jumped to the Lord. That was also, a highlight moment. Not the best, but a highlight moment nonetheless. You could also unlock a new
There we go.
collector skin for free?
I'm telling you, man.
Oh man. On top of that, you have more?
Yes.
What is
All
it?
right, free trials for all heroes and 125 skins. I repeat that, 125 skins, all available.
This is crazy.
In-game.
In-game. Collector free. I would have never thought those two words came together, but it is. For you guys then, you've already saved money with the free collector. Might as well buy some tickets to watch MPL Indonesia. You guys can go and join the fan meet and multiple other events that we have, multiple other activities that we have in this event. And don't forget as well, you get to watch on stage here. I mean, if you have a Samsung phone, sit in the Galaxy Zone, it's just, an unforgettable experience for sure. The atmosphere of the big matches and even all the matches even, right? I mean, some consider the smaller matches, but at this point in Season 14, we are struggling to find a small match because the crowd absolutely goes wild. You still hear the drums for every match that you watch, and it's been really, really exciting here in Season 14. So go ahead, buy the tickets. You get a promo code there. Starts at 85,000 IDR, 10,000 IDR cashback and GoPay coins, and a 10% discount. So, wow, that's a lot of value, dude.
You're right, a lot of V, man, a lot of value indeed. And yeah, you can meet the players, you can meet other fans, right? Build a community, and of course, Mr. Arash is 90% in the building, all right, during MPL.
90%.
10% of him is at home. 90% of him is here already.
You can get Mr. Gone in the building as well.
How many percent is he?
Gone Man.
In the building?
Like 69.
69%, so the other 31% is at home, Ghani. Why is that?
Because, not a Rashi, 90%.
That is That is a good defense, Connie. I'll give you that.
I just countered it real quick.
Yes, I'm just not
With
Rashi.
logic.
Oh man, it's been great this week, guys. And
Week
the
3.
last 2 weeks has been phenomenal as well. And I really hope you guys have enjoyed the show. It's been Mirko, Gani, and Arashi accompanying you. This week, Realize was here too. And this is another shout out for you guys. Thank you guys so much, every single one of you, for helping us vote and really create an impact in the world here when it comes to mobile esport games, because Mobile Legends Bang Bang was nominated and won the title of Esports Mobile Game of the Year at the Esports Awards at the Boulevard, the same venue as the Esports World Cup.
Oh, hey, okay.
We want to
kind of fancy with it.
Again, say thank you, salamat, terima kasih, and of course, grazie.
Merci.
Merci. And
Arigato.
Arigato.
Xie.
Mucho gracias as well.
Kamsia.
For all of you.
Kamsia, yeah. That was a late one.
Wow.
I'm sorry for all the languages we didn't include, all the thousands of languages. We can only understand a few, and even then, it's tough to learn languages. But it seems for a lot of them, it's not. Sometimes they learn through watching the English stream, through watching the Indo stream. I've seen a lot of, foreigners or Westerners who come over to Indonesia and learn Indo through watching the Indo desk. One guy that I met, I think many times, even in MPL, he's a big fan of the show. I think his name is Yeb, right? He also learned through listening to songs and watching the MPL Indonesia Indo broadcast. Yeah, Yeb. You know him? It's like, he always comes by. It seems like he's actually on stage a lot, gets interviewed sometimes.
I wonder what he does.
That guy's really cool, I feel like
Maybe
learning
we'll meet
Indo.
him next week.
We might. He's always here every single week. We're going to throw it over to Budi Clara Mongstar for the ending. Thank you guys so much for watching. Once again, MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this!
Terlihat tim biru rupanya belum bisa membuahkan hasil yang baik untuk hari ini. Namun tentu saja kita mempercayai bahwa semua tim sedang berproses. Mereka akan memberikan yang terbaik untuk minggu yang selanjutnya. Tapi tentu saja minggu yang ketiga ini begitu meriah karena adanya dukungan dari semua super fans yang terus hadir di MPL Arena dan juga yang lagi nonton di rumah sambil memberikan dukungan positif. Tentu saja Budi juga berterima kasih kepada semua sponsor karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 powered by Bunton. Presented by Official Tournament Smartphone, Samsung Galaxy, Official e-wallet GoPay, Official Destination for Gaming and Esports, Kidia, Official Gold Partner UBS Gold. Dan kita juga punya partner in esports, ada Campina, Head and Shoulders, Ora Imo, Telkomsel, Dunia Games, dan IndiHome. Dan juga ada supplier kita, ada Saturday, dan juga ada Erigo. Dan acara ini supported by PBSI. Semuanya pasti sedang mempelajari bagaimana semua tim berproses dan mereka memberikan yang terbaik untuk hari ini, kemarin, dan kemarin lusa. 3 hari telah berlangsung dengan semua tim yang mencoba untuk terus naik ke puncak klasemen. Perjalanan mereka tentu masih panjang karena ini baru minggu yang ketiga. Masih akan ada total 9 minggu, berarti masih akan ada 6 minggu lagi. Waktu mereka untuk mengejar posisi 6 teratas dari 9, hanya 6 saja yang akan maju ke babak playoff. Seperti apa pergerakan dari klasemen? Perhatikan terus guys, karena dukungan kalian juga akan sangat berpengaruh kepada para tim. Dan untuk minggu esok, minggu yang keempat, tentu akan sangat banyak kejadian yang kita harus nantikan. Akankah kita langsung ini bisa ngasih teaser-teaser untuk kalian? Kalian tahu minggu keempat akan ada apa saja? Yap, dan inilah dia minggu yang keempat yang harus kita nantikan dari performa 9 tim yang akan beradu. Karena MPL Indonesia Season 14 akan berlangsung minggu depan. Dan minggu yang keempat juga menjadi penantian. Di hari Jumat kita akan melihat bagaimana 2 tim yang tidak lolos ke playoff, Dewa dan juga Rebellion, akan menantang 2 tim teratas di babak regular season musim lalu. Dan Dewa akan menantang Sang Raja Langit, Fnatic Onyx, demi membuktikan bahwa mereka juga sudah menguat dan bisa merebut posisi top 3 dari mereka dengan next generasi. Dan juga Rebellion, mereka sedang mencari poin kemenangan. Dari kita tahu sendiri 3 minggu ini belum ada satu kemenangan pun yang mereka hasilkan. Mereka harus memperbaiki strategi untuk bisa pecah telur dari tim yang sedang sangat kuat di MPL Indonesia season 14 ini. Bigetron Alpha akan menjadi lawan mereka. Bisa ke Rebellion akhirnya mendapatkan kemenangan pertamanya melawan peringkat pertama di regular season. Dan tentu saja untuk hari Sabtu, The Colossal Clash. Pada hari Sabtu akan ada 2 raksasa dalam The Colossal Clash antara Sang Raja Langit melawan Sang Robot. 2 tim ini masih sengit memperebutkan posisi teratas. Dan pertandingan ini akan sangat menentukan akankah mereka bisa menggeser satu sama lain dan menggerakkan posisi satu sama lain. Karena semuanya sedang berproses, semuanya ingin menempati posisi teratas di regular season. Mengingat season lalu mereka begitu indah, bagaimana untuk season ini? Namun tak berakhir tentunya karena masih akan ada match-match seru lainnya untuk hari yang kedua. Dan di mana hari Sabtu kita juga akan melihat akan adanya pertarungan epic. Sang raja dari segala raja RRQ Hoshi juga gak akan menyerahkan tahtanya begitu saja dalam pertarungan melawan Alter Ego. Kedua tim akan memperebutkan siapa 2 assassin terbaik untuk tim masing-masing. Dan tentu saja hari Sabtu masih belum berakhir karena masih ada Battle of Regeneration. The Cavalry versus Geek Revamp. Melihat tim yang menarik perhatian dengan regenerasinya Geek Fam memiliki sang bubur rahasia Masako dan Gobs yang berhasil mengisi kekosongan EXP Geek setelah kehilangan Luke. Tim Liquid dengan regenerasi dari tim Liquid Academy mendongkrak posisi tim ke 6 besar. Tentunya pertarungan 2 tim yang telah berevolusi ini akan sangat menarik. Apalagi dengan bumbu-bumbu yang sudah mereka berikan dan ditambah lagi. Kira-kira apa yang akan mereka katakan dengan posisi kemenangan? Yang menang bebas beraksi, yang menang bebas untuk berucap. Dan untuk hari Minggu, hari penutupan, ada yang spesial juga pastinya untuk menutup minggu yang keempat di minggu depan. The Kingslayer versus The New Pillars. The Kingslayer akan kembali meneruskan terornya pada Raja dari segala raja. 3 musim selalu menang. Geek di MPL Indonesia season 14 ini mereka benar-benar kembali kuat, bounce back walaupun sempat tertatih-tatih. Namun RRQ Hoshi kini sudah berubah. Munculnya pilar-pilar baru membuat sang raja kini kuat dan bahkan sempat berada di puncak klasemen. Lalu apakah mereka bisa mengakhiri era Geek sebagai Kingslayer? Karena tentu saja RRQ bosan harus kalah dengan Geek. Geek Fam pun ingin membuktikan diri menjadi The Kingslayer. Karena kemarin baru saja Raja Langit dari Onyx harus tertumbangkan oleh Geek Fam. Selanjutnya akankah RRQ akan mereka tumbangkan lagi atau akan ada hasil yang berbeda? Minggu yang keempat, minggu yang pastinya kita nantikan bersama-sama. Jadi jangan sampai kelewatan, langsung beli tiketnya, langsung ke website MPL karena kalian bisa menjadi saksi dari pertarungan epic yang akan terjadi. Di sini Bude Clara Monster di minggu yang ketiga melihat progres dari semua tim dan semangat dari para super fans yang tentunya di minggu keempat Bude menginginkan semuanya bisa menjadi lebih baik dan berevolusi, bertransformasi. Dan hari ini kita harus berpisah. Kita akan kembali untuk minggu yang keempat di MPL Indonesia Season 14. We own this! Thank you and good night!
terus berlari